The girls were stunned by the man's appearance. He was a strikingly handsome young man with blue hair and yellow eyes. He felt that although people might think being attractive is a blessing, it actually caused him trouble. A group of girls squealed around him, and someone even shared his number. He understood that girls were only interested in his looks. He feared that if he encountered such a girl, she might lock him in a basement or slip sleeping pills into his drink. He sometimes pondered if he had another life. Would she be so irritable? Suddenly fear flashed in his eyes. A bus was hurtling towards him, with the driver having lost control and heading straight in his direction. His phone flew from his hand due to the impact, and his hands, along with the rest of his body, were covered in blood. He died beneath the wheels of the car, leaving the passers-by shocked. Smoke rose from the vehicle, and a crowd began to gather. However, he didn't die completely. His soul crossed over into another realm, finding itself in a different place with a beautiful blue river and boats sailing under a bridge. The guy was puzzled as to why someone as handsome as he had such a dreadful transition. His soul floated above his body. He began to consider what he should inhabit next. He found himself lying in bed, with only his hand visible from under the blanket. The man was disheveled, with untidy clothes and a goofy smile. He noticed that they looked alike, as if they were the same person but from another world. It felt like a distant memory. The man's name was also Cheyenne, like his. He was the son of an official from a small village in the Han Empire. While traveling, he encountered a beautiful woman named Quinn. Deeply in love with her, he followed her to the Amazon order, traveling hundreds and thousands of miles on a white horse. She had long pink hair and a dress that matched. Feeling shy, they shared a sweet kiss. From that moment, he became enchanted with the village's atmosphere. He began to lose weight but continued running errands for women. One day he fell asleep and never woke up. It became apparent that she had deceived him. It was Megara who drained his power. He turned around, surprised by what he saw. His girlfriend and maid approached him, explaining that they couldn't wake him up in the morning. He was taking his last breaths. The maid confessed that she had drawn the short straw. Despite his beauty, she considered him foolish and naive, unworthy of her. Quinn understood that if he began working on himself, his body wouldn't be found easily. His internal growth would have been inevitable if he had grown up in a martial arts order, and he would have been hired as a student. His body was already severely worn out. She explained that she used the double processing method to drain his vitality. If his soul and body both died, Quinn would be able to control his body. He was still alive, so she would need to drain his power several times. If he died, she would dispose of the body. The man's spirit was supposed to re-enter him in surprise, but he couldn't understand how. His body began to evaporate to an unknown location. The spirit started to merge with another man's body. Suddenly his eyes opened wide. He woke up to find a beautiful girl sitting in front of him. He was completely bewildered by the strange situation. Her eyes also appeared a bit intense. She grabbed him by the neck with her hand. The spirit inside the man tried to speak as the original owner of the body would have spoken to her. He couldn't understand why she was doing this and moved her hands aside. She told him that she just wanted to see him off. Knowing that the guy was fine, the girl remained calm. The head of the order intended to send her far away, and he needed to rest. The girl leaned in and whispered in his ear that when he returned, she would keep him company. The guy, with an embarrassed smile, reassured her that everything was all right. After the women left, the maid asked what they had discussed. The girl replied that he hadn't heard anything. Quinn believed that the guy was weak and naive and would never become strong. Since his body was still alive, she would need to drain his life force a few more times. Luckily, he was a good actor and had managed to deceive her. The memories almost blended together. He had slept for a long time and hadn't gathered any useful information. All he knew was that in this world, martial arts power was highly valued. In addition to ordinary people, there were masters who could soar high in the sky. These fighters were divided into acquired internal and celestial types. Level 9 was the highest for an acquired type. The body's original owner didn't know about other types. He had managed to deceive her, but she would return in the evening to drain his life force. He realized he needed to pack his things and leave, or it would be the end for him. He started shaking violently and collapsed to the ground, lying on the floor. His body was still too weak, his lower back ached, and his legs were swollen. It seemed like he couldn't escape. He thought he would die in that witch's bed. He pondered that if someone goes to another world, they must have some special ability, a cheat or a hack. but he couldn't figure out what his abilities were. Suddenly, a blue light appeared in front of him. His face showed surprise. The system boot was complete, and it was ready to start functioning. The man knew he had cheats, but he wasn't sure what they were for. His current system level was 0, and its basic functions like skill enhancement were unlocked. He discovered that he could use boost points to level up his current skills, depending on the skill. The number of points required for leveling might vary. He liked this feature and was eager to see what skills he had. His skill level was reset to 0+, with a slight energy boosting effect. The guy mentioned gong gong, a technique for enhancing sexual desire, which Chen Shiji had taught to the body's original owner. However, this was his only skill, so he needed to strengthen it. He didn't have enough boost points to level up. Although he found the interface easy to use, he didn't know how to earn more points. Points are spent when using system functions. The system can analyze the strong emotions others feel towards the user and convert them into boost points. He was starting to understand the system a little better. Many dimensions surround the world, and the user can use the system to temporarily leave the main world and explore other worlds randomly. The guy was surprised that Earth was different from the main world. This world was locked as the main one, and the travel function would only be unlocked at the first level. He wondered how he could level up the system and use the points he gained. He learned that in order to level up, the user must locate lost system fragments scattered across different dimensions. The system can identify them if the user is nearby. The guy realized that finding these fragments depended on luck and closed the tab. To use the system, he needed to say system panels for the control display to appear. Since leveling up and unlocking the system depended on luck, he figured that the only thing he could focus on now was strengthening his skills. He believed that in principle it would be fairly simple for him. The next sunny day, on one of the city streets, one of the maids was standing right at the entrance to his house. The guy opened the doors to his house, and at that moment, the maid asked him what he had been doing inside. He explained that he was claustrophobic and decided to go for a walk. The maid started to relay what his girlfriend had said, but before she could finish, the guy slapped her and called her impudent. She held her hand to her cheek, thinking about the slap. The guy reminded her to be mindful of how she spoke to people older than her. He emphasized that she should address him with respect. He gained anger points. The enraged maid couldn't believe he had dared to hit her, but the guy thought anger was a strong emotion worth exploiting. He asked her if she planned to take revenge on him for this. After all, he was ill, and his body was weak. Perhaps something strange had happened to him, and maybe she would retaliate. She struck a tree hard and declared that she couldn't retaliate. He gained more anger points, and the tree had a dent from the impact. He realized that these maid girls were quite powerful, and to escape, he needed to harness strong emotions. The guy suggested that they join him for a walk. She took his hand, and he received pleasure points, which surprised him. He was shocked to realize she might be a masochist. Another woman approached and asked why the maid had spent so much time holding his hand. The woman with long yellow hair said she was glad to see her. The maid reminded the group that the respected man just wanted to take a walk. The girls ran towards him. One girl remarked on how handsome he was, while another warned that the senior military sister would tear her dirty mouth apart. The guy thought to himself that if his body weren't so weak, they would have had a good time. Someone recognized the guy and asked if he was the handsome man associated with Senior Marshal's sister Jean. 3 guys were present, and one admitted to breaking in a few days ago. He initially thought the guy was already a senior military sister. Another guy doubted his ability to satisfy her based on his appearance, but the second guy suggested it was just a matter of time. The man loudly ordered them to leave or he would wash their mouths with soap. The guys became quite angry at this. He then asked if they enjoyed swallowing their own insults. The man exclaimed that he didn't even know how to fight. One of the guys asked if he was serious about what he just said. The previous day, his mistress criticized him for being a coward and told him to be tougher and fight back against those who offended him. Chin 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 is a direct disciple of mockery, enjoying her status in the community, but didn't protect her master. She would take matters into her own hands. He wasn't sure if this was the right decision. Surprised, the man asked if this was indeed Senior Marshal's sister Jean. The man was frightened by the girl, but simply laughed. He figured that as long as she needed him, she would tolerate him, and he would use her name to get what he wanted. After gaining power points, he acknowledged his small stature but remained determined, realizing he was steadily approaching his goal with nothing to lose. He decided that today he would use her name and declared that he wouldn't curse at them. He earned more anger points. They were so furious that they practically fumed. The guy always believed he wouldn't let anyone mock him without facing consequences. They found themselves at a martial arts training ground, and he taunted them with a wave of his finger. His actions only fueled their anger further. He continued to tease them until they were utterly exhausted and fed up. The guy realized they didn't like what he said and told them to deal with his mistress instead, as she would protect him. Night had fallen, and the moonlight illuminated the house brightly. He needed to access the system panel, so he activated it with a command. A panel appeared before him, showing that his gained points amounted to 2 units. He acknowledged that he had bullied everyone he encountered, which had earned him these 2 hard-earned points. Wanting to enhance his skills, he chose to improve Kuyong. He immediately felt his strength increase, and his overall well-being improved. He leveled up to the 1st level, still with 1 point left, and decided to continue upgrading. The upgrade worked, making him stronger and boosting him to the 2nd level. His health, stamina, and energy levels significantly improved. He received a system message indicating his progress. He had now acquired the 1st level in this dimension and was astonished that he was still able to level up. Something unexpected was happening right before his eyes. It was his wife, who mentioned she had heard about his actions earlier that day. She blushed deeply as she said this. He lay under his blanket waiting for her. She looked at him in surprise, and he mentioned that he had been thinking about trying new positions. He was confident she would like them. She pondered aloud that while the guy had always seemed stupid, perhaps he was finally starting to understand how things worked. She then suggested, "Let's see how it goes." She acknowledged that her lover had significantly improved, not just in strength but also in appearance, particularly his abs. She laid down on him and laughed softly. The next day arrived. She was amazed at how much her lover had improved. He attributed his progress to the Jiu Gong technique, realizing he had grown much stronger than before. It was an incredible skill, one that had likely saved him from becoming a corpse. She advised him to try being a bit more modest from now on, and also to avoid causing her any problems by behaving well and following orders. He agreed with her advice, acknowledging that he wanted to be modest. However, he lamented that the system didn't allow him to do so. She mentioned that she would return later, and they would continue. He asked her to take care of herself, thinking that she merely tapped his shoulder but ended up dislocating it. The gap in their combat abilities was indeed vast. It seemed she was starting to suspect something about him, but it was just a warning. He sighed, knowing that after that, he couldn't move until she ran out of patience. He needed to gather enough power points to develop his skills and escape this predicament. She had mastered powerful wind-powered techniques. Her abilities demonstrated that she was indeed a master of her craft. The maid congratulated her, acknowledging that she had successfully released her internal energy and advanced to the 9th level of the acquired dimension. The internal dimension was now within reach. She had nothing to lose, having sacrificed her virginity for this opportunity, but she believed it was worth it. The maid noticed that Mr. Cash seemed to have become noticeably smarter, advising that they should be more cautious around him. She then asked what they should do next. He decided to obey her until he could train in martial arts. Someone complained about failures and the need to deal with a fool. Another person advised avoiding the fool because elder sister Chen was preparing to replace him as the community master. This person had been bullied before, but now they were changing their lives, causing suffering and loss to others. He gained 10 reinforcement points. He realized that he had been using these people for his benefit for so long that they seemed to have stopped responding to him. He no longer kept track of his reinforcement points. He felt the loneliness of being invincible. He believed there was no point in just collecting and using enhancement points. Since Yang Gong had reached the maximum level without further enhancement possibilities, he needed to learn other martial techniques. However, even after trying every trick to deceive someone on behalf of the girl, he still couldn't learn any new development techniques. He told the girl that she could think whatever she wanted, but when he asked his dear Ching Ching about the community's developmental techniques, she replied that she couldn't share that information with outsiders. Despite everything, she became increasingly vigilant. Though his girlfriend didn't say much, she tired him out more each night, wondering if her lover had prepared a pleasant surprise for today. If not, she would punish him for everything he did that day. He thought that if things continued like this, even though his Yang Gong skill was at its maximum level, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. He believed that God wouldn't abandon him as he walked this path. Yesterday, the system showed a new notification. The system detected fragments and urged him to collect them to increase the system level and activate the next function. He thought that if God gave you something and you didn't use it, you only had yourself to blame. He clenched his fist and walked forward. A smoking temple was a closed area within the community, dedicated to the statues of previous masters. The system had marked the location of the fragments within the temple, and he was relieved that no one else could see them. 2 women stood in front of him, blocking his path. They warned that death awaited any intruder. He thought about how only the community master was allowed entry, and certainly not someone as insignificant as him, who was merely used to satisfy desires. He believed there was a misunderstanding and that they had misjudged him. After all, who would think of sneaking into an ancient temple? He reached out his hand towards them, drawing the 2 quiet women closer. He was puzzled as to how such beautiful girls ended up guarding an ancient temple. He complimented them, saying their skin was as beautiful as white jade, their waists as slender as willows, and they were as lovely as spring peaches or pure as golden autumn flowers. Their every smile and glance left him speechless and unable to control himself. He explained that when he came to his senses, he had already unconsciously started walking towards them. They walked together towards the temple, one of the girls remarked, asking if he was indeed who they thought he was. She commented on how handsome and sweet he was, not at all like what they had heard. It was no wonder the senior martial system spoiled him so much. The girl mentioned that she was supposed to guard the ancient temple, but hinted that he could visit her room that night. His girlfriend suddenly appeared right in front of them. She realized that it was undoubtedly her boyfriend. The guy also noticed his girlfriend standing there. He was completely confused at that moment. The girl asked why he was hesitating, suggesting they could be together. He admitted that, in principle, he would like that. However, he was unsure why he should wait until night. The girl reminded him that they were supposed to be guarding the temple right now. The man assumed it was Jaeger, a known community fighter. He vividly remembered how Jaeger had cruelly mocked him when he first joined the community. This guy wasn't afraid of facing challenges. Although he hadn't seen him for the past couple of days, his appearance now seemed like a stroke of luck. The man yelled at him to leave, emphasizing that the 2 of them were responsible for guarding the ancient temple, which was their duty. Confused by what was said, the man asked for clarification. The man demanded his attention, stating that he was speaking to him. Meanwhile, he was waiting for the perfect moment to enjoy his time with the 2 older women, showing no rush to turn away and replace them. One of the women urged him to stay quiet, pointing out that this was a fighter's year. The other woman mentioned that he held a special status and couldn't be insulted freely. The man couldn't comprehend what kind of fighter he was, dismissing him as nothing more than a dog. His female companion responded that apart from him, all the men in the community were just a bunch of dogs and slaves. The man grew angry, questioning how she dared to insult a community fighter. The man considered leaving as the girl approached him, awarding him 3 gain points. The man shouted that if he had the guts, he should come and strike him directly in the chest. The man angrily suggested that the other man had a death wish. And then, he hit him. The man noted the strength of the blow before he died. The impact sent the man flying several meters away. His girlfriend screamed for him to wait and ran towards him. The man asked if he had really been hit, and whether he had truly reached the level of the innate dimension. The girl told the man to head to the temple, as she still had a couple of days left to weaken his body. She wanted to find out from Ching Ching Chai if he truly treated a community fighter with such disrespect. She was eager to see who would dare to enter the ancient temple to rescue this man. The man tried to stop her. His girlfriend clarified that she wasn't going to save him. Another woman suggested that the ancient temple wasn't a place to be entered lightly and advised seeking the elders' permission first. He found himself in the temple but wasn't sure if he had really made it there. The man mentioned that fortunately, Guangdong had secured his body. Otherwise, the blows would have shattered all his bones. He added that it was a relief the man hadn't struck him with full force, or he would be dead by now. He began searching for the system fragments that he desperately needed. After that, he decided to take a look around. In front of him stood a magnificent statue, so beautiful that it took his breath away. This statue depicted the founder of the community, Yu Shao. The man realized that the system fragment was actually a jade statue of the community's founder. He successfully found the system fragments, and the system strengthening process was complete. The dimensional travel feature was unlocked, and he began a random search. The search identified the world of Yushal, requiring 8 reinforcement points to travel there. The system asked if he wanted to proceed, and he agreed. Luckily, he had previously collected 10 reinforcement points. Otherwise, he would have had to return to harsh conditions. On a sunny day in a beautiful city, he found himself in a large city called Jianchan. People were entering one of the city's temples, where a wedding was taking place today. This year, a prominent family was tying the knot, marking a touching moment. Luo Xian, known as the most beautiful girl in Jinshan City, was marrying into a noble family. Someone interrupted, telling him to stop talking nonsense. He arrived in the world of Yinchuan, assuming the identity of the city ruler's son, Ku. The transformation process was completed successfully. He laughed, realizing that he had successfully transformed. However, he found it amusing that the body's previous owner shared his name. A man seated on the throne commented that this was a significant day and questioned how he had the audacity to behave in such a way. The guy reassured him, suggesting that the ruler's son was probably just nervous and that there was nothing to worry about. He urged them to continue the ceremony, taking the blame himself with a laugh. He started to believe that his identity in this world was that of the city ruler's son, and that he was about to get married, which he saw as a promising beginning. He paid homage to his future and planned to find a few development techniques to study, intending to use the system to perfect them. He thought that when he returned, whether it was dealing with the girl or the machine's community, it wouldn't be difficult. Before him stood a girl, bound and blindfolded, leaving him confused about the situation. The girl warned him that he should just wait because her brother, Pan Wei, wouldn't let this go unchallenged. He questioned whether he was the one who was supposed to be getting married and asked about this Mr. Wei. He started to feel dizzy. The girl taunted him, saying that if he didn't release her, he would soon wet his pants. She praised her elder brother, Pan Wei, as a courageous hero, dismissing him as not even being worth Pan Wei's little finger. She warned him never to fall in love with her as he had done. Everyone around them was quite shocked by this exchange. He received anger points and was perplexed as to what the body's previous owner saw in the girl. He considered her far inferior to another girl, Shi. The man on the throne explained that his daughter was just a bit anxious and talking nonsense, assuring everyone that there was no need for concern. Another man on the throne suggested sending them to the bridal chamber to prepare for the celebration, but questioned what kind of rude girl she was. He added that if his son hadn't decided to marry her, he would have ended this long ago. As the man entered the temple, he asked them to wait a moment longer. After a while, he continued to walk toward them, advancing step by step. The man questioned why they were in such a rush, identifying himself as Pan Wei. He reminded them that he still hadn't settled his debt. The man was confused about what was happening, finding the situation increasingly strange. The girl immediately recognized her brother and realized that he was there to rescue her. The man frowned and then asked if he needed to pay off his debt. Her brother knew that his little sister was supposed to get married today, so how could he not come to propose to her? However, the man still couldn't grasp what Pan Wei was talking about. Pan Wei suddenly shouted that he wanted to decapitate everyone in the family and attacked his father with a sword. The father raised his hands, admitting that he was utterly useless. His son remarked that if they wanted to fight, they should do so among themselves and just stay away from him. Suddenly, a memory started to load and function correctly, revealing surprise in his eyes. Sai Young, the only spoiled son of the ruler of Yinchuan City, was a reckless spender with no interest in martial arts. He was engaged to Luo Chaohan, the daughter of a wealthy businessman in the city. But as Luo Chaohan grew up, she fell in love with someone else and ran away with a worker named Pan Wei during the engagement. People began to pull her forcefully toward him. The two families, Qian and Luo, deployed many people to bring her back. Although they managed to capture Luo Shan and put her under house arrest, Pan Wei escaped. No one knew that while Pan Wei was on the run, he stumbled upon an ancient demon sword and quickly became an expert swordsman. Over the next 3 years, Pan Wei experienced a series of fortunate events. As he passed by onlookers, he grew increasingly powerful, and those sent to capture him were either killed or seriously injured. Fearing that delaying any longer would result in more misfortune, the Luo family decided to force Luo Shun to accept the situation and go through with the marriage. When Pan Wei heard about this, he went alone, armed only with his sword, to Yinchuan City. The Vajra finger technique, a powerful family secret, is remarkable. The stronger the opponent, the stronger it makes him. Despite this, Manhwa had already gained significant power from the battle and vowed to return in a month to destroy them all. His eyes were filled with anger and resentment. They didn't stand a chance, but he still conceded defeat. Some people suggested he was underestimating himself. One of them claimed that in a month, Lord X's Vajra finger technique would be able to suppress the enemy's inner strength, rendering them unable to use it for 6 months. People looked at him with a hint of fear. As he walked away, they watched him leave. The man questioned what was going on, wondering why it felt like Manhwa was the main character, while he was just a minor thief, existing only to make Manhwa look better by comparison. Despite this, he was relieved that Manhwa was so powerful. This would allow him to learn skills in peace, and once he collected enough reinforcement points, he could leave. People wondered why no one tried to capture Manhwa. Another person speculated that they didn't want to spill blood at a wedding, but warned that Manhwa's actions could lead to endless problems in the future. Suddenly, his father started bleeding from beneath his chin. His father immediately fell to his knees, coughing up blood. Everyone around was extremely worried and couldn't understand what was happening to him. The system informed him that he had provoked the son of a god and needed to find a way out of this situation. He had to kill Manhwa within a month and save his family. Completing the task would allow him to return to this world with the energy he had earned. Otherwise, he would lose everything. Panicked, he ran to his father to save him. In the world of sunshine, martial arts and development techniques are controlled by the ruling family and a few wealthy local families. By developing both internal and external energy and strengthening the body, one can reach a level where a single blow can split a stone slab. He came to understand how the energy distribution system in this world operates. According to his inventory, the martial arts in this world are of a low level, significantly weaker than those in the main world. He remarked that it didn't really matter. Even with low-level martial arts, he could start from scratch, use the system to improve them, and gradually develop his combat power step by step. There were books on the shelves which he found within an hour. As he searched through the books, he noted that while he understood every individual word, he couldn't make sense of them when put together. He was baffled by how different martial arts texts in this world were compared to those in the mainstream world. He found the writing in this world to be frustratingly illiterate. He wondered aloud if there were any martial arts books other than the * Unicorn Martial Arts Handbook * that he could actually understand, feeling as though fate was against him. He opened the door and left the temple. A man informed him that the young master, the ruler, was now in a pleasant room and had asked him to visit. He responded that he was aware. He realized that his primary task now was not to complete missions but simply to stay alive. He noted that as soon as he entered this body, it had been weakened and abandoned. He would have to rely solely on the power of the dimension he had acquired by cultivating his skills to face Manhwa. The system informed him that he was not allowed to use his main body's skills. The man heard that Manhwa had defeated the ruler yesterday. Another person mentioned that Manhwa would return in a month to kill the entire family. People tried to enter the temple, but the security didn't allow them in. The man inquired about how his old friend was recovering, but security informed him that no one was allowed to enter at the moment. The man commented that he couldn't rely solely on himself and realized it was too late to find someone to teach him martial arts. He concluded that if he wanted to escape this situation, he would have to rely on his father. The man burst into the temple, announcing that he was there to visit his father. Inside, they were sitting and drinking tea. The man noticed that his father-in-law was also present. They mentioned that they were discussing the marriage to Chao Han. The man exclaimed that there was nothing left to discuss. The traditional procedures of 3 books and 6 rites had already been completed, but the last wedding ceremony didn't go as planned. They could simply reschedule it for another day. The man referenced what Manhwa had said. His father asked him not to tell him that he believed Manhwa was just an eccentric from the village. He questioned whether Manhwa was someone who could be easily dealt with. His father admitted that Manhwa had made incredible progress over the past few years. Although he hadn't underestimated him, it resulted in him getting injured. However, he also inflicted serious damage on Manhwa with his Vajra finger technique. If Manhwa truly intended to return in a month, he wouldn't be able to leave unscathed. The man responded that this was exactly what his father had warned him about. He pondered his father's words, thinking that if he came here today to call off the engagement, it would be challenging. The man clarified that he had been misunderstood. He explained that he had watched CNN grow up and couldn't refuse such a good son-in-law. He then approached his father. His father laughed and remarked that he was just overthinking things. The man agreed, acknowledging that he had misunderstood the situation. The man bid them farewell, saying he would leave things in their capable hands. His father replied, suggesting they drink together in a few days once his wounds had healed. The man sighed with relief after the incident. He mentioned that his father's injuries aren't as severe as people are claiming. Pen Wei will recover within a month. I wonder if there's a surefire way to defeat him. The father began to bleed heavily from his wound and asked his son for help to stand up. The father requested his son to help him back to his room. The son managed to lift him and guide him back inside. They slowly made their way towards the door of the room. The father's condition worsened, prompting the son to suggest calling a doctor. The father revealed that the pen had struck his heart meridian several times, weakening his martial arts techniques. He believed he only had 3 days to live. After his death, certain individuals, including his father-in-law, would immediately attack the family to curry favor with Mr. Y. He advised his son to leave quickly and hide in a secret passage behind the mountain. Afterward, he decided to retrieve something else from a box. It was a mysterious gray-colored slab. This slab was actually a significant family secret. 100 years ago, the family's ancestor found a fallen meteorite. Upon discovering it, he realized it was a magical jade slab. Holding it allowed one to learn some unfathomable skills, inducing a trance-like state. Sparks emitted from the stove. Despite several generations passing, no one fully deciphered the jade slab's mystery or mastered its skills. However, after learning just the first 10 words, the Sia family unlocked the secret of the unique finger Vajra technique, laying the foundation for their present success. Now it was time to pass it down to his son. When he held the slab, he felt something unusual. The system indicated that he had uncovered a hidden eternal inheritance, a jade slab that could be used once. It was a product of the highest secret civilization and showed signs of repeated use by lesser beings, as they lacked the required spiritual power to fully utilize it. He acquired the Nirvana finger technique. His father gave him 3 more days to live, advising him not to seek revenge. He promised his son a peaceful life as long as he possessed the stove, believing that the family would thrive again someday. However, the jade slab was already broken, something the son noticed and informed his father about. The father was deeply shocked, leading the son to gain anger points. The governor of Yushan province lives a life of luxury, ignoring the common people. He rules his city with a risky approach, appearing overly reserved. Meanwhile, his scientifically gifted son roams the Red Lantern district. Although he avoids illegal activities, people see him as a useless scoundrel and secretly despise him. One day, numerous notices appeared throughout the city, detailing all of Yang's misdeeds. A man noticed one of these postings. Crowds attempted to enter a large temple. People angrily shouted that Sai Young had gone too far, accusing him of forcibly abducting and tormenting ordinary women. They viewed him as worse than a wild animal, even claiming he kidnapped an elderly woman from the Lao family. The servants approached the young master, informing him that, as he predicted, the notices had spread throughout the city, inciting a furious crowd. Fortunately, the provincial governor remained largely isolated. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart. They asked him why he would want to tarnish his own reputation. He replied that the damage done was still insufficient. They questioned why he felt it wasn't enough. He reflected, deciding to let them continue their work while he considered what other rumors could be spread. They listened to him intently. He added that, being seen as a slacker from a wealthy family, he might as well try to entertain people. His only option now is to make one final attempt. Since this wasn't an in-person confrontation, the anger of the people only earned him 100,000 points. However, he can gradually collect fragments of points from their anger and eventually combine them into a full point. Currently, he has 3 reinforcement points, but he's unsure if that's enough to enhance the Nirvana finger skill. The skill he obtained from the jade slab is medicinal and will be useful for earning points. The system indicated that his points were insufficient. He needs 3 more to level up. He felt a warmth that seemed unrelated to natural energy, likely due to what should be called the secret eternal technique. At level 0, he could only use his finger once every 12 hours to help his ailing father. This was enough to keep him alive. He wondered if advancing one level would fully restore his father's health. He entered his father's room and told him that he was there to see him. His father, thinking his son was still unserious, remarked that he hadn't left yet. The son insisted that he was there to heal him. The father doubted that poking a finger into his wound would help. The son explained that this was a technique he had learned from the jade slab. The father expressed appreciation for his son's kindness and loyalty, but asked him to leave. The son responded by saying, "Do you get it? This is the finger of nirvana." The son then asked if his father wanted to reprimand him. Admitting that his technique was crude and that he didn't know the pressure points well, he said that while he created a wound, it was part of his plan. Everything was fine because the healing effect was strong. However, while the first level was enough to heal the wound and ensure his father's safety, it wasn't sufficient to restore his combat skills. Though his father appeared to have recovered, further development of the skill was necessary. At the moment, he lacked enough reinforcement points to advance the skill. The Nirvana finger technique, being at a lower level and offensive, would be more useful in battle. Acquiring the finger of Nirvana skill was already a significant achievement, and he decided not to dwell on it further. He instructed others to come to him, deciding that since his father no longer needed protection, he would proceed to the next step in his plan. The servants respectfully followed his orders and immediately approached him. He instructed them to find the most popular erotic magazines available on the market. The servants were surprised by his request. He also asked them to prepare the horses. He planned to visit the city's best brothel. The next day, Panway arrived in Incheon City. Panway expressed his frustration, calling all the recent scandalous activities despicable. He questioned whether people realized that his father was dying and that they would be attacked once he passed away. He asked why it seemed like no one cared, speculating that perhaps the Carr family held too much power in Junction City. Something caught his attention. A certain group of people had gathered in one location. It was his uncle, who was addressing the crowd. At one point, his uncle picked up a brick. His uncle claimed that since the young hero Pan Wei was on the run, Sai Young had kidnapped his beloved Luan Yan Yan and imprisoned her. There, she underwent various forms of training and mastered hundreds of poses. Today, his uncle was about to describe the 33rd pose. A man remarked that Collins himself had mentioned that if the young hero had horns, he would have already struck. Pan Wei pondered how he could destroy this situation. He gained anger points and believed he truly deserved to be called the Son of God, finding even greater satisfaction in being mocked than in mocking ordinary people. He took in the incredible natural beauty around him while calmly sipping tea. A dove soon landed next to him, choosing to rest by his side. He knew that very soon he would collect enough reinforcement points to level up. With that, he began assembling all the necessary elements. After 7 days, the system notified him that he still didn't have enough reinforcement points to level up. Even though 3 points were required for the first level, 10 for the second, and 15 for the third, it wasn't enough to progress further. He began to realize that the path to perfection would be extremely costly. Despite this, he unlocked the second level of the Nirvana finger technique. Today was the last chance, and it should be sufficient to fully restore his father's combat abilities. With 15 points, he approached his father once again. As he got closer, he couldn't believe his eyes. A magical light or something similar was glowing directly above his father. His father declared that he had reached enlightenment, recognizing that all dramas are forms of non-existence. Therefore, regardless of joy or sorrow, life is beautiful, and he no longer doubted his actions. The son was eager to act, initiating the Nirvana finger technique with 18 touches. He asked his father if he was satisfied or if he needed a few more touches. His father was in excellent condition, and it only took 4 days for him to regain his fighting abilities. The jade slab's heritage was truly remarkable. His father wondered aloud if, in an emergency, hundreds of touches could further enhance his combat skills. The son replied that they were fortunate his father had fully regained his fighting abilities. Although the father had completely recovered, he still wasn't ready for battle. Pan Wei, the son reassured him not to worry. Following his plan, his strength would be more than enough to handle the situation. The father recognized his son's determination and agreed that they now needed to figure out how to capture the elusive Pan Wei within half a month. The son remarked that Pan Wei was noble and honest, but they needed to wait for someone. He already had a plan. They needed to find a way to contact Mr. Wei, possibly without involving any major disruptions. So why shouldn't they? A servant rushed in with bad news. Lord Luo had started making a scene in the city, claiming that the young messiah was spreading rumors that Luo Xiam was destroyed. He demanded an explanation. The father asked if it was true, to which the son replied that he had done all of this to save him. The father, outraged, shouted that his son had disgraced him and declared that he should receive the Ventura finger technique as punishment. The son fell to his knees, while the father bowed to someone. It was Lord Luo, who had already instructed his uncouth son to forgive the incident. The son promised that it would never happen again. The father thought it was just a poor joke by his son and that the authorities shouldn't be overly concerned. However, it was already late, and he didn't want to disrupt anyone's rest. The father apologized for not being able to hold back. It was time to end this charade. The son was unsure how else to demonstrate their goodwill. Even though his son-in-law wasn't concerned about his daughter, he was worried about his reputation and would undoubtedly try to find a way to remove Luo Xiaojun from this situation. A whole week had passed since that moment, and the family's secret remained hidden. A slightly frightened girl stood there and asked who was present. The man recognized his daughter and revealed that it was him. The girl also recognized her father and asked if he had come to save her. He explained that he had been searching for an opportunity for the past few days, and today he finally managed to use sleeping drops. Now, all the guards were unconscious, and she needed to escape. Her father regretted the suffering she endured, but she didn't hold it against him. It was the fault of the family. Her father told her that he couldn't go any further with her. He had to return and convince the criminals, both junior and senior. He couldn't venture far. She also promised to find her older brother, Mr. Wei, who would handle the situation with these two. After some time, she finally arrived at her home. She was able to locate her brother, Mr. Wei. He asked if it was true that that scoundrel, Can, had done all of this to her. She replied that she hadn't seen him since she was imprisoned. He understood but was curious about how she managed to escape. She explained that their father helped her. He took pity on her and led her to a secret exit. He laughed, remarking that it seemed their father-in-law had finally realized the family wasn't as important as he thought, and acknowledged him. She called him a little rascal. He added that he had been honing his martial arts skills all this time, and soon he would be able to eliminate everyone in the family. He asked if that would bother her, to which she replied that she also hated the family. Someone interrupted, saying they would tell the story of T-Rain. They realized it was the voice. It turned out to be him and their father. She mentioned that the story was about how he really wanted to visit the villages back then. He demanded that he shut up, questioning how he had the nerve to appear in front of him and how he found the place. She pointed 2 fingers at him, seriously questioning him about what had happened, and then pointed with her finger. He understood everything immediately after that. He assumed she had lied to him, but she quickly denied it. He became enraged, shouted at her to be quiet, and then struck her across the face. She remarked that he was being very rude to her, noting that he hadn't even finished his treacherous story before he started hitting her. She added that if werewolves killed like him, they would have already lost. He laughed, and revealed that he had already regained his inner strength through his Vajra finger technique. He had even learned a method to control this inner energy, making him several times stronger. He added that although the family's strength was unique, they lagged behind due to insufficient training. He had managed to learn a few powerful techniques, and now had the perfect opportunity to test them out on his opponents. In a fit of anger, he told his father that Panwei was nothing more than a despicable dog, putting his life on the line without any care. He understood. She thought to herself that he truly was worthy of being called the Son of God. This man had made such rapid progress, but fortunately, she was prepared for it. He addressed the group, asking if they weren't going to seek revenge now, how much longer they intended to wait. A rather large man in uniform walked by. He mentioned that the Crusher had knocked him down before and questioned how he dared stand up against him now. The Great Destroyer stood right in front of him. The house's supports scattered as he broke them with his bare hands. He easily tore the house apart in this manner, earning the title of Crusher. The man then asked if there was anyone else in the house. Another individual, John Yang, stepped forward and declared that he had come to avenge his sword. Another person mentioned that he had broken into the prince's castle and stolen Qing Feng's sword on the emperor's orders. The lowly Yang family had come for his head. Many people had gathered there specifically because of Pandy's death. They then wanted to know how he had brought them all together. What exactly was happening? He explained that he had healed everyone's wounds, and now they all wanted to settle the score with him. Pan Wei, the son of God, understood that on his path to development, he had to fight to grow stronger. It was only natural that he had made many enemies during his battles, and so he sought them out one by one. After utilizing his finger technique, the internal injury inflicted on him by Penguin would be completely healed. He approached the man and inquired whether he was the swordmaster, John Yang. If so, he asked if he was interested in a duel with Pan Wei to determine who truly deserved the top spot in uniform. He had heard that Pan Wei had stolen from the prince's castle. Although he was just an ordinary CIA agent, he had his own reasons to settle a score with Pan Wei. He also wanted to assist in returning the sword to the prince. Sia believed that even though he was standing in front of him as a wanderer from another dimension, even if he was the son of God, returning to challenge him after a previous defeat, he still wouldn't be able to escape this predicament. Following that, everyone began to attack him viciously. The man charged at him, acknowledging that although he had shown no fear of his wealthy opponents, handling them was still a challenge. He wondered how he would cope with 40 adversaries. They all launched their attacks on him alone. He fought back, doing his best to defend himself. However, his wounds worsened, and his strength gradually faded. Bets had already been placed, and the task was set to be completed that day. Earning those enhancement points had been a difficult task. He was certain that the shameful rumors about him had spread to other cities, causing him to lose many points. Yet even now, he still needed 25 more enhancement points to upgrade the Nirvana finger to the 3rd level. He reassured himself that it wasn't a big deal, as he still had plenty of time. Regardless, he could leave whenever he wanted. He had nothing to fear, and like in the main world, after completing all his tasks, he planned to go on a journey to easily collect power-up points. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. Until then, he intended to learn all the martial techniques in this world and master them fully. Once he became unbeatable in this dimension, he would return to the main world and cleanse it of all the negativity from the mocking community. His father wanted Pan Wei dead. With those words, he struck him directly on the forehead. Pan Wei couldn't believe this was happening. He had always been victorious no matter the circumstances, and he was thankful to heaven for it. He found it hard to accept that he was about to lose. His face showed visible anger. Pan Wei challenged him, declaring that they should fight if he had the courage to do so. He used his intelligence to maneuver the situation. There were still many people around. Why should he only fight him? It was time to end this. Pan Wei stood defiantly before him. He wanted to curse him but still had enough strength to resist. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and lightning struck. She remarked that he was indeed worthy of being called the Son of God. Even in death, God sent lightning to accompany him. Pan Wei was already dead. Sia received 70 enhancement points and felt confident that he would return with a good result. He hadn't expected to gain so many points. In a matter of seconds, he was supposed to return to the main world, which greatly surprised him. He hadn't been informed that completing the task would immediately send him back. His plans to become a mad god now seemed pointless. As he lay there, his soul began to leave his body. After some time, he managed to open his eyes. He quickly realized he was in a different body. His soul had returned. This journey had not been entirely reliable. He found himself back in that zoo. People were conversing, informing the community master that his entrance into the ancestral temple had been strong. He couldn't retreat just because of who she was. The security man, Yu, was wondering what this insult meant. Fortunately, the time that had passed in that place and this one wasn't much different. Someone shouted at him to leave, saying they would deal with this guy and decide what was right and wrong. Someone approached him. It was the community master. Escape was no longer an option. Could he confront her with his current strength? He had heard that the matriarch was gravely ill at that moment. A mechanical statue had been broken. He smiled, realizing what had happened. The doors opened and someone entered. It was a girl with long pink hair and purple eyes. She demanded to know how he dared to desecrate the ancient temple of their emerging community, insisting that he leave immediately. She stood directly in front of the broken statue, which had its head and torso shattered. Enraged, she screamed, wanting to know who had the audacity to defile the statue of the community's founder and the machine. She noticed someone behind her. He introduced himself, stating that although his name was unimportant, he could sense from her energy that she was part of the younger generation following his machine method. He observed that the innate energy in her body was in constant motion, with more than half of her crucial points damaged and 2 cracks in her energy vessel. No amount of training, skill, or experience would help her in this state. He acknowledged that she was an heir to the emerging sect and offered to use healing techniques on her. He applied the Nirvana finger, channeling yellow light to heal her. She remarked that she had never heard of such a technique before, noting that the energy it created was parasitic. He admitted he was tired and could handle everything himself. She insisted he stay, but suddenly, he began to collapse to the ground. She caught him, alarmed by what was happening. Fortunately, his Nirvana finger had already diagnosed the causes of her illness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to deal with the situation. The immediate threat had passed. He was confused, unsure of where he was now. He gently pushed her away, asking her not to cling to him when she had something to say. She was curious about what he had experienced upon arriving. He explained that after being thrown into the ancient temple, he had considered running, but then he simply lost consciousness. While he was half asleep, he heard a woman's voice. The voice told him that she would teach him combat techniques, but he couldn't recall her name, just something about the Nirvana finger. She suggested it might have been the finger of Nirvana, confirming his suspicion. She then instructed him to use this technique to help the community master by biting him on the back, and mentioned that he would be held accountable for entering the ancient temple by mistake. The guy was unsure if she was the community master herself. She asked him what he thought. He responded that he should bite her on the back. As he placed his hand on her back, he invoked the finger of Nirvana. Initially, he intended to let her experience the pleasure of the Nirvana finger at 30% of its power. She felt warmth and a tremor throughout her body. The technique didn't just move her innate energy. Its healing effect was notably stronger, enough to heal her damaged meridians. It seemed that the founder of the community had truly manifested through this guy. Suddenly, she started coughing up blood. The girl urged him not to stop, explaining that it was poisoned blood accumulated in her body, which she needed to expel. She added that as long as this energy flowed through her body, her useless skills would mean nothing. The internal illness wouldn't subside otherwise. She insisted that he continue and didn't understand why he had paused. The guy explained that this technique consumed a lot of energy, and he had only learned a small part of Jiu Yang Gong. He admitted that he was now too exhausted to continue using the finger of Nirvana. He feared that if he couldn't satisfy her demands, she would lose interest in him and might kill him. The girl looked at him strangely. The guy was merely a temporary key holder, and his skills were quite weak. Even though he had received this unique medical technique from the community's founder, he still needed to work hard to use it effectively. In this situation, she could only... The poisoned blood remained on her hands. She flung it directly at him. He was stunned as her blood splattered on him, leaving him bloodied. The guy couldn't comprehend why she acted that way or what her intentions were. The girl explained that invading an ancient temple was a serious sin, even for her as the community master. She couldn't simply forgive him. He realized he needed to clean the blood from his pants. This was his last hope. He accepted that she might be trying to save him, but wondered what was going through her mind. The girl remarked that she hadn't yet drained all the vitality from his young body, and if the master killed him, it would be a significant loss. Meanwhile, as they were leaving the temple, something happened. His girlfriend rushed over, frantically asking what had happened to him. A man approached her, offering to take over if she was too afraid to hurt him, speaking on behalf of the members of the smoking community. He declared that Xia Yang's crime was unforgivable, and assured her that she had already dealt with him. His girlfriend immediately demanded to know what she had done to him. The girl replied that he would come out soon and suggested she ask him directly. As he exited the temple, he thanked her for showing mercy. His girlfriend was shocked when she saw him with bloodstains on his pants. She asked if he had been castrated, worried that she might lose his male form. The man commented that this was exactly what he needed, explaining that it set him on the path to be saved from further difficulties. The master affirmed that power lies in their hands and that actions have consequences. She no longer reproached him for invading the ancient temple. After Ming's death, it turned out that no one would braid her hair anymore, so she decided to take on the task herself. His girlfriend was both shocked and aware that the mocking sect was the home of the community master. Xiang sighed deeply, realizing that the girl's plan for tomorrow was to turn him into a castrated man, effectively making him a eunuch. He began to open the door of the great temple. He remarked that this time he would appear pure and innocent. She believed his life had become glorious and peaceful, now serving as the master's personal attendant. Every day, he used the Nirvana finger at 30% power, and as he got to know the master better, he realized that becoming friends with her wasn't as difficult as he had thought. The fact was, she missed him under the acacia tree. Whether it was out of affection or hatred, he would never know. She wondered why, of all people, Shen had to fall in love with the malevolent Chu god, a crazed martial arts fanatic. He mused that she must enjoy reading romance novels after all, as the girl even sympathized with the heroine. It seemed she wasn't completely heartless. He was so idealized that even when he didn't perform his duties, girls still went crazy for him. The girls remarked that Sai Young was handsome and were frustrated that Elder Marshall's sister Jean had an advantage. The girl didn't mind. She could see him with elder sister Jean. The men pointed out that, since he was castrated and lacked a male part, he couldn't satisfy them. They ridiculed their love as a joke, emphasizing that he was a eunuch. However, he wasn't just any eunuch. He served the master and held a high position, far above them. The girl didn't care that he was a eunuch. To her, he was still far more handsome than the others. The girls agreed, saying that even if he was a eunuch, they still desired him. The girl advised them to seize the moment and appreciate what they had before it was too late, so they wouldn't end up with nothing. He approached her and gently asked her not to move. He adorned her hair with a flower, telling her that such flowers deserved attention and that this peony added to her beauty. He stepped away, and she floated gracefully, though with some restraint. The other girls questioned why he didn't look at her. She, too, wished for his attention, like everyone else. The guys grew jealous, comparing themselves to him and harboring hatred. He gathered points of both jealousy and admiration from others. He realized he could accumulate power-up points simply by being looked at. However, he was surprised that even with 100 starting points, upgrading the Nirvana finger was incredibly expensive. Moreover, people in the sect began to overlook his beauty, even when he wandered the streets all day. He struggled to earn any reference points. Qin Zion was undoubtedly at the 9th layer of the acquired sphere. He feared that if things continued like this, he wouldn't be able to exact his revenge on her. He realized he needed to devise a new strategy. The guy made up his mind and declared that he would act. Within half a month, somewhere within the emerging sect, he stood with a man who wore a mask. The man asked if he was the one selling the books by the author known as the Venerable Young Man from the Famous Mountain. He cautioned the man, warning him to be careful with the book's power, as many brothers in the sect could barely get out of bed after reading it. The man wondered if the book was truly that potent. She responded that the writing style was simply breathtaking and even included illustrations. He would understand after seeing the first 2 pages. She was confident that people would go wild for it. The price for one copy was 52 coins, and he bought it. No one knew when it began, but an unusual book titled * Young Girl Teen Zion * started circulating in the emerging sect. It told the story of Chen Xin and the young man she seduced. Rumor had it that the book had begun to spread beyond the sect, with many young people sparing no expense to catch even a glimpse of it. The guys remarked that, as expected, the allure of the emerging sect was truly astonishing. In Jin Zion, a scream was heard. Who made that noise? A book had fallen onto the table. The maid, upon hearing this, inquired about the commotion. She examined the book and was taken aback, wondering who would be bold enough to tarnish her mistress's reputation with such fantasies. The book's author seemed to be aware of a specific detail, mentioning a red mole on her waist. She questioned who else could have done this besides him. He was frustrated and remarked on how long it had been since he had encountered such a flood of spam. Qin Xian was impressive, with a charm that could rival Panwei's allure. Now that a pirated edition was circulating, books were appearing everywhere. This wasn't surprising given the low standard of erotic literature in this world. He noted with some disappointment that piracy hadn't been beneficial for him. He did, however, receive some gratitude points. He was astonished by the volume of spam coming from the Union, suggesting they valued him highly. Some initial comments came from various people, all of whom were women. These might be just random readers with feelings for him. He realized he needed to quickly release the second volume to capitalize on the moment. The sect master's residents were making fun of him. He had come to use the Nirvana finger technique, but she asked him to wait. Previously, she would tell him he had already touched her when he arrived. She asked him to hold on a bit longer to give her time to prepare. He suggested he might step away and return when she was ready. She told him he could start immediately. He replied that everything was fine and thought to himself that the sect master seemed a bit out of sorts today. He arrived carrying his incense candle. After he used the Nirvana finger several times, the sect master mentioned that she would use her own techniques to heal herself. However, he was confident she would soon request his assistance with the Nirvana finger again. The girl experienced pleasure from his touch. He studied her intently. He realized he needed something to occupy his time. He noticed a large collection of books and hoped to find something to read, but stumbled upon a book that was upside down. He couldn't tolerate such disarray and immediately corrected the book's orientation. She commented on his increasing audacity and requested he not meddle with her belongings. He inquired about how much longer she would need to finish circulating her energy. She replied that her injury was healing rapidly, and since he had been working diligently these past days, they could overlook it this time. Considering this, he thought it would be best for him to leave and use the time to work on his story. She mentioned hearing about a recent romance involving Teen Zion and him that was spreading through the sect. He understood what she was referring to. The girl asked if, although she hadn't read it, the author might be known by the pseudonym of the distinguished young man from the renowned Otter Mountain. Was it him? He questioned how she could believe he was behind such a scandalous book. It didn't seem like a novel to him. If it weren't for the explicit illustrations, the writing could have been quite impressive. He certainly knew about women, especially from one page that contained scenes so unique they could move a person to tears. He considered that he didn't know her maiden name but figured Union was the author. She confirmed that it was good and that he was not the writer. The girl thought that for Teen Zion's sake, she had no choice but to give him an order. If he had free time, he could write more. He likely wanted to read more books, and he agreed. She seemed to hint that she knew he was the author. He never would have guessed that the matriarch would be pleased about an erotic magazine. The book indeed had a loyal readership. She reached for a book on the shelf and mentioned that it truly demonstrated a talent for literature. She couldn't put it down. He didn't have enough points to upgrade the Nirvana finger to level 3. Despite its impressive nature, he couldn't believe he had mastered it in a world with such basic martial arts. There were still many secrets to uncover in these small worlds. The Nirvana finger was said to be a healing technique with no use in combat. Even if she could heal him, he questioned what guarantee there was that he wouldn't be killed in a single strike. His main goal was to learn combat techniques that would aid him in battle, and he needed to figure out how to train at least one master. A week later, he was unable to endure it any longer. He had been pushing the Nirvana finger to its limits. His back and legs ached, his limbs felt weak, and his body was exhausted. She suggested he stop because he was likely suffering from a lack of energy. He insisted that he practiced every day, so how could he be lacking energy? He questioned the benefit of reviving a handsome guy. She explained that with his current level of practice, he would only reach the first level of the acquired dimension. She said it wouldn't be of much help, and decided it was time to reward him for his efforts. He felt relieved that the gods had favored him and that his hints had paid off. She promised to teach him one of their best combat techniques to honor the founder's legacy. Within an hour, he had learned the Heavenly Guardian skill and was pleased with it. He wondered if he could use it for attack. He discovered that one of the system's benefits was the ability to learn and integrate the skill directly into the system, eliminating the risk of forgetting it. The girl believed that while this martial technique is a training skill of the smoking community, the more he practiced it, the more challenging it would become. No one in the community had fully mastered it yet, but it was still better to train with it than with other basic skills. He wanted to request a favor from her. Curious, the girl asked him what exactly he needed. He explained that yesterday the ruler mentioned someone in the community had written a love novel that was influencing the atmosphere in the sect. He had investigated and likely found the author. She asked what he wanted from her. Since she was kind to him, he assured her he wouldn't let anyone tarnish the reputation of the smoking community. He requested a badge and permission to conduct an investigation, promising to find the culprit. She thought he was being overly emotional. She decided to sit on the windowsill right in front of him. Her mere gaze made him incredibly nervous. He nearly forgot that she was a community master, not just a passionate reader. At one point, he caught the badge she threw to him. She handed him the Smoking Secret Guild badge, which granted him a level of respect similar to hers. She allowed him to keep it for 3 days. She informed him that he was now her personal servant and closest aide. She advised him to be straightforward with her and not to beat around the bush if he needed anything in the future. She disliked people who, despite being on her side, attempted to create intrigues or deceive her. He looked at her directly. He quickly realized that the master was different from the other girls in the community. She also mentioned she would appreciate it if the second volume of the book could be released sooner. She had a friend who enjoyed it. He agreed and promised to keep the author on a tight schedule until the manuscript was completed. When it comes to boost points, he would extract every bit he could. He intended to exact punishment on all his enemies, leaving no slight unaddressed. An unknown person asked him if he was a eunuch. He immediately ordered them to leave. The man was curious about why he was in such a hurry. Everyone laughed at him, questioning how he could satisfy a girl. They suggested that he must have other methods of pleasing women, like using his hands. He decided to leave them immediately. The man suggested he join them, but he asked where the man was going so quickly. The man pointed out that he had been told to leave. The man didn't appreciate this and acted arrogantly. He was just a personal servant of the master, while they were community disciples. The difference in their ranks was significant, and he had no right to issue orders. The man added that if he was so eager for a fight, he would be happy to oblige. The man suddenly struck him and then declared he would kill him. The man remarked that he was very unpleasant. Others agreed, saying he was the worst for hitting a community member. He drew out his talisman and stated that he was representing the community leader and was here to enforce justice on behalf of the master. They were completely stunned by his statement. He struck a man, suspecting they were part of a group that wrote erotic books under the pseudonym of the esteemed groom from Autumn Mountain. Now, acting on behalf of the ruler, he was here to ensure justice and enforce their punishment. The man quickly denied being involved, claiming to be the senior student of the security officer UI. He looked at him with surprise. The man questioned whether he was really the security officer and considered adding a bit more force, deciding to strike him again. He gained some fear buff points from the encounter, which fueled his desire for revenge and greatly motivated him. Outside, the weather was bright and sunny. Yang burst through the doors unexpectedly. He announced that he was the representative of sect leader Moshing and was here to check the situation. The maiden, his girlfriend, was sitting on his lap and was delighted to see her beloved return. His words made him realize that rumors were spreading quickly. He intended to use an old trick to set her up, but her composure made it difficult to approach her from that angle. He didn't want to waste time with pleasantries. He was here to investigate the recent trend of erotic books, not to enjoy tea. The girl told him that if he wanted to ask her anything, he should feel free to do so, and she would be happy to provide any information she had. He decided to start with his first question. What were her 3 measurements? The girl didn't understand and asked him to clarify. He explained that he was referring to her waist, chest, and hip measurements. She invited him to take the measurements himself with his fingers. He was taken aback and said that the master had entrusted him with an important investigation and that he should at least show some respect. She immediately thought that if he tried using feminine tactics to confuse her, she would kill him. The girl couldn't see how her measurements would help with the investigation. He decided to ask his second question. The book contained very detailed illustrations, which seemed implausible for someone not closely connected to her. He wanted to know how many lovers she had. The girl replied that she had only 1. He countered that there must have been 11, enough to form a football team. She reiterated that it was not 11, but only 1. He joked again, saying there were 21, implying she hadn't rested at all. She angrily shouted that he shouldn't act foolish because she had only 1 lover, who was him. She had given him her virginity. He continued to joke, saying there were... She gave him an annoyed look. Her frustration grew, and she told him he was going too far. He presented the talisman and asked if he could consider it in light of her resistance. The girl turned around and said that since no one else was present, there was no need for pretense. She also accused him of writing the book. He denied it, claiming there was no proof, and suggested she could be accused of slander. After a moment, he mentioned that it was just a small joke, and that they should get back to the matter at hand. He wanted to ask her for a favor and warned that if she refused, she shouldn't blame him. They were inside the smoking sect. He knew there were a couple of individuals at the 5th and 6th levels of the acquired dimension he hadn't yet confronted. If he had clashed with them, he might not have left unscathed. However, he felt confident in dealing with any changes she might bring. He remarked that the long, skinny Jean Leo were audacious. At first glance, he had realized they were unsavory characters. He suspected they were responsible for the erotic book. He suggested she deal with them. The guy was astonished at their audacity to sell erotic books. The girl asked where they were heading next. She wondered if he expected her to assault the entire community. He said he was only concerned with her interests and that they were merely following the community's orders. At the house of Security Officer Yu, she said he should come here immediately. He hadn't been searching for her, but she had come to provoke him. For that, her boyfriend had been harmed, and now she wanted to seek justice. She climbed through the window and reported that everything was fine. She had easily dragged the offender out into the street. He hoped the guy had something valuable that he could use to his advantage. He doubted anyone would be foolish enough to leave the key to a secret locker as a mere trinket on a bookshelf. He touched a figurine and heard a peculiar sound. He discovered a secret box with contents inside. The box contained women's underwear, indicating the man's perverted nature. If he stole everything from the box, the man wouldn't dare to disclose it. It would be foolish not to seize this opportunity. Along with the valuables, there was a letter. He picked it up. He read the letter and was very surprised by its contents. Will Lincoln, the Grand Elder of the smoking sect, was the eldest martial sister of the former sect master. Due to this, she held a notably high position. She was taken aback by his claim that day. Along with the enforcer, he and others had conspired to topple her from her position. Did he have any evidence? He asserted that what he said was true. The enforcer had likely been currying favor with the elder, who secretly kept her underwear. She was hesitant to handle the secret letter for fear of it being discovered. However, its peculiar whiteness made her curious. As a result, he had to remove all the valuables and put them back. She stood attentively, listening to him. He suspected that the whiteness was made from animal skin rather than silk. She confirmed that it was indeed Wuling Chance material. She was the only one in the entire sect who wore white snakeskin. Although he had some disagreements with the elder, he couldn't imagine she would risk creating discord within the community. Lincoln seemed to have completely lost her sanity. As soon as the ruler gave the order, the elder would be arrested on the spot. She sighed, noting that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Her master, the previous ruler, had died prematurely, and she had been appointed to the throne while still young. Additionally, there were 4 elders in the emerging sect whose martial skills were slightly inferior to hers. Each of these elders had their own faction and controlled most of the sect's valuable assets. They also had a say in the selection of the community master. The great elder, Lincoln, had always believed that she had usurped her position as ruler. Lincoln led the 4 elders. Although she was the ruler, her powers were quite limited. He mentioned that since she was always monitoring him, he would side with her. She claimed that she could only rely on a charming man like him, accepting his assurances. If she could gain control of the factions, she promised that no one in the community would harm him again. He definitely didn't ally with her for personal gain. Given that he is just an unassuming, attractive individual, he could easily fool anyone in the sect. However, the ruler was the only one who did not look down on him or view him as a mere servant. He placed some of his saliva on his finger and then smeared it on her eyes. He expressed that she was the only source of light in his otherwise bleak world. How could he consider himself a man if he didn't thank her? He feigned tears and declared that the queen was like a reaper and he was merely a fragile reed, delicate as silk and unmoving like a stone. The girl told him he was overthinking things and advised him to leave. He departed, acknowledging that he would go away. He admitted his skills were lacking and that he was of little use, but he vowed to do everything possible to help the ruler escape the difficult situation swiftly. He left, shutting the door behind him while she watched him go. She pondered his words, reflecting on how he had compared the queen to a cobblestone and himself to a mere reed. She opened the window and repeated the phrase aloud. To her, it sounded like a love poem. His heavy footsteps echoed through the temple. He thought he had already settled things with her, but now he found himself entangled in the sect's schemes. He could no longer afford to waste time writing erotic stories, as he needed to focus on increasing his strength rapidly. In a few days, he planned to complete the final chapter about the young married girl Xian. Zion's body was drawn to her lover, who was too young, and then a meteorite suddenly fell, killing them both. Isn't it wonderful when a book ends happily? The man was bewildered and criticized the last chapter, deeming it very poor. He was also outraged that the author had revealed his identity. Did the author want to bring about his own death? Readers were incensed over the ending of the young married girl Zion. Even disciples who were not part of the sect returned with death threats, demanding explanations from the author. The man explained that he had died in the book and insisted on a resolution in real life. However, they were unaware that Yang had been castrated for breaking into the ancient temple, and the disciples were furious as they had no way to vent their frustration. Meanwhile, in Shin's residence, he had accumulated a substantial number of PowerPoints and was nearly ready to proceed to the next step. He was training the heavenly guards to entry level and reflected that while the system could enhance skills instantly, achieving the very initial 0 level required personal effort. Thus, he had no choice but to continue training at this level. In a few days, the emerging sect held their monthly meetings. Others rarely attended in person, sending disciples instead. But this time, a woman arrived at the meeting. It was impressive, and other leaders could also participate. The man immediately thought he needed to find a trainer who could help him quickly reach the initial level of the Heavenly Guard, as training alone was proving difficult. The girl sat beside him. She expressed her satisfaction that Elder Wu was present at the meeting. She mentioned she had returned to the community to fulfill her elder duties, and if the matriarch was not taking her responsibilities seriously, she would have to mentor her. She noted that her personal servant, Qian, had entered the ancient temple without permission and was castrated. She questioned if he thought he had control over people. The man responded that she was being very biased about the situation. He believed they were merely attempting to humiliate the ruler, leading the neutral factions to think she was incapable of even protecting her servant. How is she supposed to calm people down if she doesn't eliminate him? They wanted the security officer to handle it, but the ruler had her own reasons for not wanting to kill Khan. Meanwhile, internal conflicts were causing the community to steadily decline. The 9 major sects of the Han Empire had been experiencing a decline in influence over the past few years. She slammed the table and demanded silence from everyone. She noticed that Cayenne had infiltrated the ancient temple and possessed unique natural abilities, so she decided to take him on as a student. Such a gifted student was hard to come by. Someone inquired about what other unique abilities Cayenne had, questioning if she was exaggerating to protect her servant. In response, she asked when the community had fallen so low that ordinary lovers were considered valuable. The beautiful girl then stood before them. This was her latest student, Shamir. Though she had only been training for 3 months, she had already reached the 3rd level of the acquired dimension. Within 3 days, Shamir would face him in a fight. If he could defeat her student, she would acknowledge his abilities and never bring up the issue again. The men were astonished and asked why it had only been 3 months, and how Shamir had achieved the 3rd level of the acquired dimension so quickly. She explained that this was merely the beginning of her training in military skills, especially since it had been less than 3 months since her life energy was drained. It would not be fair otherwise. The man believed they had no choice but to persist. He vowed he would never allow her to be disrespected like this, asserting that only a coward would accept such disrespect. This was not about him personally. The next day, a girl was training at the training ground of the emerging sect. She wielded the power of the wind. A maid arrived with bad news. When she saw the guy approaching, she stopped in her tracks. She was curious and wondered if it was him. She inquired if she had been having a good workout. She thought he was having a great time writing the book about the young married girl of Cincy and asked why he hadn't continued it. He responded that she was mocking him again, as it was clear he had been set up. The girl asked what he needed at this moment. He wanted to get straight to the point and hoped she would assist him with training for the Sky Guardian. He had no other option. Personal training required deep commitment, which the ruler was unwilling to provide, so he had no choice but to seek her help. The maid whispered to her that he had argued with the foreman and was unable to attend the apprentice session the next day. If he failed, he would be punished according to the sect's rules and face execution. She responded by asking what he expected from her. The guy thought she shouldn't speak like that, as they were both involved in this situation. After dealing with him, she, as the ruler's direct teacher, would become Elder Wu's next target. The girl viewed his words as a game. She was aware there was nothing wrong with teaching him, but she wanted to know what she would gain in return. He asked her to give him her hand. He handed her a small animal and asked her to play with it. The girl was very annoyed with him. Seeing her frustration, he reminded her that he was only joking. He promised he wouldn't write any more sequels to the book about the young married girl of Qingqi. He no longer wished to write books and used this as a bargaining chip. She agreed and gave him her hand. The girl instructed him on how to control natural energy, assuring him that he would improve with practice. He commented that she had gained weight. She replied that if he had time for jokes, then he must understand everything. She believed that despite having learned the basics, he wasn't yet ready to fight Sharma. He could only last a few minutes against her if he mastered the foundational knowledge. But how could that be possible? After her statement, the guy immediately grasped the situation. He asked, puzzled, what basic knowledge she was referring to. It seemed to him that the girl didn't understand him. His talent for martial arts, like his appearance, was unique and unmatched anywhere in the world. He then sat quietly and began meditating. His heavenly guardian had already reached the entry level. He reflected on his achievements as a eunuch who wrote erotic books and evaluated his skills. Gong Gong could no longer be improved, and Nirvana's finger couldn't be enhanced further at the moment. Consequently, he focused solely on advancing his heavenly guardian, aiming for further improvement. His hands began to glow. He was enveloped in a radiant light and felt changes occurring within his body. The sensations were akin to being engulfed in flames. Powerful lightning emanated from his bed. The entire small room was brightly lit. He remained lying on his bed. The guy was quite taken aback. He suddenly leapt out of bed. It was terrifying for him. He felt as though he had consumed 50 kilograms of rice, experiencing severe dizziness. His whole body felt slightly numb, likely a side effect of such rapid enhancement. Additionally, due to the weight gain, his bed had broken. Gradually, he managed to get out of the shattered bed. The guy felt his strength had increased so drastically that he struggled to control it. He decided to find a mirror because he wanted to see his reflection. When he found one, he rushed over to it. And upon looking in the mirror, he barely recognized himself. He realized that intensive physical training had led to significant changes in his body. His physique had grown substantially, with his muscles reaching their maximum size. However, he hadn't become a brutish figure. His attractiveness remained intact. Although his appearance had only slightly changed, he felt reborn, having reached the third level of the acquired dimension. He was curious about how many levels the Heavenly Guardian could enhance. He didn't believe he had hit the maximum skill level. According to the description, the technique was very powerful, and he only took physical damage once his natural energy was depleted. What's more, this skill was passive. He noted that if he learned a technique for rapid energy recovery, he would become invincible, even if it cost him 140 stone enhancement points. It would be worth it. His legs were now enveloped in yellow flames. If he could achieve 2 dimensions in one night and reach the third level, he wondered how far he could go. He was now muscular and surrounded by yellow fire. The next day, someone reminded him that both participants in this fight were extraordinary. Cyan was the ruler's personal servant, while his opponent was the great elder's top student, a girl who had reached the third level of the acquired dimension in just 3 months. He questioned the wisdom of facing the elder's disciple. He thought no one had realized he had reached the third level of the acquired dimension, as the system had concealed his power well. He was informed that the fight would start soon. His opponent suggested he forfeit immediately. Once she began fighting, she transformed into a completely different person and did not want to cause him harm. He knew the community was filled with foolish girls, but he didn't expect to find one as sweet as her. He told her she could attack him with confidence, even though he was at a higher level. As a man, he believed he could handle her until the incense stick burned out. She kicked him squarely in the head. She continued hitting him, telling him not to fall too quickly since she was just warming up. She wanted to savor this enjoyable moment. The men cheered for the fighting girl. The minions commented that Wu was indeed talented, but most importantly, she possessed extraordinary natural abilities. In battle, she entered a berserker mode, earning her the title of Goddess of War. She yanked on his leg, her eyes glowing a fierce red. He grew angry, feeling that she had overpowered him. An explosion erupted between them. The man declared that this was the end. He laughed at how CNN was losing to this girl. He remarked that even though he was being beaten mercilessly, he felt a strange pleasure in the struggle. 3 girls expressed their concerns. One said it was manageable, another called her very cruel, and the third protested that it was outrageous to hit him so hard, especially since he was so cute. He admitted that while it hurt a little, the Heavenly Guardian had sustained serious injuries. He noted that despite the pain, he experienced a peculiar pleasure from the beating. Various dragons began to circle above him. The girl stood calmly behind, observing the scene. Wu was quite astonished by what was unfolding. The girl explained that the aura surrounding them was a sign of her complete mastery of the Heavenly Guardian technique. She hadn't believed it was possible last night since he didn't even know the basics. One man commented that it wasn't surprising CNN was taking these blows. Another found it odd, mentioning that a book had said that after fully mastering the technique, the heavenly gate would appear before a person. He wondered why this wasn't happening for this guy. He declared that as a man, he would never hit a girl, so she could attack him without fear of retaliation. He actually enjoyed it. The girls were upset but supported him. The maid questioned the nonsense he was spouting, reminding them that he had hit her before. The rival waved her hand dismissively. She struck him with a powerful attack. He genuinely enjoyed the sensation. He felt that this was the best feeling because, having quickly reached the third level, his natural energy and foundation were unstable. Her attacks helped stabilize and strengthen his energy flow, which was like a soothing massage once the pain subsided. The pain from the blows eventually gave way to a wonderful sensation as the energy flow began to move, much like receiving a massage. She struck him in the head again. He relished the experience and urged her to continue. She landed a few more hits and he enjoyed each one. The servant questioned why it seemed like Shamir was losing despite CNN being beaten, wondering if CNN was actually losing. Someone clarified that not only did he possess the Heavenly Guardian, but he had also reached the third level of the acquired dimension. His girlfriend had concealed this well. She was prepared to strike him again, her fists glowing red. He told her not to stop and to keep going. After a while, the stick of incense burned out. He used his nirvana finger. She blushed and remarked that after such a long fight, it was finally over. She questioned what had happened to her hands, noting that she had almost completely restored her natural energy. He explained that he had healed her hands and replenished her energy using his nirvana finger. Now he wanted to move on. The girl said she was still conceding. He chided her for being young and lazy, suggesting that if she couldn't defeat him while he remained stationary, she would struggle against the community's enemies. He told her to strike him directly in the heart, stating that the marching sect didn't need such good people. She declared that if she couldn't fight him, she wasn't worthy of protecting the community. Her emotions overwhelmed her, and she began to cry. She called him evil and said she no longer wanted to fight him. The teacher observed the scene. She accused him of humiliating her student and wished him ill. He met her gaze directly, looking into her eyes. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupted. The girl expressed outrage at his audacity. Despite her anger, she decided to support him. Wu inquired if she had recovered and possibly become stronger. She noted that the incense stick had long since burned out, indicating his victory. She affirmed that the sect master was unparalleled and questioned who would dare challenge that. She acknowledged his complete mastery of the Heavenly Guardian and realized he couldn't just be a pawn. She admitted she had been deceived all along. She decided to walk away from the battlefield. She kept a close watch on her all the while. The maid asked her to come over. She remarked that he had once been a failure in martial arts, but now understood that he was a pawn the ruler had been grooming for a long time. She found the ruler's strategy impressive and felt a sense of dread. He received both surprise points and fear points from this encounter. After the fight with Shermer, not only had his foundation grown stronger, but he had also earned some reinforcement points. The girl was extremely angry about this. He noticed her anger and wondered what was troubling her. She declared that the day's competition was over and that students should return to their training. No one had the right to question the young sect masters. In the courtyard, she complimented him on his performance that day. Suddenly, the girl began to cough up blood. He grew concerned and asked what was wrong with her. She explained that 70% of her injuries had been healed, but the disease resurfaced when she fought the elder with all her strength. He offered to cure her quickly. He used his nirvana finger. Sparks began to emanate from her back. He readied himself for the task. She noted that his nirvana finger had grown more powerful and that she was recovering more rapidly than before. He attributed the improvement to his study of the Heavenly Guardian and reaching the third level of the acquired dimension, which had strengthened his nirvana finger. He had inadvertently used it to its full potential. She mentioned that while the Sky Guardian is reputed to be easy to start training, mastering it fully is challenging. Even with exceptional talent, it's difficult to completely master the technique in a short time. He felt slightly concerned about this. He suggested that perhaps it was due to the founder's blessing. Unable to endure seeing the great elder's humiliation, she went backstage to assist him. She insisted that they should trust her this time. He had pushed things a bit, But fortunately, she chose not to go into details. She sat in contemplation, pondering the situation. He was curious about her thoughts. She said she was considering their next steps, given the current chaos in the community. He noted that her injury was improving and questioned what an unsettled elder could do. The elder was merely trembling with fear and struggling to hold on. She could easily defeat him without much effort. She remarked that he spoke of it too simplistically. He explained that Elder Wu had been holding back due to her illness and had not fully recovered. Now that she was aware of his improvement, they planned to team up with the other 3 elders for decisive action. She mentioned that her fighting skills had previously been superior to those of the 4 elders, though the difference was minimal. She doubted her ability to withstand their combined force. She added that her injuries were more complex than he initially thought. Nirvana's finger couldn't cure the root of her illness. Each time he used the technique, its effectiveness seemed to diminish. While he had managed to heal her internal injuries this time, she feared the disease might adapt to Nirvana's finger over time. She had isolated herself to recover, which had distanced her from the community. The worsening symptoms of her illness had prevented her from fighting for extended periods. If the elders had greater power, it would be extremely dangerous for her. He reassured her not to worry, promising to do everything possible to heal her. Regardless of what the elder did, they would face it together. He acknowledged that Nirvana's finger was somewhat weaker in this world compared to Indian charms, and if the 2nd level was insufficient, he would enhance it to the 3rd. She expressed her gratitude, saying that if he was sincere now, she would be very appreciative. She revealed that her family was connected to the founder Yu and that her name was Hong Yen. When they were alone, he could call her little sister. He was overwhelmed with emotion, realizing that his mysterious reader was actually his master. She noted that by confronting the elder's disciple, he had earned considerable respect in society and asked what he desired as a reward. He replied that Sister Yu had already treated him well. If she wanted to reward him, he would appreciate receiving another technique to aid her if the elder posed a threat. He explained that the martial techniques she possessed were designed for the female members of the sect and weren't suitable for him. The Heavenly Guardian was the only technique she could offer. She assured him that she hadn't said he wouldn't receive anything. Instead, she gave him a token to the surgery pavilion where he could choose a technique suited to him. He was thrilled by this news. He remarked that the higher you rise, the harder you fall, and asked if she understood the meaning of this phrase. He affirmed that he understood the meaning. She advised him to be cautious, as he had offended Elder Wu. If she found a reason to kill him, even seeking revenge would be of no use, and she wouldn't be able to save him. He promised that he would avoid provoking the elder further. She expressed concern for her own safety, acknowledging that even she was worried about her life. She asked if they could achieve victory. He assured her that he would leave her if necessary. Meanwhile, at Elder Wu's temple, she pondered that young Yan's recovery was unexpected and questioned whether a random stranger could truly aid her. The student mentioned that Quan had a method for replenishing his natural energy and healing his injuries. Perhaps Quan could be of assistance. This revelation left her quite astonished. She has decided that he must be eliminated. Xia Yang walked serenely through the city's streets. This was after dealing with Chen Qingqi, an elder who became increasingly ruthless as the situation escalated. Xia Yang still felt unprepared for this. Since the old fool took over, he has been unable to participate in community activities or gather power points. He found himself trapped. The dimensional travel function had been in a continuous reboot, leaving him uncertain about when it would be operational again. He was surprised to see that the enhancement points from the recent fight were still in use. He pressed a button on the sensor, and the system inquired whether the reboot of the dimensional travel function was finished, and if he wanted to activate it. He needed to find a private location to use it. A random search pinpointed the world of Ximing. The journey would require 18 reinforcement points. He recalled that his previous visit to the ancient world had only cost 8 points, but now the second world demanded. The cost seems to increase each time. However, he was unconcerned about the expense. He needed to go there. The main world was too perilous. This time, he aimed for a quieter experience. He activated the dimensional travel function. In this vast world, there exists a formidable empire with a 700-year history, known for its bustling activity. Ximing was a military empire situated on the continent's border. It had seized most of the lands and resources. 10 years prior, the technologically advanced England Union pressured the sliding country with Allied artillery. The Qin Ming Empire had no choice but to surrender and sign a humiliating agreement. Over time, most of the empire's restrictions had tightened. The coastal city of Heho, being the longest, was certainly under Alliance control. Sai Young is a martial artist renowned for his expertise at the Goddess Fist Hall in Hagar City, where he perfected his skills. His accomplishments were unparalleled in the city, and he adhered strictly to his unique martial arts philosophy. Siam's reputation extended throughout the country. It is rumored that during the England Union's invasion, he killed hundreds of enemy officers in a coup attempt. However, his solitary strength was insufficient to prevent the city's capture. After the Union took control of the empire, it was often said that martial arts were forgotten, with technology and the alliance becoming the main focus. Over time, opinions about the Queen evolved. The alliance believed that defeating a martial artist in competition would break the spirit of the Chinese Empire's people. Consequently, he was confronted by a massive monster. They decided to extend an invitation out of courtesy, which greatly angered him. He remarked that their tradition was to offer fine wine to guests and drive out undesirable elements. He disparaged the alliance's cyborgs, suggesting they were only worth that. He mentioned he had reviewed their invitation to the major competition in Tien, scheduled for in 2 weeks. He vowed to participate and demonstrate the martial prowess of the Tianming Empire. He expressed eagerness to showcase his abilities. Some young admirers approached him, eager to learn his techniques. He noted that the alliance planned to select the 3 strongest martial artists to face their cyborgs. He was unimpressed, confident he could easily defeat them. Suddenly he began coughing up blood. He collapsed to his knees and the boys rushed to support him. The cyborgs proved to be exceptionally strong. She remarked that no matter how strong one is, there will always be someone stronger. Even he, as his teacher, had used all his strength and sustained injuries to create just one of them. Despite this, they should not lose hope. The alliance aims to crush their spirit through this fight, intending to display their full strength. The following day at X House, he was in disbelief that yesterday's battle had affected his heart meridian. Even a single cyborg would have been sufficient to cause such damage. He felt as though he were facing tens of thousands of them in the alliance. The man mentioned that the medicine was ready. The medicine, prepared by Hollywood Tao, a senior disciple of the gods, was for internal injuries as prescribed by the doctor. It needed to be taken while still warm. He expressed gratitude for the care shown, noting that as a senior student, he had recently been helping teach martial arts to his students. He recalled that someone had disparaged martial arts the previous day, claiming it was outdated and unable to compete with modern science. Some students had even left the school out of fear of the alliance. For Asia, this response from their teachers was not surprising anymore. He noticed an unpleasant taste. He discarded the medicine, discovering it was poisoned. He confronted him, accusing him of poisoning the medicine. Kez protested, saying he had thought of him as his best student and couldn't believe he would poison him. Jintao responded that times had changed. He admitted to making the medicine ineffective rather than lethal, intending to weaken him temporarily. He promised to provide the antidote after the competition. He argued that the alliance would inevitably take over the country. Regardless of their martial skills, they couldn't withstand the power of planes and artillery. It was better to surrender quickly and focus on the future than to waste efforts in a futile struggle. At this point, someone began clapping loudly. The man remarked that despite his youth, he had a clear understanding and principles, far superior to those old-fashioned individuals who resisted progress. It was clear that Mr. Liu remained quite indecisive. Weapons were aimed at sea, and the man warned him to surrender or face dire consequences. He asked what he should do. Should he give up? Following that, he decided to spit directly on him. He began to threaten him with destruction. You intervened, asking for one more day. Understanding the master's character, the man agreed to spare him this time, though he was sent to the port prison. You argued that surrendering to the enemy and trading the country for power and wealth was not a solution for saving the empire. He had witnessed firsthand how the alliance's formidable ships and artillery effortlessly took their cities and conquered lands. Despite their fighters' strength, they were merely flesh and blood. Martial arts alone couldn't save the empire. If he believed it was acceptable to bow down to the alliance, he was mistaken. He knelt and said that joining the alliance meant the country's doom. However, if they did not join, Everyone would die. He acknowledged the inevitability of the Empire's fall and admitted he was subordinate to the Alliance. If they proved their worth and joined the Alliance while waiting for an opportunity, they might still save their country. She questioned why someone who had mastered martial arts couldn't understand such basic concepts. She shouted that although the country might fall and people might die, they must not give up. As long as the nation's spirit endured, there was hope. Surrendering would eliminate any chance of restoring the country. He said the time was up and implied he was contemplating his decision. She promised to return and try to persuade him again, instructing him to leave her sight. From that moment, the connection between master and student was severed. He continued to meditate calmly. Meanwhile, he began to pull something from his sleeve. The man retrieved a key and said that wanting to save the country by aligning with the Alliance was just a weak excuse to cling to life. His faith does not mention submission. If they can't endure, then... He struck himself in the throat with the key, preferring to die with honor rather than take a dishonorable path. Blood flowed from his mouth. As long as his compatriots had the courage to resist and never give up, the time would come when they would expel the Alliance and their nation would thrive again like it did in the past. The key fell to the ground, and he was unable to see it anymore. His clothes were stained with blood. In the Shining World Empire, martial artist Sai Young had successfully undergone the transformation process and was now unable to move. The memory transfer was completed successfully, and he was able to open his eyes. His resolve was admirable. He chose to die rather than surrender. He had conquered his will. The previous owner of the body was a national hero here. Though he had just arrived and hadn't done much yet, he had already accumulated numerous reinforcement points. The level of martial arts in this world was much lower compared to the mainstream, making it as easy for him as taking candy from a child. The previous owner of the body had been very decisive, but he couldn't stop the bleeding. He used his extraordinary Nirvana finger technique. After using it, he felt significantly better than before. During this time, his wound had completely healed. All poisons and diseases vanished instantly. The sensation was surprisingly pleasant, explaining why he had difficulty controlling himself. He had assumed that after the transformation, his abilities from the main world would be unavailable. He wondered why he could still use the Nirvana finger. He had access to the skills Gong, Gong, Nirvana, Finger Heaven, and Guardian God, but not Heavenly Garden or Gyu Jun Gong. However, the Nirvana finger remained available. The Nirvana finger is a secret hereditary technique embedded in the user's soul. Without any restrictions, it was an exceptional technique. He felt fortunate to have perfected it in this world. At one moment, he noticed something quite peculiar: the spirit of the people. It was a side he hadn't encountered before. After the user's journey to the world of Godson, a system called title was activated. In this world, the user could obtain a rank under certain conditions, with each title offering unique and powerful abilities. He wanted to earn the title of People's Spirit. The system informed him that he would need to guess how to achieve this. He was taken aback. His task was to make the senior disciples and Tao fully atone for their betrayal and to drive the Alliance out of the Empire's lands. Upon completing the task, he could return to the main world with his accumulated energy. Otherwise, he would end up with nothing. He first aimed to enhance his body mastery skill to strengthen his combat power and was determined to complete the task. He spent just 6 enhancement points to max out this skill. Military equipment in this world was very inexpensive, but he doubted that even at the skill's maximum level, he could stop a bullet. He wasn't sure how to leave this place. Lu reconsidered and decided he had changed his mind. He was fond of a saying from their empire: "Time will reveal who is wise and who is foolish." Years would pass, and he would look back and laugh at this unusual situation. Ultimately, they simply shook hands. He decided to act immediately. He extended his hand toward him. His hand moved to his throat. "See? I warned you to release him or he would be destroyed. Here." The man said there was no need for violence. Lu began to calm him down. They then exited their vehicle. After giving a kick, he asked why he was still standing there, and the officer told them to listen to him. Observing the situation, he realized that the base was situated on port territory, and until blood splattered behind him. This happened because someone was shooting arrows at him, and one had struck him. At a certain point, he collided with a large machine. It appeared to be an exceptionally accurate sniper, but thanks to Nirvana's finger, he wouldn't die unless his brain was destroyed. The officers began to flee while shooting at him. The man claimed he was a genuine colonel, while the officer questioned what the fuss was about. Noting he was merely an underdeveloped fighter from the Chenming Empire, he seized the car with his hands. The Fist of God, though significantly weaker than techniques from the main world, had greatly increased in power after reaching its maximum level. He hurled the enormous machine at them with tremendous force. He gained points for eliciting hatred and fear, relishing the rewards. He quickly maneuvered away from their position. Suddenly he was able to leap very high into the air. The onlookers, terrified, attempted to flee quickly. He employed his technique, the Fist of God. The powerful blow sent one person flying several meters away. The impact also struck another individual. Armed people took aim at him and fired their guns. They were astonished that they had managed to hit him. He experienced significant pain from the shot. However, they couldn't simply kill him here. The bullets that had struck him earlier began to emerge from his back. He started running toward them. The fact that the bullets hadn't killed him left them stunned, and the chief officer decided to flee. As his fist struck, a brilliant blue flash of light erupted. Kez declared that before he left, he would tear the officer's head off. The officer begged for assistance. He used the Fist of God, but the guy shielded the officer. He wondered how the Fist of God could be so powerful. She noted that his Fist of God was quite impressive, almost mastered. Yet this wasn't enough, so he left him behind. Various cyborgs rushed in to assist the officer. They charged directly at Sejanus. The man insisted they wouldn't let him escape under any circumstances. His body was struggling more with the firearms, and the cyborgs were getting closer. Continuing the fight would lead to trouble. It seemed he would need to find a way to escape. Suddenly he grasped the large pipes. He decided to leap from the bridge straight down. He jumped into the sea and fled. People took boats and began searching for him in the water. He had injured his hand severely with just one strike. He marveled at his situation, feeling he had reached a legendary dimension of martial arts, like a deity. Passers-by dismissed his claims, saying it was nonsense. They thought people from Chenming tended to exaggerate everything. The officer remarked that, at best, Sai Young could only reach the level of a cyborg, and like a coward, had simply seized the opportunity to escape. If his master had stayed a few more minutes, he would have encountered the Alliance's top cyborgs and been killed. His eyes were already filled with terror. The presence of the cyborgs also induced a sense of horror. He was surrounded by several officers. All of them aimed their firearms at him. Suddenly, they all began shooting at him simultaneously. Lu was panicked and unsure how to save himself. The shield on his hands prevented the bullets from penetrating. The Alliance's advanced weapons were complemented by their top-tier, impenetrable defense. The Alliance's weapons were significantly more powerful than ordinary firearms. The cyborg said he wanted to demonstrate this to Lu once more. The cyborg fired his weapon. The officer smiled, leaving Lu completely stunned. Meanwhile, the magic ball managed to shatter a massive rock. Even reaching the martial arts god dimension, it was impossible to withstand such power. The officer patted Lu on the shoulder, saying he had saved him and shown his loyalty. The Alliance was always very generous to its people. He explained that fighters like Lu became even stronger after transforming into cyborgs. Lu fell to his knees, and the officer assured him that his arms would be restored after the transformation. Lu agreed wholeheartedly with him. The officer affirmed it was the right choice. When the time came, Lu would represent the Alliance and help fully eradicate the chain-link fighters. A bright fire burned under the starry night sky. Ken sat by the fire, eating. Without Nirvana's finger, resisting modern weapons would be nearly impossible. He would have been killed many times over in that battle. He discarded the bone and remarked that the power level in this dimension was considerably lower than in the main world. However, this world had its own advantages. For instance, the Sky Guardian here could deflect bullets. He needed to relearn the Heavenly Guardian technique before the competition. Even after escaping the base, he continued to earn points from the hatred and fear he had caused. His opponents kept contributing to his reinforcement points. In half a month, a major competition would be held in Chicken. People were eager to see his skills and hoped he would show them what he could do. Lu tossed the man aside. The man had nails embedded in his back. Lu also decided to stretch his powerful arms. Master Ching had been defeated in the first round. After transforming into a cyborg, Lu easily overcame the seasoned chief master. A man approached him, saying it was time for him to teach the traitor a lesson. Liu retorted that old fools should stay in their place. His words provoked a furious reaction. Lu grabbed him, and the man asked what he was doing and why. Lu struck him with such force that he broke his back. Afterward, Lu threw him to the ground. People remarked that it was an instant kill. The man had no chance of surviving. Lu shouted, declaring that this was the power of the Alliance's science and technology. Even the top two masters of this high-security city couldn't handle it. One blow from an Alliance cyborg demonstrated the Empire's end. They should heed Lu's advice and surrender as soon as possible. A girl exclaimed that they were not finished yet, mentioning the master class. Despite his youth, Sai Young was already surpassing everyone in martial arts. The man told her to be quiet, recalling that the car had fled after being shot half a month ago. It had been a long time, and the car might be dead, or simply too afraid to return. Someone dismissed this as nonsense and went off to fight. Sai Young pointed out that he was just a cyborg. At the base, he had faced hundreds of armed opponents alone and wasn't scared then. People were startled by the sound of a familiar voice. Lu immediately recognized him. It was his master, CIA. Ken felt regretful. He had spent a lot of time accumulating points to strengthen the Heavenly Guard, but was now late. Was the dead man actually there? He vowed to follow their will to drive away the Alliance, reclaim their lands, restore their territory, and showcase the strength of the teeming empire. Their sacrifice would not be in vain. The people were pleased to see Cao Yam arrive. CNN approached him. The officer instructed not to shoot, noting that CNN's arrival was timely. Many people had faith in him, and they would be very disappointed if Zion lost. They needed to wait for Lu to deliver. CNN was now very close to him. Kez remarked, noting how Lu no longer resembled a human. Was this what he had wanted? Lu responded that his only goal was to quickly end things and force everyone to stop resisting. He had no other options. Lu looked at him and said there was no use dwelling on the past. He should focus on defending himself. Sia evaded Lu's attack. He then seized Lu's hand. With a powerful throw, he sent Lu crashing to the ground, causing him to scream in pain. Kez observed that since becoming a cyborg, Lu had relied solely on brute strength. Where were the skills he had been taught? Lu got back up, his weight causing the ground beneath him to crack. He aimed to kick Sia. Lu chose to drop to the ground to evade the kick. Afterward, he charged at Sia once more. He intended to use his strength to overpower him. He believed that sheer force could defeat 10 fighters, rendering his techniques ineffective. Lu acknowledged that he couldn't endure the master's blows before, but now, as a cyborg, he wasn't afraid of such power. Ci attempted a kick, but Lu managed to defend himself. He smiled, boasting that the strength he had acquired in just half a month as a cyborg had taken him 20 years of intense training to develop. This was the true power of science and technology. He warned him not to overestimate himself. Sia then used his technique, the Fist of God, to strike Lu. The force of the blow sent Lu flying a great distance. Sia approached him, commenting on how Lu had grown much stronger and become arrogant, forgetting military honor and dishonoring his master. The officer instructed him to take it. The cyborg decided to throw Lu a weapon. The crowd protested, claiming it was unfair because it was supposed to be a martial arts competition. Lu caught the weapon with ease. He declared that no matter how powerful martial techniques were, the human body was still just flesh and blood. He aimed and fired the weapon at his opponent. The gun had the potential to turn anyone into a sieve. Over the past fortnight, Lu had accumulated over 100 reinforcement points. While this was not enough to max out the Heavenly Guard, he had managed to elevate it to the 5th level. With his Heavenly Guardian ability at the 5th level, the shield was significantly stronger than in the main world, effectively nullifying the bullets. The bullets struck him, but none penetrated his shield. Lu was astonished. Even the city tower couldn't withstand such firepower, so how was it possible for him to endure it with just his body? Kez remarked that while powerful weapons could capture cities and conquer lands, they were merely auxiliary tools. He emphasized that true power came from a strong and persistent will. With such inner strength, even an old man could move mountains. Kez asserted that invincibility was achievable only by adhering to one's will. Lu was completely horrified. He collapsed to his knees in front of Kez. Kez stated that this was the dimension of divine martial arts and expressed his understanding. The crowd cheered, praising Sia and expressing their pride in him. Sia proclaimed that the martial arts of the Chen Ming Empire were not as backward as those of the England Alliance. With their help, their country could still dominate the world. The officer was extremely furious about the situation. The cyborg's breath was emitting a significant amount of steam. He positioned himself directly behind the officer. At that moment, the cyborg chose to fire his weapon. However, Sia managed to defend himself using the Heavenly Guardian. Two formidable forces clashed, resulting in a massive explosion. People grew frightened and became concerned for their boyfriend. The guy sustained a minor injury to his body. Despite his combat skills, he couldn't match the Alliance's advanced technology. This futile conflict needs to end. If they cease resisting, they will no longer have to make sacrifices. They should surrender and accept the dominance of the Alliance. The news left people feeling disheartened. Sia was tending to his injuries, unaware of the formidable firepower they faced. The officer laughed and questioned the relevance of discussing martial arts, claiming that no one could withstand the Alliance's weapons. The girl remarked that his attack was particularly devious. The officer dismissed the idea of discussing honor with representatives of inferior races. He stated that while she was still alive, he needed to eliminate her. The cyborg approached him. He paused to charge his powerful weapon. The girl defended herself, insisting that she would not allow them to harm Sia. The officer pointed out that even her martial arts defense was failing against the Titan's firepower and questioned if she was not afraid of dying by opposing him. She admitted that she was very frightened, but even more terrified of losing her inner strength. Her master had taught her that only with strength and unwavering will can one become truly invincible. From that moment on, nothing could intimidate her. The officer questioned what a young girl like her could possibly do. A few people came forward to support her. The crowd was turning against the officer. Even more people rallied to defend Sia. One man remarked that Sia had done nothing significant in his life, but now it was time for him to prove himself. The officer was perplexed by the shift in behavior from these people who had been foolishly compliant until now. He wondered why the people of the Tianming Empire were acting so unusually today. The guy had also managed to gain some honor points. Many people were eager to protect him, and he had accumulated enough reinforcement points to advance to level 6. They observed a dramatic change in the color of something in the sky. Sia Yong revived, ascended, and expressed his gratitude for their support, stating that he would handle the rest himself. The crowd was stunned by the intense light. Some people began to pray in response. The officer shouted that it was merely an illusion and ordered everyone to get up. He commanded the cyborg to eliminate them all. The cyborg was preparing his weapon while she stood calmly and remained unmoved. He fired at the guy. They assumed that the same tactic would be effective a second time. The fear in the officer's eyes was evident. He instructed them to keep firing without pause. There were numerous explosions aimed at preventing him from getting any closer. He was shielded by flames emanating from the fire. I wondered what had happened to their firepower and where it had gone. The cyborg aimed his weapon at him, and she remarked that it wasn't even enough to make a dent. The cyborg ignored her comment and fired anyway, but he withheld his shots. He redirected his weapon toward the target. His hand, engulfed in fire, began to swell slightly, and then a massive explosion occurred. The blast sent the cyborg flying several meters away. The cyborg lost an arm and his head, with smoke filling the area. He was enveloped in a brilliant yellow fire. 2 additional cyborgs opened fire in his direction. The Alliance's supposedly superior weapons posed no real danger, and the formidable cyborgs were rendered powerless in a duel against the martial arts master Chen Ning, who swiftly decapitated them. Chen Ning began to defeat them one after another. His hands were covered in blood as he questioned if the Alliance could see this. Their once great country, known for its hospitality and kindness, had been taken advantage of by the invaders during a vulnerable time. Now that they were strong again, it was time to drive out the invaders and reclaim their place at the top of the world. Lu gritted his teeth and remarked on the existence of such a dimension, noting that the martial arts of the Tianming Empire rivaled the Alliance's science and technology. Sia started to question him about whether he felt remorse for his errors. He wept and began to acknowledge that he had been wrong. Sia placed his hand on his head and declared that, despite everything, he would restore life to the Empire's people and ensure the country's prosperity. Additionally, he vowed to atone for his sins with his own life. The title was revealed and he defeated Lu. He noticed something unusual once more. The people's spirit was activated, reducing the cost of defensive abilities by 90%. He was initially concerned that an overabundance of troops and weaponry from the Alliance might pose a challenge, but now he felt reassured. A girl approached him and proclaimed that he was divinely chosen, sent from heaven to protect the Chen Ning Empire. He began retrieving an item from his pocket. It was a book for her, detailing the technique he had just employed. She was the first to openly support him, and from now on, she would be the chief disciple of the gods. In this hall, she was tasked with teaching the Heavenly Guardian technique to every fighter in the Empire to instill in them the fierce spirit of dragons. Given the low level of martial arts in this world, he planned to leave once this was accomplished. She was uncertain about how she could manage such a significant responsibility, but he was confident in her abilities. He instructed her to leave, explaining that the battle had given him much to ponder, and he needed to focus his energy and meditate. She was confident that he would not let her down. Learning the Skyguard technique would require time, and he needed to completely dismantle the Alliance's military bases within the Empire. Mastery of top-level combat techniques would empower the fighters with the resolve needed to restore the people's honor. For the country to achieve global dominance, it was essential not only to advance martial arts, but also to either develop its own technologies or acquire them from the Alliance. He didn't know what the future held for anyone in this world, but he would become a legend. Meanwhile, the god of martial arts was approached by a man who informed him that there was an incoming call from the laboratory. The caller on the other end said they had understood everything. They explained that he was using unknown energy to create a protective coma shell. The martial arts of the Empire were indeed impressive. The commander on the phone instructed them not to be awed by the Empire's martial arts, but to study them and find a way to overcome them. After being hit by the cannon, his protective shell showed noticeable changes, revealing a potential method to kill him. If they examined the aftermath of the shot, they would see that the energy of his protective layer dropped significantly by 25%, and if the same attack were repeated 5 times, it would definitely breach his shell. The commander ordered that a personal squad of 10 top-class cyborgs be assembled immediately to encircle and eliminate Tian. If 10 cyborgs weren't sufficient, more should be sent. This opponent was formidable and needed to be eliminated promptly. A large number of armed soldiers were assembled. A man approached the commander and reported that all soldiers from the 1st and 2nd regiments had been gathered. They had all been instructed to eliminate Kang. They might be questioning why so many fighters were needed to handle a mere martial artist. Until now, he wouldn't have believed it either. But this individual had already defeated both fighters and cyborgs at the major competition in Shin. He stated that they had no doubt gathered 10 top-class cyborgs specifically to surround and kill CIA. They could not afford to fail. They must succeed despite the challenges. A large force was mobilized. Many soldiers were lost in this large-scale operation. The officer inquired about what was happening. It was Cy Young himself. He inquired about the status of his Alliance friends. The officer responded that he was digging his own grave. The soldiers resumed firing at him. He smiled, knowing his Alliance friends were present. A brilliant yellow flame continued to blaze from beneath him. He wondered how they could put on a spectacle without any background music. It became clear that the bullets did not harm him in the slightest. They speculated whether he was a monster or perhaps a type of cyborg. He decided he would start singing himself, wanting to sing a song like "The Great Wall Will Never Fall," which seemed fitting for the moment. His fellow countrymen had been dormant, but now they were stirring awake. The officer yelled in panic, demanding to know where all the cyborgs were and why they hadn't arrived yet. He was told to open his eyes and see whom they believed they were serving. The high-class cyborgs had indeed arrived. There were many advanced cyborgs present, having grown increasingly arrogant as they hid and endured. The officer ordered them to follow all his commands without question. His directive was to aim their sights at Ken. To his surprise, Ken remained calm. The order was given to commence firing at him. They received the command and fired directly at him. A massive explosion erupted at that location. The officer was pleased with the outcome. Yet he continued to sing, despite being perceived as a monster. He remained unharmed, not even scratched. He urged them to open their mouths and scream loudly, declaring that this was the land of warriors. The officer was incredulous and ordered an all-out attack to destroy him. He charged straight at them. Despite the chaos, the intruding bandits continued to sing, anticipating their reckoning. The officer commanded that he be stopped, and the tanks were deployed into the fray. Cy Young defeated all the cyborgs and even grabbed one by the throat. After that, he grinned. He then cast the cyborg aside. His immense power began to heat the ground beneath him. He sprinted towards the building. Upon arrival, he smashed through the entrance doors. A terrified officer, armed and cornered, cowered in fear. He sang about the Great Wall's enduring strength and the Yellow River's roar. The officer protested that this was an Alliance military base, and that he couldn't handle the army alone. Cy Young brushed off the dust from his clothes and continued his song, praising their lands adorned with majestic mountains, rivers, and lush groves. He wondered why his country appeared so weakened. The tanks were now in position, sealing his fate. He was taken aback by this. A colossal tank loomed behind him. Moments later, the tank fired a powerful shot. However, despite the yen, it didn't seem too bad. He seized the tank with his enormous hand and hurled it with all his might, so forcefully that it shattered into pieces. A large howitzer was also headed his way, but he simply picked it up and threw it. He believed they wouldn't let their country be invaded again. The man started to tremble with fear, and his expression changed dramatically. He decided to discard the howitzer, aiming to throw it directly at the tank. The tank exploded, and he remarked that the dormant lion was beginning to stir. He sang to them, intending to deliver a message. They are not situated on an alliance military base, but within the territory of the Chinese Empire. This is their land, and they are merely temporary visitors. On behalf of the millions of people in the Ming Empire, he wants to deliver a clear message. They must leave their land. After the explosions had occurred at that location, and many tanks continued to burn, with dead cyborgs scattered on the ground, someone was observing all this from a monitor. The air unit dispatched all bombers armed with Hellfire bombs. Their target is Sai Young from the Chen Ming Empire, and their military base in Hague City. The target is CIA, a person from the Chen Ning Empire. The man reassured him not to worry about anything. As soon as possible, he would blow him into pieces. He was receiving a steady influx of enhancement points. He's concerned that if he doesn't showcase this new power, he won't accumulate as many points. Without it, dealing with the numerous idiots in the main world would be impossible. However, his current mission is to drive the alliance out of the Empire's territory. The war is likely to continue for an extended period. Regardless of his actions, he will need to remain here for another 4 or 5 years. Many opportunities lie ahead, and the persona of his current body has been highly advantageous, helping him achieve his goals. He now plans to completely eliminate the repugnant alliance monsters across the Empire. Having already killed nearly all the soldiers, dealing with the commander would complete the first phase of his plan. He had only interrogated an officer and learned that the commander was hiding underground. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed. It was a powerful airstrike. A plane approached him. Lacking sufficient ground firepower, they opted for an air attack. He couldn't destroy planes merely by evading them, so he had eliminated everything that could provide cover. He had not yet achieved the naked body fight against the guided missile milestone in this world when a nuclear missile dropped from the plane. The enormous nuclear missile was headed straight for him. He wanted to test who was more ruthless. He swung his fist and struck the missile directly. His immense force caused the missile to shatter into pieces. The man's eyes widened in shock. The missile didn't even detonate. Were the bombs just for show? It continued to crack further. Then a powerful explosion occurred. He retracts his earlier statement. The rockets were genuine, and the shrapnel could have easily caused fatal injuries. It was not a time for trivial matters. He's shocked at how quickly his innate energy has been depleted, leaving the Heavenly Guardian in a dire state, even with the 90% cost reduction granted by his title of People's Spirit. Thankfully, the Nirvana finger will replenish his energy, or he would have been done for. The man couldn't believe he was still alive. Numerous bombs began to rain down on him, but he managed to notice them in time. There were so many aimed at killing him that they didn't even spare their own base. With such relentless bombardment, he would be unable to use his Nirvana finger and would be torn apart. He considered aborting the mission and returning to the main world, but refused to accept defeat. He wanted to demonstrate his strength to collect all the power-up points, which nearly cost him his life. The title of People's Spirit was activated, doubling his defensive capabilities. This changed the situation entirely. His hands ignited with yellow fire, in front of the temple accompanied by dragons. If he couldn't escape, he wouldn't. He needed to calmly address the chaotic situation in the Chen Ning Empire. With the combination of the Nirvana finger, which could heal and restore energy indefinitely, and the Heavenly Guardian's doubled power, he was virtually invincible in this world. Everything around him exploded. The man believed there was no chance of surviving the explosion's center. His resistance had come to an end. He managed to open his eyes. Sin was still alive. He thought he was a demon. His muscles had significantly increased. The man declared that he hadn't lost yet. He was powerful, but breaking into the underground base had taken considerable time. He was fleeing, indicating that the big alliance hadn't been defeated yet. This was merely a temporary retreat. Once they learned how Saiyan could generate such immense energy, they would soon be able to descend to the building's roof. The commander, who was hiding in the underground base, had red eyes. He swung his fist. He struck with all his might, causing a powerful explosion. The situation was not over yet. To capture the commander, He would need to dig even deeper. He struck the powerful shelter again. The commander managed to escape as the shelter slowly cracked and fell apart. Eventually, Kyung was still able to find him. Kyung was disheartened, and tears began to flow from his eyes. The commander asked what kind of monster he was. Kyung responded that he was the harbinger of his death. With those words, he eliminated the commander on the spot. The task was accomplished. In the future, when he unifies the empire, he plans to invade the alliance and utterly devastate everything there to complete the mission. The mission was finished. He earned 200 gain points and would return to the main world in 10 seconds. Without this, people stood no chance against the alliance. Once the mission was completed, martial arts would entirely replace technology and science in the empire, and the alliance would no longer dare to seize these lands. He didn't accumulate enough reinforcement points, which were crucial for him. His prized possession and grand development plan were at risk. This was not what he wanted. Due to global changes, the formidable power of the alliance's technology had significantly diminished. After a few years, their technological edge vanished, while the Chen-Ning Empire's martial arts advanced rapidly. It was clear that supernatural abilities could now counter artillery, and soon these powers would enable them to surpass the alliance's strength. She approached the guy, who was instructed not to call her master. What happened next? The guy explained that the Empire's forces, led by 3 senior martial brothers, had invaded and conquered the Lone Alliance, which had surrendered. The guy mentioned that she was the most esteemed warrior in the Empire, and if not her, then someone else might achieve a master's degree. The guy speculated who else could be the focus of Master Lian's thoughts. He mentioned that it was the person who vanished after the destruction of the military base in Higher City. She noted that they seemed to have no other options. They had likely enhanced their technology, and the Heavenly Guardian would not refuse to spar with his master. How could their techniques be compared to those of their opponents? They offered their apologies, and the girl advised them to continue their training. They ran off and she sighed deeply. She inquired of Master Seo why he had not yet awakened. She gently touched his cheek, intending to share the news with him. She had succeeded. From now on, the Tian Empire would no longer face terror from any men. This situation would not recur. It was over. The smoking sect was now present in the main world. He was a master deeply immersed in his mission, leading his devoted army towards their goal, to demonstrate their nation's strength and vanquish the invaders. It was an unforgettable experience. He ultimately decided to depart from that place. He couldn't imagine what the Chen Ming Empire would be like upon his return. Would Yao Ming be able to restore the country's global leadership? The system wouldn't permit him to remain in that dimension any longer, preventing him from completely dismantling the alliance. This would have eliminated potential future issues by eradicating those from the alliance. He was eager to examine his spoils. He had accumulated over 600 gain points, indicating a significant haul. He wondered about the significance of the underscore. He still retained the title of People's Spirits. He was now large and powerful. Invincibility was his, yet invincibility felt isolating. His soul felt empty. A hand reached out and touched his shoulder. She decided to tap his shoulder. She looked at him with surprise. He questioned who dared to attack him in such a despicable manner. The girl's hand gestured to another direction, and she managed to cast him away. She threw him against the solid fence. He paused, momentarily pondering who could have thrown him from the heavens to the ground. It seemed he was out of luck. She commented on how he had managed to fully master the Heavenly Guardian. She had struck him with only 40% of her strength, yet he remained unscathed. It was Chen Qingqi. Her attacks were clearly more powerful than alliance bombs. This world truly lived up to its basic status. The level of martial arts here surpassed that of smaller worlds. Her blow was powerful enough to penetrate the sky. The Guardian was at its maximum level, even with the influence of the people's spirit. If they fought to the death, he would be defeated. She leaned closer to him. He asked how he could assist her, addressing her as a young woman. She replied that it was nothing. He noticed her cleavage and she continued, explaining that she was simply very curious. Her darling S had changed a lot recently, and she couldn't quite understand it. Qingqi had many reasons for her curiosity. It was astonishing that someone could master the Heavenly Guardian technique overnight. Such strength was highly improbable. He stood in front of her. The guy began to cough slightly. He inquired about what he was supposed to understand. If they were discussing his profound inner world, then his mistress should understand him better than anyone. The girl was taken aback by his words, and his face turned noticeably red. He remarked that the days were getting shorter, and wondered when the long nights would arrive. She asked why, since he seemed so eager to return to the ruler. She pressed against his chest and told him not to worry. She was deeply concerned for him, and the elder would do anything to have him. It was better for him to avoid the streets and stick close to the master. He recoiled and said that as an ordinary servant of the ruler, he couldn't be with her all the time. Perhaps she was jealous. She couldn't believe that he and the master had such a close relationship. He assured her that there was nothing between him and the ruler. He was entirely devoted to her and considered her his only love. He wanted to embrace her, but she pulled away. She said that it seemed he was only kind in words given his current condition. He was becoming more astute each day and was not as naive as she had thought. He wondered why she believed she understood his language so well and how she could make such claims. However, the girl was trying to deceive him. She viewed him as foolish, much like the true owner. She believes she is correct. His current strength is insufficient to confront the elder, and the ruler is his only chance for survival. He had gathered enough enhancement points to upgrade the Finger of Nirvana. His best course of action now would be to fully heal the master. Upgrading the Finger of Nirvana required 140 reinforcement points. However, based on the description, the changes seemed minimal. He was unsure if this technique could fully heal the ruler and wanted to attempt another enhancement. He lacked enough reinforcement points. Despite having over 500 points, it was still insufficient. He wished to see if the third-level Finger of Nirvana could heal the ruler, but he knew there was no need to rush. The time difference between the main world and the dimension he had just left was significant. The master likely thought he had simply departed. It would be unusual for him to return now and claim he had discovered a complete recovery method. It would be better to wait a few days and then fabricate a story about how the founder of the sect had appeared to him in a dream, enhancing his knowledge of the Finger of Nirvana technique. With so many PowerPoints available, it was crucial to invest them wisely to maximize his strength. He entered the surgery pavilion. An elderly man was in charge of guarding the surgery pavilion, ranking just below the master and the great elders. She approached him and was pleased to make his acquaintance. He mentioned that the master had expressed deep gratitude, and the token he received held significant value. It would allow him to select the most valuable techniques from the innate dimension. The pavilion housed over 100 martial arts books, including the most prestigious collections from acquired and innate dimensions. He could become quite engrossed in them. If he understood the technique, he could record it in the system after just a single glance. With so many martial arts books available, his efforts were beginning to pay off. He sat and read through the books continuously. He recorded a technique named ***, the Great Change of Heaven and Earth ***. He also noted down the ***, Peach Flower of Knowledge ***, technique. He kept the ***, 10 pacifying blows of the dragon ***, in reserve, even though he wasn't the most distinguished fighter. He planned to save it for later. The ***, God-level martial technique ***, offered a grand experience of transitioning between heaven and earth, encompassing yin and yang. With this, he would become invincible. With the system's help, he wouldn't just acquire all the secret techniques of the sect, but would also experience exceptional pleasure. The old man inquired about his thoughts, noticing his foolish grin. This was the sect's secret repository, containing all the names and descriptions of the community's techniques. Because of this, Hai was eager to make his choice. The problem was that his visual memory was quite limited, which made selecting the right skill challenging. The old man mentioned that there had been a similar situation before. It became impossible for Tinian, the 48th master of the community, to learn all the techniques in the pavilion due to his extraordinary memory. He didn't believe a mischievous boy like him would be very straightforward. He wouldn't tolerate any pranks, so Hai needed to make his choice promptly. He agreed, though he struggled internally. He wanted to select the most powerful technique, focusing solely on the innate measurement skills and disregarding the acquired ones. The ***. Holy Scriptures ***, were the sect's primary traditional technique. Intensive training in this would not only grant immortality and demonic development, but also preserve youth. However, this technique was only suitable for females, so he didn't need to consider it. The ***, Secret of Pleasure technique. Was also only suitable for women. It allowed users to channel vital energy while concealing their true nature behind a pleasing appearance, enhancing their sexuality while maintaining the purity of their bodies. Although he believed she should fit this mold, meeting him had proven otherwise. He was simply a person who enjoyed life to the fullest. The guy decided to take some time to consider his options. He noticed a technique in the book that intrigued him. Despite his unique abilities, he hadn't realized he was the only man among the masters in the community. He had even developed his own technique, the finger of flower swords. This technique allowed the user to project sword energy at opponents during combat. It was exactly what he needed. He wondered if this technique was similar to the 6 Mile Holy Sword The 6 Mile Holy Sword was an innate dimension technique that had been automatically bypassed due to its intimidating effects with each training session. It required considerable skill and an appealing appearance. This technique seemed perfect for him, so he chose it. He slammed his hand down on the sheets. The old man inquired about the finger of flower swords He noted that if not him, none of the male members of the sect would be suitable. Based on what he saw, he believed it was the right fit for him. The finger of flower swords technique not only enhances innate strength, but also serves as a method to wound and defeat opponents in battle. Essentially, the book contained information on 10 martial arts techniques. He decided to examine this book more closely. The technique had a few peculiarities. It required constant company with attractive individuals. The practitioner needed to be romantic, yet not vulgar, passionate, yet not harsh. Only when the innate energy mingles with the allure of these individuals does it transform into flower energy, allowing the fingers to manifest the sword's tip. Mastery of the technique involved learning these nuances. Regarding his interactions with beauties, he could spend ample time with the rulers of this world, making things simpler with them. Qingqi and the other girls could also assist, but he found her to be a dangerous woman who had recently treated him poorly. Although Mayor Nina genuinely cared for him, and other girls in the sect had become friends with him due to his past offense against the Grand Elder, the dynamics were complex. They mentioned that at least 5 beauties were needed, with more being preferable. He wondered if he would really need to recruit women from other communities. The next morning arrived. There were unusual vibrations on the bed. Everything he did with his Nirvana finger today had different results. The ruler's injuries healed at an astonishing rate. The bed somehow broke. Overwhelmed by innate energy, she even accidentally fell out of bed. She asked if she had truly made a full recovery. In just 2 days, he had managed to heal her completely. She questioned whether he had been honest with her all along. He crawled out from under the debris of the bed. He was puzzled by her doubt. The sect's founder had visited him at night, instructing him on how to enhance the Nirvana finger. Didn't she notice the dark circles under his eyes? He had gone without sleep for many days. Fortunately, the 3rd level of the Nirvana finger worked. Otherwise, he would have faced serious problems. After hearing this, she reflected on his words. She acknowledged his hardships and was glad that the founder had blessed him. She was in a good mood and wondered what he wanted as a reward. He handed her the book, explaining that he was unsure how to train the technique, and asked for her assistance. She opened the book and noted the finger of flower swords confirming that he had chosen this technique. She placed the book on the table and mentioned that mastering this technique was not easy. There was a suitable training location available. This location was governed by the 3rd Elder and was situated near Juggling City. As he approached the establishment, he remarked, "They say an artist sells not their body but their skill, but seeing this inscription, I have my doubts." The 3rd Elder had always remained neutral, which meant she wouldn't make his life difficult due to any conflicts with the Great Elder. Training with the 3rd Elder could be very beneficial, and he might even be able to assist. He asked how he could be of use to the 3rd Elder. She replied that she couldn't disclose that information and suggested he see for himself. He had a troubling feeling about the situation. At the moment, his primary concern was the Great Elder. If she chose to exact revenge on him outside the sect, he would be powerless, and she would be unable to assist him. In such a case, he had one option left. She asked what his option was. He mentioned a new book he had seen in the market, titled ***Tears and the Beautiful Face of a Lesbian****. The story depicted an unfeeling master who had a forbidden affair with a student. The student saw herself as a queen in the master's eyes and hoped to gain her attention. The protagonist of the novel was revealed at the end to be a young rich girl. He questioned how someone could dare to write such a book and asked if she had read it. She blushed and he sighed heavily. She admitted she hadn't read it, as it wasn't her type of literature. She had only heard others discussing it and suspected that a scoundrel had written it to frame him. He confirmed that the book was authored by someone named Deja Vu. He showed her a photo, noting that Deja Vu was also known as Gigantor from the Tai Shan sect. She mentioned that she had heard many things about him, describing him as handsome and well-mannered. Many girls had fallen for him, but she never imagined he was such a narcissistic hypocrite. He then presented a photo of another person, saying that it was rumored to be Nun Nun Hung from Dula Guan, who used the pseudonym to conceal her identity. It turns out that she is Megara from a demonic sect that thrives on absorbing alien life energy, and she has no sense of shame, despite being a nun from this demonic sect. He was aware of her background. It was rumored that books started appearing in cities near the heavenly Buddhist temple, suggesting that these nuns were women of loose morals. A few days after the ruler learned about this, the erotic book ***Tears and the Beautiful Face of a Lesbian** began circulating around the Tai Shan sect, Gelaguang, and the heavenly Buddhist temple. The book also surfaced in the mocking sect. The great elder, angered by the obvious implications, took her sword and left the sect, apparently in search of Deja Vu to exact revenge. Now her sole focus was on destroying Deja Vu. He wondered what connection he had to this situation. He found himself in a temple filled with many girls. It seemed like an ideal place to practice the flower sword finger ***. The girl asked if he was the same person mentioned before. He was indeed the third elder of the mocking sect. She mentioned that the ruler had sent her a letter detailing his request and noted that she should have sent a few servants to handle such a minor issue. Her servants had brought a variety of delicious foods, but she was intrigued by him and wanted to meet him in person. She found him incredibly handsome. She plucked a grape from the vine. She mentioned that there were already rumors about him being a eunuch, but she believed these were just lies. She popped the grape into her mouth and said she wasn't afraid to deceive the entire sect to protect him. She wondered if the ruler had truly started developing romantic feelings. He replied, suggesting she might be joking. He knew his own worth. Even if he were as large as a dragon or as beautiful as a phoenix, he would have no chance with the ruler. He thought she was quite perceptive for an elder, noting that she could easily discern that the situation was still ongoing. Her every movement exudes a captivating charm that touches the soul. He senses that she's mastered the secret pleasure technique even better than Chen Qingqi. The girl seemed to believe he knew precisely what he wanted. She sat down and explained that she had always remained neutral within the community, thus refusing to support either the great elder or the ruler. If he wished to stay here, he would need to agree to one request. He decided to inquire further about this request. He recalled that the ruler had mentioned the third elder might need his help, but had not elaborated on the details. She practiced the secret of pleasure, and he was a young, handsome man with an ideal physique. Perhaps that was what she sought. He fantasized about her as a wolf. She told him it was time to wake up and began preparing herself. Her first student practiced a technique related to the secret of pleasure, known as the mantra of ruthlessness. To master this skill, she must engage men in a battle of sensuality. According to their agreement, if her students could surpass their opponents in this battle and win their hearts, they would quickly enhance their abilities. He sat before her listening intently. She remarked on his divine appearance and perfect physique, claiming he was the epitome of manliness. If one of her students could win his heart, he would be regarded even higher than 100 men. He paused for a moment to collect his thoughts. He suggested that while an agreement might be possible, it wouldn't be straightforward. He decided to agree to the request. The young woman informed him that he already knew the implications of allowing someone to conquer his heart. The man agreed, acknowledging it as true. When someone captures another's heart, the person becomes completely subservient to them, always responding to their demands and striving to fulfill their wishes. The girl was taken aback and questioned how he knew about this. Nonetheless, she agreed. He mentioned that he had never allowed women to gain control over him in a relationship. He believed his charm had saved him from that fate. As from the start, all the women were eager to please him, and he had no intention of bowing down to them. He also remarked on her exceptional beauty, noting that it was so captivating it could make anyone faint, and that her students must be equally stunning to be under her instruction. He thought that if someone dared to challenge them and ended up foolishly in love or defeated, then perhaps death would be a better escape. He believed that if someone of her caliber emerged, he would immediately go to witness it. She found him wonderful, which made his choice of the flower sword finger technique unsurprising. Later, she summoned those girls, who gathered together and began to seek his assistance. They would also be helping him, and numerous performances were scheduled. Everyone from the building was invited to participate. This was actually advantageous. His flower sword finger technique required a lot of beautiful participants, and having more of them would only improve the results. Over the next few days, he practiced battles related to sexual affairs with various girls. A drunken man staggered into a new house beneath the bright moonlight, and in his dreams, a beauty danced in a radiant skirt. Contrary to his expectations, all the disciples, under the third elder's guidance, had advanced beyond mere beginners. They had become true masters, holding hands and gazing at one another. He was curious about the third elder's preferences and why they aligned with those of the ruler. Within a few days, the girls were in tears. One expressed that she would miss him, another promised they would meet again, a third vowed to cherish the memories of the past few days for the rest of her life, and the fourth was reluctant to say goodbye. They closed the door and assured him that he would eventually be worthy of mastering the flower sword's finger technique. The girl noted that his heart resisted the flirtation. The harder it was for her to win him over, the stronger his emotions would become, leading to better results. She lamented that there were so many of them, and that they could only rotate every couple of weeks. He remarked that they were indeed skilled. They understood that simply relying on beauty wasn't enough to win someone over, and were aware of the power of passionate touch. He feared that if he fell for their charms, deep emotions might take root in his heart, making them difficult to shake off. He was at a disadvantage because he had studied many girls in his life and could quickly discern whether a girl was genuine or not. Their experience had little impact on him. He aimed to gather energy from these beauties without allowing his heart to be won over. Being surrounded by so many beautiful women and developing his technique took a significant amount of time. If this continued, he might not reach the foundational level of the flower sword finger technique. Proficiency in the flower sword finger technique required an environment where the practitioner was surrounded by beauties who genuinely desired to be with him. Only then could their combined energy help advance the technique. For the technique to reach its initial level, the practitioner needed many admirers, including those who appreciated his voice. Their collective energy would be essential for progression. Despite being surrounded by beauties all day, there was no sign of a favorable atmosphere. It felt more like a duel with drawn swords, with every sweet word striking like a spear. The girl wished to be a butterfly with him, soaring through the skies together. Any reminder of love felt like a stab in his back. He questioned how long it would take to reach the entry level, expressing frustration at the prospect of spending his entire weary life in this brothel. If his looks weren't enough to make the girls submit, he would find another way to achieve his goal. If his appearance fails to impress, he will have to rely solely on his talents. He recites all the poems he knows from the Tang and Song dynasties, but it proves ineffective. The girls are well versed in literature and familiar with a wide array of poems and songs, making his efforts seem trivial. He can use his fingers to transport them to a world of true pleasure. A few days later, the girl decided to draw back the curtain. The woman inquired about the girl's presence, and she explained that the third elder had instructed her to spend time with young Master Qian. The woman advised her to reconsider, pointing out that her lack of attractiveness meant she would likely fail to captivate him. She suggested that trying would be a waste of time. Enraged, the girl clenched her fist. She also mentioned that the Japanese Apricot Blossom Festival would be held that day at their establishment, with performances in the hot spring hall. A few elder sisters would be participating, and the third elder had asked her to observe. The women mocked her, suggesting that if she spent time with Ken, she should make the most of it, and perhaps even develop some feelings for him. They laughed loudly at her. The girl moved away from them. She opened the door and reminded them that she was waiting solely for him that day. She glanced aside in surprise. The same beautiful queen stood before her. She hadn't expected to see him at such an unexpected moment. She felt a flutter of excitement upon seeing him. He mentioned that he didn't recall her and questioned if this was indeed their first meeting. She dropped a bowl of fruit, overwhelmed by a feverish reaction. The bowl shattered, and the fruit scattered across the floor. She tried to catch a melon with her hands, but suddenly stepped on a banana. The young woman screamed loudly, and she fell to the ground right in front of him as he watched. She saw this as an opportunity to fall into his arms. She began to topple toward him, but he chose to step back and not catch her. The fall resulted in a loud, resounding thud. The severe impact left her with a throbbing headache. He approached her, decided to pat her on the head, and asked if she was all right. She appeared quite mysterious. He had seldom seen such clumsy fighters. Suddenly, the girl began to sob uncontrollably. He continued to gently stroke her head, trying to comfort her, and inquired about the reason for her tears, wondering if someone had upset her. She told him she wanted to participate in the boat festival that day, but felt she was not as beautiful as the other girls. She clung to his hand and expressed that even her only talent, making Chicken King, couldn't match her sister's grace. She felt she didn't deserve to be part of the festival. He observed her features and remarked that her eyebrows were noticeably pushed back, which made her appearance less attractive and not much different from the others. Because of this, he suggested she was better suited to play a heroine rather than a mere girl. It was a shame that she, a piece of exquisite beauty, had become so disfigured. It was truly unfortunate. She asked through her tears what she should do now. Ken replied that he had a way to redeem her and cleanse all the dirt that had sullied her. With his help, she would not only be able to participate in the festival, but would also outshine all the other beauties. That night, balloons floated across the sky. A woman played a musical instrument and sang. This was Lady Chai Luo from the establishment. The woman commented on how melodic the music was and how soulful the voice sounded. The man added that her singing was wonderful, and she was even more impressive. Every year, both the Qing establishments and the Hot Spring Hall, along with all the brothels and gambling houses, take part in the Flower Boat Festival. Representatives from these places sail on flower boats along the Arch Bridge and showcase their talents. People adored Lady Chai Luo. The man said it didn't matter who she was. As long as she threw flowers towards Lady Chai Luo, he would consider himself her brother. If people on the bridge wished to recognize one of the beauties as the Queen of Flowers, they could buy baskets of petals and use them to cast their votes. She thanked everyone. At the end of the festival, the girl with the most petals would earn the title of Queen of Flowers of Jangling City. This was Lady Mentoring. Her dance captivated everyone, and they loved her performance. The moon shone brightly over the city in the middle of the night. The man remarked on how incredible the performance was, praising the noble and worthy beauty of the girls. Another man commented that without the disciples, the festival wouldn't have been so grand. They were deliberating between Luo and Mentoring. Suddenly something unusual was noticed. A horde of zombies began crawling towards the girl. The disciples of the demonic sect had found their way to the perfect lady. They inquired what she thought they wanted. She declared herself a staunch supporter of justice, unwilling to share the same sky with them. She refused to let them touch her, asserting her position as the righteous heir of the Han Empire and the best actress. She lay there as the students approached her. The men wondered why she saw herself as holy and pure, like an ideal. Her reputation was now tarnished, allowing them to do as they pleased with her. The people on the bridge watched the unfolding events without taking their eyes off the scene. She pleaded for help, lamenting that there was no brave knight to protect her. They begged her not to go there. The man tossed pebbles, curious about the outcome. He promised to give her everything if she returned. The woman was displeased by this. How audacious! Her girls were using a forbidden technique. It was the elder from the divine temple who said goodbye. She mentioned that acting was merely a talent and that they were fair competition. The audience enjoyed the performance. The Hot Spring Hall supported a blessed temple, as strong as her chin. The nuns from that group practiced dual cultivation, becoming more communicative and popular with men. She had studied Luo and Mentoring for a long time and thought they had won. She was unaware that her opponent had hidden tricks. Suddenly the girl named returned. The sound of chickens was heard. She asked why the beauties had already performed and who they might be. It was Seong himself. A girl stood beside him, and he was adept at playing a musical instrument, and he played the melody quite well. He sang songs about the rays of the sunset and how they drift away from the sleeves of her dress. As he passed the people on the flower boat, he was reminded of his family's beauty. He mastered swordplay and hand-to-hand combat, never fearing danger. She began to draw her sword. He had met a beauty in the south of the Yangtze River and loved her deeply, but his passionate heart was reluctant to part from the light. He ended their relationship as if with a single stroke of his sword. His tumultuous youth had left him with nothing but a wound, yet his spirit remained unbroken, and his sister's voice would echo on. He desired only freedom, coming and going like a madman. This performance captivated everyone. He also observed all of this. He gently brushed against her dress. She suddenly drew her sharp sword. He sang lyrics from a song, and like a brave knight he began to touch the flower petals. The audience was enchanted by the beautiful melody. At one point the basket of petals fell to the ground. Many petals were scattered in the wind. Petals were thrown at them as they sailed on the boat. The man requested 50 kilograms of petals to be bought and thrown for him. The audience didn't grasp half the lyrics but found them intriguing. Although the song's meaning was unclear, the sound was strange, yet pleasant. This man in white, a divine messenger with unique talent, shone brightly and lightly like the moon. If this man is truly a divine messenger, then the masked girl must be the divine blade. Her sword dance was as graceful as a soaring swan and as exquisite as a wandering dragon. A girl in a mask greeted the gathered crowd. She announced that the young master was performing a song, written by him personally, not just a display of bravery. The people didn't initially know her name, but it was later revealed. The man decided to remove her mask to reveal her face. It was discovered that her name was mentioned previously. People were taken aback. The woman's beauty and her title, Divine Blade, were impressive. The man was surprised, finding her name unexpected and her presence far superior to other girls. What stood out was her proud eyebrows, like a hero's, her eyes shining like stars. Her appearance was not seductive but natural and dignified, contrasting sharply with the capriciousness and spoiled behavior of other women. Her beauty and voice captivated everyone. The man began to wipe away his tears. He confessed that after seeing the divine blade, he could no longer be impressed by other men, and he regretted his previous mistake. The third elder admired the performance, but some were less impressed. The third elder remarked that she had expected the show to be surprising, but didn't anticipate such hidden tricks. The third elder cautioned not to trust her completely, as the girl, known as Men's Shower, was actually the most ordinary member of her institution. The woman was furious, feeling humiliated by the situation. She vowed never to forget this humiliation. She promised to seek revenge in the future. It didn't meet her expectations. This was truly the most ordinary girl in her institution. She opened the tea and its pleasant aroma filled the air. The girl looked at him and asked how she could have changed so much and why she had changed her name back. She responded that the beauties of the emerging sect were so majestic that she would never let the hot spring hall's 6 blissful temples surpass them. Cayenne hoped that this surprise would please her, the third elder. She immediately recognized that it was indeed the man responsible. She wondered if he had orchestrated all of this, written the script, and made Men's Shower so beautiful. How had he achieved it? His nirvana finger could heal any injury instantly, and though his sword finger was still weak and not at the initial skill level, it could still function like a scalpel. By combining these techniques, he could replicate South Korea's advanced plastic surgery, one of Asia's 4 modern magical arts. By blending popular ancient songs with renowned dance moves, he created something extraordinary. In a world where entertainment is scarce, it was bound to amaze the audience. Now all the girls in the building were under his personal control. The light from the frames brightly illuminated the entire area around. She thanked him and knelt. He wondered why she was doing this and told her to get up. The gentleman, with his experience, had transformed her appearance, taught her sword dance, and made her name renowned throughout the city. His kindness had given her a new lease on life. She would never forget this. After the Flower Boat Festival, Seung and Men's Shower became popular throughout Gentleman City, becoming the ideal couple admired by many young girls and boys. The South Korean facelift became a tool that made the girls feel insecure and desperate. Consequently, all the girls in the building became obsessed, willing to do anything to have him notice their flaws. The girls wanted to share him among themselves. Some sought his advice on music and dance, and as a master in these fields, he was able to select the perfect melodies for them. Whenever beautiful women sought him out, he couldn't stay indifferent. With a wealth of experience and exposure to many celebrities with higher aesthetics than young girls could imagine, he was regarded as the best master. By blending traditional beauty with modern elements, he crafted melodies and dances tailored to each individual's character. Consequently, the girls began calling him Master Seer and worshipped him. Over the following month, his time at the facility and with the king was very smooth. He composed songs and music for the girls as requested. He continued advising the third elder. The establishment's members and the chief quickly surpassed the Hot Spring Hall in popularity. His reputation soared throughout Gentleman City, making him the object of many girls' fantasies and earning him significant admiration points. His fingers were long and precise like swords. He grew cautious and warned that his fingers could be dangerous. He demonstrated their sharpness by slicing off a corner of a table. After several days of basic training, his flower sword finger technique reached the initial level, with his innate energy transforming into flower energy. His dimension didn't just progress, it regressed. Despite this, the initial level of flower energy was equivalent to the third level of his previous, lower-quality innate energy. Moreover, his heavenly guardian became even more potent due to the use of flower energy. He felt the man's presence and looked up. She learned that he would be leaving them soon. He came to practice the flower sword finger technique, but in addition to honing this skill, he also became closer to his sisters, which is why it's time for him to leave. She rushed over to him. She still felt she had no way to properly express her gratitude. She anxiously questioned if the sisters weren't good enough. Why did he want to leave them so much? He thought she was interested in him and was trying to correct him. This is troubling. She won't be able to control her feelings and will devote her whole life to him, whether before or after the crossing. He had vowed to remain composed. The issue with Qingqi was not his fault. He was adept at rejecting girls who threw themselves at him, but he didn't want to hurt her feelings, so he left. He opened the doors and remarked that life is full of joys and sorrows, separations and reunions. The moon can both suffer and shine, create and destroy. Nothing is perfect, a truth recognized since ancient times. The girl is an innocent child in this world, and a long journey that takes you away from the other side is unavoidable. If only they could live long enough to share the moonlight, even if only from afar. Even if separated by vast mountains and rivers, they would still be under the same moon. She blushed and softly echoed his words, savoring the shared moonlight. She repeated his words once more, wishing they could live long enough to share the moonlight. Drawing from his own near-death experiences, he knew that to overcome his physical desires for a warrior girl, all he needed was to compose the right poem from a few random words. Through her tears, she insisted that he was right, and claimed to have forgotten everything that had happened. People with a free-spirited and natural disposition, like him, are akin to the moon. Their light should shine upon everyone, offering salvation. She shouldn't be so selfish as to wish for him to stay with her. Instead, she should focus on her spiritual practice to improve herself, and eventually join her sisters from the institution in serving him. The guy maintained an inscrutable expression. It was good that she understood everything, but inwardly he wanted to tell her not to come back. The poem he had read was incomplete, and he planned to share the full version with her as his farewell gift. As the moon rose above the horizon, he lifted his cup and posed a question to the heavens. She suddenly collided with a wall. The flower sword technique had reached its preliminary stage. He would soon return to the sect, and she could no longer wait. This was her final opportunity. She needed to experience the magic of Master Seer. He saw that a girl was present. The girl gazed at the men. She questioned why she had come. Another girl asked the same question. Perhaps she was a vampire. It was hard to believe she had come to Mr. Say's place at night. Such audacity, she inquired, somewhat irritated, if she was not merely talking about herself. She hoped to enjoy the full moon by visiting the master's door so late. A duel was proposed. Only the winner would be allowed to enter the master's classroom that day. They heard a beautiful sound. Many girls rushed out of the room. They should follow the example set by the other girls. The third elder assumed it was a group of idols. People in the world have diverse preferences. Some are drawn to simplicity, others to excitement. Some favor gentleness, while others are captivated by heroism. Each girl in the institution has her own unique personality. It might be beneficial to form an idol group called 48 Girls. Such a group could potentially captivate all the men in the world in one sweeping effort. However, he wondered if the idol concept could even develop in this world. Was it because of his deep thoughts that he came up with such brilliant ideas? Why should he return to the sect? If he stayed here, he could choose any beauty he desired. He had the option to select any girl for himself. He was not interested in that. If she wanted to establish an idol system, she needed to transform the girls into idealized goddesses in men's eyes. A goddess doesn't need to approach them. The 48 girls were just beginning to develop. It was better if he remained inconspicuous, as staying in the spotlight might drag him into undesirable situations. He was correct in his assessment. The current situation was putting considerable pressure on him. However, in gratitude for his contributions, she would share some important news with him. Big Elder Wu was searching for her and wondered about her intentions. Was she planning something involving him? She didn't have to worry. She had concealed everything related to him and merely aimed to win him over, align him with her faction, and initiate a rebellion against the ruler. He was unsure of her implications. Perhaps she was hinting that she would silence him forever if he did not side with them. She would not participate in their struggle against the ruler. He didn't need to return, as doing so would put his life at risk. The third elder believed he was a highly talented individual and greatly admired him. If he stayed in the institution, he would be surrounded by beauties, receive respect from the big elder, and be left unharmed. In a few years, he could become a remarkable person and attain Master Wen's level of cultivation. He mentioned directly that she was very valuable to him. Perhaps it's because the dice set and a few other skills didn't require direct mentoring. He thought that if the former sect master had been present in that city, he would have made the same decision. The third elder likely already knew the answer to her question in her heart. He was such an intriguing and wonderful man to her that she started to become attached. She hoped he could endure the pressure from Wu Lingxin. Meanwhile, at the dining establishment, they had prepared drinks for him in the legendary library and wanted to invite him to enjoy a drink and the full moon. They inquired if he was free today, Master Xie. Today was the Juggling City Lantern Festival, and she wanted to extend the invitation to him. His expression clearly showed his surprise. He truly appreciated their hospitality, but had informed the third elder that he intended to leave. Because of this, he would be departing from the institution. They were astonished at his departure, thinking it might be due to their inadequate care. They worried about what would happen if he left. He stated that he had come as a guest and was grateful for their warm welcome. However, the time had come for him to return to his own community. Suddenly a fruit bowl fell. Hidden behind the doors, she heard him leaving. He cast a final, thoughtful look at all the girls. The girl was certain that Juggling City was beautiful, and with their company, he would never be alone. Wouldn't he prefer to stay among them rather than face solitude? It would be better for him to forget about others and pursue a better life elsewhere than to remain and confront countless difficulties. Living in this world always brings regret. She hoped they would take care of themselves. The girls wept bitterly. He planned to leave late at night, but to his surprise, Mountain Lion and the newly formed idol group were waiting to bid him farewell at the ferry crossing. She suspected they might never see each other again and invited her sisters to accompany him on his journey. They played musical instruments. She sang an ancient song about the greatest suffering for lovers being separation, especially in the cold autumn. How could one endure such pain? Where would she be when she awoke today? She feared ending up alone on the shore. He was already on the boat, and they sang loudly about how, despite the passing years and changing weather, it would always rain for her. She continued to sing, questioning if a girl who feels love knows for whom it is meant. As he set off, the girls began to admire him. It was hard to predict what awaited him upon his return to the sect, and the offer from the third elder was tempting. He even considered staying in this land of warmth and affection. One of the rulers had done him a favor, and it would be foolish to simply escape. Additionally, the ruler had fully recovered, giving him more confidence in facing the great elder. During his stay in Qianlong, he not only disrupted the local order, but also accumulated a significant amount of enhancement points, advancing to the initial level of the flower sword fingers with ease. After leaving Qianlong, he planned to find a remote location to strengthen himself. While at the king establishment, he had been cautious about leveling up. The ruler even believed that the sect's founder appeared in his dreams, but the third elder was not deceived by this. It was dark, cold, and deep into the night. It was unclear where the figure on the rock had come from. He suspected that someone or something was present there. A wind fighter, a thunder fighter, an earth fighter, and another wind fighter approached him. It was Swablu, the fighter of heaven. He announced that all the fighters were in position, and as the leader of the gambling region, had gathered them for an important mission. The man showed little interest in the nature of the task, or why it required gathering all the killers in the region. The heavenly fighters spoke with assurance, revealing that the Blessed Temple had paid them 500,000 tiles to eliminate one of the elders from the emerging sect. The 10 demonic sects in the Han Empire, despite their low rank, must be acknowledged for their strength. She is a specialist in the innate dimension, making this a challenging task. Their influence extends only as far as the gambling region, making this a prime opportunity to showcase their significance. A few losses would be acceptable given the 5,000 tiles paid by the Blessed Temple for the additional task. Their mission is to eliminate a person named CIA. They began discussing the target. They wondered if CIA might be someone from the smoking sect. Recently, a figure named Cyan, known as the City Star, had appeared, though they were unsure if he was the one. There is also a servant with that name in the smoking sect, who was said to have been trained by the sect's master and possessed power at the 3rd level of the acquired dimension. The man presented a piece of paper with details about the target, contained in a scroll. It would be advantageous to have a few thunder fighters stay behind to handle him, while the rest would follow him. One of the fighters thought that meeting such a notable figure would be an opportunity, and asked if he could stay behind. He smiled, suggesting it was better to engage fully, even with a minor opponent. Thunder Fighter number 8, and he, number 17, would remain to deal with the target, given their acquired dimension levels of 5 and 3, respectively. It would not be a difficult task. The man handed him a whistle, remarking that the target was a bit of a troublemaker, who had already caused 180 deaths. He accepted the whistle and thanked the commander for the gift. In a forest somewhere, a bright fire blazed. The fire blazed intensely. This was the 1st level of the flower sword technique. With its immense power, it could grow as large as desired. Surprisingly, he needed only 10 gain points to improve. With his innate energy, the sword's reach had expanded to 5 chin. Despite this, he was not yet unparalleled. While he could not handle ordinary weapons, he was aware of the improvements. His innate energy was depleting rapidly. At the 1st level of the acquired dimension, he could only maintain this state for less than half a minute. It was extremely energy-consuming. Since the 1st level only required 10 reinforcement points, he assumed the 2nd level wouldn't be significantly more expensive. He upgraded the flower sword finger technique to the 2nd level. This caused a strong reaction. The system indicated that his development had progressed, reaching the 3rd level of the acquired dimension. His eyes began to glow yellow. It was surprising that advancing the flower sword finger to the 2nd level enabled him to reach the 3rd level of the acquired dimension. A single upgrade was enough to move from the 1st to the 2nd level of the acquired dimension. This effect was impressive for an innate measurement technique. Maintaining a size of 3 chen would allow him to fight for 15 minutes without any issues. However, this was not his primary concern. He extended his finger to perform the flower sword technique. He targeted a tree with precision. He could release his sword to strike an opponent instantly, similar to the 6-mile sacred sword, where blade energy is generated from the body. He was astonished that reaching level 2 required 200 enhancement points, which was much higher than the cost for the 1st level. The technique improved significantly at this level, advancing his acquired dimension, and he believed that most of the 200 enhancement points were invested in this upgrade. He was eager to see what the 3rd level would offer. His face was marked by tense veins. The system once again provided an update, revealing that he had reached the 6th level of the acquired dimension. He had endured many challenges to achieve this, requiring 400 points. The results were impressive. Attaining the 6th level of the acquired dimension allowed him to finally understand how to manipulate and direct energy in any way he desired. He heard an unusual rustling sound. He decided to target the noise with a shot. At the 3rd level of the technique, he could control the sword's energy even after it was launched. It was virtually impossible for an ordinary person to defend against or evade this force. Reaching the 6th level of the acquired dimension had also enhanced his heavenly guardian. Even Chu would not be able to breach it. Unfortunately, he had very few reinforcement points remaining. With his body now brimming with innate energy, he sought a worthy opponent for a friendly duel. For now, he only had the trees and flowers around him. It must be lonely to be invincible. On another sunny day in the forest, a man was running along a path. It was Cayenne. The heat was intense and he needed to find a horse. He entered the main road. The road was filled with people, and he felt his patience wearing thin. He needed to hurry. As he ran swiftly, something rose behind him. The fighters recognized Cayenne. One of them recalled seeing him leave Jangling City by boat. The man remarked that Cayenne was genuinely a remarkable individual. The fighter agreed, noting that while he was a nice guy at the third level of the acquired dimension, they should capture him and have some fun with him. The response was that such an action would never be taken. The boss instructed them that assassins must not act on personal desires or underestimate their enemies, especially someone with a third-level dimension. If the target were an ordinary person, they would wait for the perfect moment to strike with a single blow. The soldiers agreed, noting that his arrogance was fitting for someone representing the wind element with such a strict approach. It was no surprise that he and two other fifth-level acquired dimension assassins could handle a ninth-level fighter. When they fail, assassins take on missions, striving for success despite their lack of professionalism. None of them are expected to survive for long. Whether they capture him alive or dead, it doesn't matter. It would be preferable to enjoy their play while he is still warm. By morning, the heat outside the city was intense. He wouldn't be able to escape the sun's glare. He spotted some forest nearby. Despite the sweltering heat, he continued to chop wood. It was clear that people in this world were exceptionally hard-working. An unknown person approached him. He inquired about his needs and the situation. The forester wanted to know the direction to Jangling City and was given directions. He confirmed the directions and mentioned that the city could be reached in 3 to 4 days along that path. The forester thanked him for the assistance. He pulled out a bag and, acknowledging that he could not offer payment, offered some refreshing mountain spring water instead. Despite the heat, he accepted the water gratefully. He took the bag and expressed his thanks. He decided to drink the pure mountain water. The man smirked maliciously. He drew his sword while the other was drinking the water. At that moment, a fighter approached him. A few seconds later, another fighter appeared. He charged at him with a sword, declaring that he should prepare to die. He was slain by Shu Lu, the highest-ranked fighter, number 12. He merely grinned in response. Initially, they attacked him from one side, but then they moved to assault him from the other side as well. He swung his sharp sword at their necks. The two fighters leapt back. He managed to quickly activate his defensive techniques, and despite their combined efforts, the three of them couldn't breach his defenses. The defensive technique had been misreported. He actually had a level higher than the required third dimension. He decided to drink the poisoned water, knowing that even with a 9th-level acquired dimension, it would be extremely difficult to fend them off once the poison took effect. He was protected from their attacks due to his defense. He had anticipated this. He wouldn't drink water from a stranger without taking precautions. The fighter was stunned. How had he figured everything out? He explained that he had a technique for reading minds, which revealed their intentions when they offered him the water. He had also perceived their intense hostility, gaining points from their emotions. It would have been foolish not to notice. The fighter laughed, removing his mask in surprise at the mind-reading ability. He noted that the person was clearly one who harbored a desire to kill. The fighter decided to reveal his face, though it was of little consequence. The previous tactic was merely a ruse to prepare the victim for their clan. Since he had figured out their plan, they would now proceed with their real objective. Suddenly, the fighter lunged at him with his sword. Despite the fighter's attempts, the guy managed to defend himself from the blows. He employed the Fist of God technique, landing a powerful strike. The other fighters decided to attack from behind. One aimed to drive a sword into his shoulder, while the other attempted a stealthy strike to his back. He successfully repelled their fierce attacks and managed to push them away. Qian's hostile energy indicated multiple sectors, suggesting he was at the 6th level of the acquired dimension. However, besides his Heavenly Guardian technique, he was unfamiliar with any other techniques, facing only gym-based tricks. They surrounded him, and the boss remarked that in this frenzied clash, anyone with hostile energy would eventually exhaust themselves. When he exhaled, he would die. In the coming world, the Fist of God could clear everything in its path. However, in the main world, even at full strength, it only yielded about 20% of its potential. The effects were markedly different. The fighter continued to strike, but he managed to fend off the attacks. A fighter approached from behind, aiming to stab him in the back, noting that his techniques seemed unimpressive but were still effective in defense. He had become accustomed to the fist of God, using it instinctively in battle, leading them to underestimate his strength. The boss commanded, "Thunderfighter 8, attack from below. Thunderfighter 17, strike from the left. He's as good as dead." Real magic was unfolding as the fighter charged towards him. He aimed his flower sword and drove it straight through the fighter's head. Was he the only one who had fallen? The boss remarked that the fighter had been killed with a mere swipe of his finger, an indication of extraordinary power that shouldn't exist. He released his hostile energy, realizing that despite appearing weak, the fighter was actually a master of hostile techniques. They were very confident in their situation. He decided to confront the boss. The boss declared that the supreme technique of demonic bliss would condemn him to hell. The fighter called for Wind Fighter number. His plan had failed, and he began to flee towards Iron. He would be haunted by the fighters of Wind 12 for the rest of his life, his head throbbing and eyes reddening. Yang's face showed complete shock. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred. Despite having human bombs, his robust physique remained unaffected by the blast. The boss chose to flee. Carr pursued him, urging him not to escape as it was futile. He had underestimated the fighter's strength and realized that in this forest, no one could grasp him like an iron palm in water. He saw the flower sword's finger technique being used against him. He jumped away, acknowledging that he couldn't defeat the fighter, and vowed that Sulu would not rest until the victim was dead next time. As he leapt, the sword pursued him. The sword caught him by the leg in midair. The tree was cut down, and the boss fell to the ground. There would be no next time. He screamed in agony, unable to escape the intense pain and heavy bleeding from his wound. I pointed the sword at him and inquired about the reason he wanted him dead. He replied that he simply wished to kill him. There was no ill will between them, and he offered medical assistance, asking if he could explain why he wanted him dead. His wound continued to bleed profusely. He was told not to get his hopes up, as he wouldn't reveal anything. He had witnessed firsthand how fingers could both heal and inflict pain. He wanted to die without experiencing pleasure. The man was contemplating what actions to take. He requested that it be destroyed. An hour had gone by. She asked him what 1000-7 equaled. He was already very fatigued and his condition was worsening. Despite this, he decided to share the information. These individuals were members of the most clandestine assassination organization within the Han Sulu Empire. The leader of this group is a shadowy figure who rarely takes direct action, preferring to manipulate his subordinates from behind the scenes. Known only as the Elder of Bliss, he is a 9th-level expert in the 8th dimension and is rumored to be on the verge of achieving immortality in the heavenly realm. Assassins are categorized into 4 classes: Sky, Earth, Wind, and Thunder. Sky assassins are experts at the 9th level of the innate acquired dimension. Earth assassins range from the 7th to the 9th level of the acquired dimension. This one was at level 5, and this one was at level 3, belonging to Thunder. The current leader responsible for the jamming region has received orders from the Blessed Temple to eliminate a sect elder and a machine, with the latter being a secondary target. It seems the Blessed Temple is preparing to confront the emerging sect. However, the sect is currently in disarray, with its members not forming a cohesive force. It is uncertain whether this is linked to the Great Elder. Although the ruler has fully recovered, the situation remains precarious. The disparity in strength between the two sides is so vast that a confrontation is unlikely. He is contemplating whether to flee or alert the ruler. He was quite taken aback by this revelation. His eyes suddenly went black. He wondered about the meaning behind the phrase, "supreme demonic bliss technique," which seemed to promise the hellish fate he had cursed earlier. He was also curious about the terrifying technology that created the human bomb. He explained that the supreme demonic bliss technique, similar to the supreme demonic decay technique, is a unique skill that can unleash full potential. Shulu's organization consists of assassins from around the world, who rarely interact personally. Given their dangerous lifestyle, new members frequently join, and as a result, they often don't know each other. However, by mastering the supreme demonic bliss technique, assassins can identify one another, preventing infiltration by spies. He wanted to learn more, and inquired about how to study a technique that would allow him to join the assassin community. He didn't expect it to be of interest to him. Everything he had said was completely accurate. He asked about the fate of the person who had turned into a bomb. The individual lacked the strength to control the explosion, resulting in detonation. If he had been in that situation, he would have been severely injured, but would not have exploded. She expressed surprise and asked, "What is this?" In such a situation, he would have lied. He simply wanted to master the technique and requested to be taught. He agreed and decided to instruct him. The night was already approaching from outside. She asked if that was everything. It seemed to him that something was missing, but he said that was all he knew about the demonic bliss technique. He questioned why something was being withheld and whether the technique was incomplete. The system confirmed that it was not fully completed. The supreme demonic bliss technique is categorized into 4 levels: sky, earth, wind, and thunder. Only their leader possesses the highest level of the technique, and he had taught him a wind class technique, which is what he knew. Is this not thunder level? He was concerned and asked how such a misunderstanding could occur, insisting that he had indeed been taught the wind class technique. The supreme demonic bliss technique not only allows one to identify others, but also to control subordinates from a distance. A stronger practitioner can force a weaker one to commit suicide under the pretense of an explosion. The higher the level of the technique, the more powerful the control. He had been given the thunder level technique while he himself only possessed the wind level. Because of this, he wanted to wait until he mastered it before taking control. He was confused about how this could be done. That opportunity would no longer be available. He waved his hands, claiming it was a misunderstanding. He shaped his finger like a sword. He was given a chance and chose to play with him, then shot him. A sharp sword went straight through his head. Without the system's assistance, he would have been deceived by this trick. The fire continued to blaze brightly. In theory, if he surpassed the maximum level of the demonic bliss technique, he would be able to control the organization and resolve the issue easily. However, he only had part of the necessary equipment now, and the advanced level system might be inadequate. The technique is a double-edged sword. It must be practiced carefully. Failing to reach its maximum level could result in being controlled. In the world of dissension, martial arts are advancing rapidly, and there is no shortage of skilled fighters. Various powerful factions have been engaging in continuous battles with one another. These factions serve as the sole upholders of order in an otherwise chaotic world. Among them, some rely on sheer determination, others on innate talent, while some depend on financial resources from their families, and others are fortunate enough to rely on luck. Xiong managed to find the valuable necklace. Sin, an ordinary villager, was fortunate enough to discover a mysterious jade necklace. This necklace has the ability to analyze and merge various combat techniques, which is incredibly valuable in a world like dissension, where there are countless martial arts techniques. With the necklace's aid, Xiong became one of the most renowned martial experts in the world. With the backing of numerous exceptional fighters, the Taiji Basic Sect has risen to become one of the top 5 organizations in the world. Shout Yuan, as his most trusted ally, has been appointed as the deputy sect master of the entire Taiji sect. She will follow his orders exclusively while leading the rest of the members. People were pleasantly surprised when he married Huan, the most beautiful martial artist. With his closest friend by his side and his stunning wife with him, even his desire for her remains strong at night. He plans to spend his life with her. However, fate took a turn when the plate shattered, revealing that the tea contained a lethal poison. She had planned to poison him with it. He struggled to stay upright, barely maintaining his balance. A man then revealed that the situation was not as it seemed, as she was not the only one involved in this act. Longshot Yan was also implicated in the poisoning scheme. For some unknown reason, she was aligned with him. The man had trusted them more than anyone else in the world. The man questioned whether he recalled what his girlfriend had said a few days ago after he drank. She had mentioned never seeing him without the jade necklace, and wondered if it was a symbol of love from a former girlfriend. He replied that no one else was there to hear her. The necklace was a priceless artifact that aided him in learning martial arts, and it had contributed significantly to his current success. The man referred to the saying, "The one who speaks is grieving, while the one who listens is interested," and expressed disbelief that he had shared such crucial information. Now the treasure was his. He struck him and declared that the necklace was a divine artifact. Despite being only among the top 5, the Taiji sect could achieve greater prominence with it. He demanded that he surrender immediately. Now, all his disciples, including the woman, and even his strength and wealth were claimed by him. He would take everything, leaving Siam to die in a pool of his own blood. The next morning, Long Shao Tian announced publicly that Qian had succumbed to a severe illness and that he would be taking over as the Taiji sect master. He claimed that Qian had been afflicted with a sinister and debilitating poison, which had stripped him of all his possessions. Instead of killing Ken, he chose to imprison him and subjected him to extensive interrogation. His goal was to extract all the Supreme Zen influence martial techniques that Ken had developed using the jade necklace, which included combining all the world's defensive techniques. He made it clear that even if Ken were released eventually, he should not expect to receive any mercy or cooperation. The highest Zen influence techniques were highly unique, incorporating several of the best defensive methods available. He questioned whether Ken thought his 5-year imprisonment was solely for this purpose. Thanks to the jade necklace, Ken had mastered numerous defensive techniques and developed an advanced technique known as the boundless golden body. Even without the reflective power of Supreme Zen influence, this technique could use the enemy's innate energy to bolster his defenses, growing stronger the longer the battle continued. Even Hong Kong Qian had been killed by him just half a month ago, making the Supreme Zen influence technique unnecessary. He was in disbelief. He questioned whether Ken didn't believe that Hong Tong, leader of the 5 peaks of heaven and earth, and renowned as the greatest martial artist, would have defeated him by at least 100 moves, even in his prime. His loyal supporters owed their position to his influence. He prepared to summon his powerful sword, uttering the incantation to make it appear. It was a sword of demonic cultivation. This sword was a priceless artifact capable of piercing even the strongest defensive techniques, and it required the blood of only a few thousand people to activate. Although it was his, he had refrained from using it to draw blood, showing some degree of restraint. He had eradicated all his former followers, leaving only those who supported him alone in the sect. Siam, enraged by these events, wanted to retaliate. He smiled and questioned what could possibly stop him in this situation. Not only did he dare to strike his own people, but he also went as far as to kill Siam, attacking him with his sword. He inquired about what Siam could do in response to this. He began to gently stroke Siam's hair. He then decided to address him as brother. A woman's voice interjected, asking Brother Lan to be more considerate, noting that there was no blood on the clothes this time as she couldn't tolerate the smell. Siam lifted his head and saw the girl. He yelled at her, demanding to know how she dared to appear before him and calling her a hypocritical girl. He had treated her well and was puzzled as to why she had betrayed him. The naive man still didn't understand anything and hadn't given it much thought. She reminded him of how he had introduced them. He explained that the man in question was the incredibly brave individual he had spoken about, and the lady was Hua Non-US, known as the most beautiful martial artist. Upon hearing this, the man immediately understood the situation. He had come to help him, mistakenly believing him to be his adopted brother, while she had claimed to admire and love him. In reality, their intentions were entirely different. They were all deceitful, and he planned to eliminate them all. He taunted the man, comparing him to a watchdog, and she laughed, saying that Lan was still insignificant, and questioning how he could make such a comparison. He pressed closer to her and wondered why she wouldn't give him even more trouble. He was always in a good mood around her, and considered himself Kyung's best friend. They assumed he had fainted. He mentioned that if the formidable snake didn't die, it might consume him. She asked when he planned to deal with Qian. He replied that a new leader of the Martial Arts Alliance would be elected in a month at the 5 Peaks Sword competition. With his formidable power, he would begin uniting the martial arts world. After defeating the 5 Peaks of Heaven and Earth and winning the sword competition, he would deal with his old adversary. She remarked that he seemed to be trying to impress Ken. In the room, a massive spider was weaving a web. Sai Young, sitting on a chain, looked somewhat distressed. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, his hand began to shake uncontrollably. A random search revealed the world of dissension. He would need to use 50 reinforcement points for the journey. The dimension travel function was activated, and the transformation was successfully completed. He found himself on the floor, bound by chains. His body was covered in numerous wounds. He decided to lift his head. He asked why he was chained and so badly beaten. The memories were resurfacing. Not only had his treasure been stolen, but everything he owned was taken from him, and the woman had been taken right before his eyes. He felt a deep sense of self-pity. A string shot towards him. It struck him. It was time for the daily routine. He was struck several more times, with his tormentor asking if he was enjoying himself and expressing a desire to hear his suffering. The tormentor questioned why he would think he enjoyed such a monotonous job as a warden. Instead, he took pleasure in watching him suffer from the whip. He had forgotten that psychopaths existed in this place. The warden was not a devoted caretaker, but rather a likely accomplice of Long Shelton. The tormentor wondered if he wasn't enjoying himself and why he had stopped. It seemed their master was regaining his resolve. Although he had not previously used his innate energy, if he wanted more intense punishment, things would be different this time. He activated the technique of the highest Zen influence. He was entirely confident in his abilities. The intense light from the technique completely blinded him. He was momentarily stunned. He decided to strike him with his whip. He expended a significant amount of energy on this attack. If the body's owner had been hit, he would have been dead by now. It was unfortunate that he had fallen victim to this powerful technique of the highest Zen influence. His own punching power was now being used against him. Despite this, he still retained the title of People's Spirit, making his defensive techniques twice as strong. With such high-level fighting techniques, how could he possibly die? He wanted to check the system panel. This body now meets the criteria for the third-level dimension, and the maximum level of the highest Zen influence has been achieved. He is worthy of being one of the former rulers of this world. Since both the Supreme Zen influence and Celestial Guardian techniques are at level 6, their power should be approximately equal. One technique excels at reflection, while the other is superior in defense, making them difficult to distinguish from each other. It is understandable that the journey required 50 reinforcement points, given the decent energy level of this world. However, this was not his primary purpose for coming here. No one other than the guards enters this pit, so they are not counted. He needs to focus on the Supreme Demonic Bliss technique. 6 hours had already passed. This world was technologically advanced. The fusion of meditation and energy circulation produced not distorted energy, but a mysterious form of energy that strengthened every part of his body. This enhancement was permanent. He checked the system panel. He was shocked to find that even with the system, he couldn't improve the technique further. Its current level was 0 and seemed to be its maximum. There was nothing he could do to change that. Practicing the technique in another world might be beneficial. If he abandoned the mission and returned to the main world, the demonic bliss technique would remain at its current level. Training it in the main world would expose him to potential threats. He had one last chance to salvage the situation. He didn't need to abandon the task and return immediately. There was a treasure in this world, a jade necklace that could recognize techniques. Although he wasn't sure if it would be useful in the main world, it was his final hope. He estimated that using the jade necklace to recognize techniques would take between 10 days to half a month. He wasn't aware of his specific task, but if he couldn't bring his accomplishments back to the main world in time, it would be a failure. The system had not yet provided him with a task. It was possible that he might not even exist in this world. He needed to avenge the body's former owner within a month, eliminate his enemies, recover the necklace, and then return to the main world to unlock the system panel. The jade necklace was a fragment of the system. He wondered what new function might be unlocked by absorbing this system fragment. It could potentially allow him to enter and retrieve martial techniques. He had a specific task to complete. First, however, he needed to find a way out. Once he regained his strength, his power would surpass Long Shelton's. Even with the title of People's Spirit, Long Shelton would be no match for him. He could handle 17 attacks before sending Shelton to his doom and create significant problems for the charlatans. The Taiji sect's dungeon, with its 18 floors, was built by the body's former master and housed the most formidable demons. The body's former master had hoped that these demons would turn away from evil and contribute positively to the world upon their release. He could never have imagined that he himself would end up imprisoned on the 18th floor, the very bottom. He remembered that Van Den was held on the 17th floor. Van Den's strength was nearly equal to the body's former owner, and his demonic body technique was on par with the Zen influence. It would have taken the body's owner and Long Shelton all day to defeat and imprison Van Den on the 17th floor. He intended to astonish with his own power. At that moment, he decided to lift his head. She mentioned that they hadn't seen him in quite some time. He replied that he had come to humiliate him. His true purpose was to rescue him, showcasing his skills and fighting techniques. Surprise was evident in his eyes. Suddenly, the chains began to crack. They had recovered by as much as 90%. 5 years ago, he and Long Shelton had teamed up to imprison him in this dungeon, and now they were finally releasing him. He inquired why he was dressed in such a manner. After being confined for so long, he was unaware of the significant changes that had occurred in the world. During his imprisonment, he had been unable to discover that Long Shelton and Huaneng Uo were plotting against him. He lost all his martial techniques and endured severe mistreatment. Up until now, his situation had been extremely dire. He was here to make amends and requested help to free the people from this dungeon. His plan was to wreak havoc on the Taiji sect and kill Long Shelton. Everyone imprisoned in this dungeon was a cold-blooded killer. One of them expressed a desire to see the Taiji sect, which he had worked so hard to build, destroyed, and everyone in it dead. Over the past 5 years, Long Shelton had surrounded himself with supporters who were loyal only to him. As a result, only deceitful individuals remained in the sect, making the current Taiji sect comparable to any demonic sect. Though he had imprisoned him, he did so with respect, and now he had saved him. He suggested putting the past behind and focusing on dealing with Long Shelton. His kindness was noted, but it was clear he was also a fool. After destroying the Taiji sect, he intended to kill Long Shelton. They shook hands, and he complimented him on his sense of justice and his ability to forgive past grievances. He would go first, and during that time, he would be able to assess Long Shelton's skills. He and Van Den regained their full strength and easily conquered the 18th floor dungeon using Nirvana's finger. They restored the abilities of all the prisoners. This process took considerable time and effort, ultimately resolving Long Shelton's problems. He instructed the prisoners to disperse quickly and to spread the word about Siam. The former master of the Taiji sect had escaped from prison and vowed revenge on Long Shelton, the treacherous scoundrel who betrayed his sworn brother and overthrew the master. Some of the chapters with Wan Ding decided to pursue a path of vengeance by attacking the Taiji sect to seek revenge on Long Shelton. Someone questioned why Lone had shouted and fled, noting that his father was free and ready to face his fate bravely. The man remarked that without the master's presence, there was no reason to trust him. The man declared that the master had returned. He paid attention and inquired how Van Dyne had escaped from the dungeon. He probably would have, if he had the courage to confront him directly. Someone arrived just in time and saw him. One utilized the power of the demonic burning palm technique. There was an immense golden figure. Van was unable to determine the nature of the technique being used. A lot had changed during his time in the cell. He was no longer the person he had been before. Let him perish. One exclusively employed the power of the demonic body. He was struck by a sharp knife, causing a serious wound. He possessed so much strength that he effortlessly breached his purely demonic body technique, resulting in a very deep injury. He called out to Yen for assistance, noting his peculiar sword. But Yen was no longer present. He was frightened. Simon, once the most compassionate advocate of justice, had betrayed him and was now trying to flee. Lan raised his sword over Van's head. Van collapsed to the ground. Simon had set him up. Lan wondered how those people had recovered their strength and become so vigorous after being injured in the dungeon. He suspected Sejong was involved in everything. What if the person had more relics besides the jade necklace? He ordered a manhunt for Ken, instructing that the message be spread worldwide. Simon was perched in a tree and had sent the incompetent Wang Ding to assess the situation immediately. Simon couldn't handle a prolonged shout and was wary of Wang Ding's demonic cultivation sword. Long Shout advised against acting recklessly while being pursued, as their opponents were not on his level. He planned to confront them after the 5 Peaks event, which was the most significant battle event in the world. Long Shout aimed to win and use his victory to dominate the world. He refused to tolerate being robbed and insulted. He intended to advance his own power and exact revenge at the 5 Peaks event. Until then, he would complete his tasks and accumulate reinforcement points. Several days had passed. He was surrounded by many girls. One of them mentioned that he had written her a poem one last time and warned that if she didn't receive it today, she would never forgive him. Another expressed surprise at his musical knowledge and noted his exceptional skill with the shao. He attracted both male jealousy and female admiration. He reassured everyone that he could handle everything simultaneously. One man questioned why such beautiful girls were around him and why he was with them. Another wondered how he managed to win the affection of all the girls. He was skilled in composing music and poetry. He was also adept at makeup and had significantly boosted the Biwa Pavilion's business within a few days. He had admirers among all the city's girls, which caused jealousy among men. One man preferred not to discuss it and suggested changing the subject. Another man said it was time for the girls to leave, as their presence was no longer needed. It was reported that Siam, the former master of the Taiji sect, had escaped from confinement and released all the demonic fighters from the 18-story dungeon to cause chaos within the sect. No one could locate him, and the remaining members of the sect were involved in the search. Under Long Shout's harsh rule, the sect's clever individuals had either been killed or disappeared. Long Shouting's strength was such that he defeated Hong Tong, the leader of the 5 peaks of heaven and earth. While he had previously been scorned by others, he was now regarded with respect rather than disdain. The other 4 leaders of the 5 peaks of heaven and earth were anticipating Long Shouting's arrival at the upcoming 5 peaks gathering. If he dared to show up, they planned to unite against him and eliminate him. Ken overheard this discussion. He drank water calmly. Several more days went by. He frequently visited brothels to practice his finger techniques with flower petal swords. At the same time, he accumulated a substantial amount of enhancement points from local bandits. The desperate search by the Taiji sect only increased his notoriety and provided him with a steady flow of enhancement points. Enhancement points needed to be utilized, but it was unwise to use them on improving combat skills in this dimension, as he had already upgraded them in the main world. Reaching the initial level of the Sky Guardian was relatively simple. Once he had gathered enough enhancement points, he upgraded it to the maximum level. Its primary advantage was its automatic protection, setting it apart from the higher influence of Zen. However, practicing both Celestial Guardian techniques and the higher influence of Zen did not increase his strength, as they could not be used simultaneously. Without the Jade Necklace and the ability to combine techniques, integrating them into his defensive strategy was impossible. He could conquer the world solely by relying on his finger techniques with flower petal swords. It was already a dark, starry night outside. The most advanced techniques in the world are roughly equivalent to the higher influence of Zen. Despite the power of Long Shouting's boundless golden body technique, his cultivation level was still close to the acquired level for this dimension in the main world. The flower petal sword finger, being a core technique from an 8-dimensional realm, surpasses all other skills. Even with his 3rd-level acquired dimension status, he had transformed his innate energy into flower energy. He was confident that, with the flower petal sword finger, even at level 2, nothing in that world could match its effectiveness. The 5 Peaks Gathering is a spectacular event held every 10 years, featuring the world's strongest martial artists competing in a martial arts tournament. The 5 most powerful martial artists are selected by the 5 Peaks of heaven and earth, and the best among them will be crowned the Emperor of the martial arts world, the strongest master of humanity. The event is named the 5 Peaks Sword Gathering because a lightning strike once hit a mountain with 5 distinct peaks shaped like fingers, giving it the name 5 Peaks of heaven and earth. During the gathering, the 5 chosen masters will stand on these peaks, symbolizing the 5 deities that everyone must revere. A man lay dead. Another man had been killed by a sword through his body. A 3rd man was also dead, lying on a rock. All 3 were already dead. Even the 4 chosen masters couldn't defeat him. Long Shouting had single-handedly defeated them. After this, the woman wondered who would dare challenge the Taiji sect and Long Shouting. In the martial arts world, he would be recognized as a master. He questioned if anyone dared to disagree. People were too afraid to face him in battle. A man approached and stated his disagreement. The crowd did not recognize him. This was Kai Yang's ideal partner. The Taiji sect master recognized him. It was clear who he was. This location was marked by 5 points, resembling 5 fingers. The man instructed CNN to observe his thumb, declaring that he was no longer the master of the Taiji sect. The Taiji sect now belonged to Master Lan. A young person had taken over the Taiji sect and assumed the role of lord. According to ancient traditions, the victor claims everything. After defeating him, Lan would inherit his treasure, his wife, and his sect. He contemplated the situation and decided to ask because he realized that killing Long Shouting would allow him to regain control of the Taiji sect. He inquired if Lan intended to kill him. He drew his sword and questioned why Lan wasn't asking about his demonic cultivation sword. Kian charged forward. He moved directly to confront him. The man landed with complete confidence. Lan wondered about the technique, questioning if it allowed him to transform his energy into a sword form. Kez responded that this was the technique meant to kill him. Kian was highly confident and decided to use his focus to counter Lan's sword attack. He made a gesture with his fingers to touch the blade. Lan attacked, ready to send him away if there was no other option. He aimed to strike with his powerful sword. Their immense powers clashed in a fierce battle. Sparks from their confrontation flew onto the rocks. The sparks scattered across the stones. The spectators had never witnessed such a fight before. Both combatants displayed strength far surpassing that of the 5 deities. Fortunately, the 5 peaks were made from a unique material. Even the most skilled swordsman could only leave minor scratches on them. The peaks have remained unchanged for thousands of years. If they were composed of a different substance, their enigmatic sword energies would have torn through everything. They moved across the rock continuously. They fought alongside humans, who attempted to flee as best they could. He remained frozen beside him. His strike did not inflict any damage. He defended himself, and Lan remarked that this was not the ultimate level of Sin's influence. When did he acquire this technique? His sword attack proved ineffective against Sin. He managed to penetrate the protective barrier. Lan did not comprehend the technique used, but it was stronger in defense than the supreme Zen influence. However, his demonic cultivation sword was still able to breach the protective layer, although it couldn't affect his infinite golden body technique. Simon was nearly defeated. Ken now grasped the true situation. Lan should focus more on his sword rather than on speaking. His flower sword finger can slice through iron effortlessly. The demonic cultivation sword deserves to be considered a priceless treasure, having been wielded for a long time, until now. His sword broke into numerous small fragments. Lan asserted that Qian would not be able to penetrate his flawless golden body technique. Sai Young had deep respect for his bloodthirsty demonic sword. Regarding his golden body, he attempted the technique to demonstrate its actual ineffectiveness. Lan had just enhanced his innate energy, making him stronger than ever. He grew stronger without any hesitation. Sai Young severed his hand in that moment. He always tells those who can't keep quiet that they deserve such a blow. He was terrified. How could there be a technique capable of not only destroying the demonic cult sword, but also penetrating its seemingly invincible golden body technique? He fled quickly, using the energy in his legs to propel himself. He chose to keep running away from him. He successfully avoided the sword. Although he dodged effectively, he ended up falling onto a stone. The onlookers were astonished. The sword had struck the stone with such force that it seemed the 5 peaks were made from an extraordinary material. The greatest swordmaster could only manage a few scratches, and yet almost 5 peaks had been destroyed. It was hard for people to believe. Miraculously, he kept running. The 5 peaks started to collapse. Someone shouted at him to flee because the peaks were about to fall. He thought he was running quickly enough. However, he couldn't escape from him no matter how fast he ran. Suddenly, he was pierced by the flower sword. Simon was eager to see how he would attempt to escape now. Simon couldn't kill him. The Taiji sect's members were long-standing subordinates, and his death would cause the sect's downfall. He was troubled by this. He didn't want the Taiji sect to vanish. After reflection, he realized everything. It turned out he still cared deeply about the Taiji sect. He questioned whether he wanted the Taiji sect to be the greatest in the world. He was too indecisive and not ruthless enough. Even if his opponent were the embodiment of evil, he wouldn't kill him, but rather imprison him, hoping for his eventual reform. Many in the martial arts world admired him for his nobility and fairness. Someone like Long would not be able to lead the Taiji sect to global dominance. But after he took over, the Taiji sect became resolute and ruthless. He wanted to know who in the martial arts world hasn't heard of the power of law and who isn't intimidated by their cruelty. With the defeat of the 5 peaks, the prestigious Taiji sect would become a topic of widespread discussion, and they could confidently claim to be the best in the world. He decapitated him. He had his own views, but what was preventing him from killing Law? He picked up the necklace. Since ancient times, the finest jades were considered to belong with beautiful noble princesses. He felt himself too unattractive for such a jade necklace. He stood on the rocks facing a dense fog. The guy was holding the jade necklace in his hands. He discovered a system fragment, which he absorbed to increase his strength. The system fragment was consumed, advancing him to level 2 and unlocking the development function. This was excellent news for him. After integrating the jade necklace into the system, he was pleased to find a new development function that allowed him to identify imperfect techniques and even combine skills. He could now improve the Supreme Demonic Bliss technique. The Heavenly Guardian and Supreme Zen Influence techniques, both focused on defense, could be combined. His Flower Sword Finger and Nirvana Finger Art techniques couldn't be combined with other skills, but he lacked the enhancement points to do so. Prioritizing the complete understanding of the Supreme Demonic Bliss technique was more important. It was worth 1,000 points, a sum that astonished him. He had 10 days left to kill Nongyu. Otherwise, the task would remain incomplete. Gathering enough reinforcement points in such a short time would be challenging. People regarded him with suspicion. He needed to manage his body and master the sect with intelligence. He felt immense pride in his accomplishments. Following Shelton's death, the Taiji sect didn't collapse as predicted. His devoted followers immediately pledged their loyalty to him. Despite this, he turned on his own, just as Shelton had warned, leaving only his minions behind in the Taiji sect with their corrupt thoughts. He dealt with them coldly and without remorse. Now the leader of the 5 peaks of heaven and earth, Sai Young, a holy sword master, faced the challenging task of restoring the Taiji sect. His call for fighters to join the sect was met with a flood of eager volunteers. Within a few days, he had rebuilt the Taiji sect and consistently directed his disciples to eradicate evil and promote justice, thus enhancing the reputation of both the sect and himself as its leader. Following Yang's orders, they eliminated thieves to restore peace, and he began to earn a significant number of reinforcement points daily. Many consider betrayal to be the worst offense. Yet he hadn't killed her yet. Instead, he had placed her under house arrest. She wondered if he truly loved her and was reluctant to kill her. She remembered their conversations and how he had seemed shy. They had been married for many years, and no one knew him better than she did. He was always a naive man without previous relationships, and the moment they met, he had seen her as a goddess and fallen in love. Honest men are often the easiest to manipulate. He still wanted her back, and being the wife of a holy sword master wasn't the worst fate. CNN walked calmly. He was eager to see her again. She had always been so kind and beautiful that it was hard for him to believe she would align herself with Dong Shout and harm him. He asked if she had been blackmailed. He still had feelings for her, remaining like a devoted puppy at her feet. Dong Shout had merely fed her lofty ambitions. She was satisfied with him, unlike someone like him who lacked character and passion. She would need to be careful to amplify his feelings of inadequacy so that he would be more likely to do as she wished. It might have been easier if he had just killed her, allowing her to reunite with Longshout. She knows he loves her deeply and hasn't laid a hand on her this entire time. He doesn't want to be the one to end her life. He keeps her confined, forbidding her from leaving, and calls this love. He has eliminated Longshout's supporters in the sect, driven by concern for her safety. If she feels trapped, he might consider releasing her. Despite knowing her limited combat abilities, he still wants to set her free, potentially exposing her to those who would violate her. Does he find satisfaction in seeing his wife harmed? He didn't give it any thought. Although they can't be together as husband and wife anymore, he won't sit idly by and watch her be taken advantage of. If she masters this skill, she'll be able to quickly advance and become one of the top martial artists. She had never heard of the Supreme Demonic Sword Finger technique. Perhaps this is how Sayan not only restored his strength, but also learned to channel his energy into a sword form. She assumed he would want to marry her again, but was surprised when he resisted. She hopes that her newfound power will allow her to establish her own sect, freeing her from living with this fool. He still considers them a couple in love. He provided her with the guides. She's free to leave whenever she wishes. However, he advises her not to venture beyond the sect. There is unrest outside, and he doesn't want her to get caught up in it. She didn't expect him to care so much about her. She had misjudged him. He's a good man. Good men like him enjoy fireworks. He should just sit back and enjoy the show. A night passed. She inhaled deeply. What an incredible technique. After just a few days of practice, she's already noticing significant changes. Progress is evident. But until now, She had only encountered scientific cultivation methods and was unaware of this sword finger technique. He's kept a lot from her. But that doesn't matter. The current state of the technique is already enough to surpass masters weaker than the 5 gods. No martial artist would pass up the chance to acquire the Yang sword technique, a skill superior to all others, just as no man would resist spending a passionate night with her. Even if she is the strongest fighter, she doubts he can stand against tens or hundreds of elite masters. She joined the Boundless Sword sect and requested a meeting with him. In just 12 hours, he managed to boost his strength, gaining full control over his innate energy. These abilities made Xiang a renowned figure. As she walked toward GTN, she wondered if he aspired to become the greatest swordmaster. He had yet to witness Kang's sword style, which is undoubtedly superior to all traditional fighters. With only 2 days left to complete the task, he fully mastered the demonic bliss technique, pushing it to its peak. While he needed many points to master the supreme demonic bliss technique, enhancing it required fewer, just 140 points, the equivalent of the celestial guard level. This technique is only good for making fighters levitate. It doesn't boost his combat power or cultivation level. He sent people to watch over Juan Omega, and soon she would return, leading a herd ready for slaughter. A man rushed up with alarming news. It's the end. The Sword Sect, 24 crests, Universal Helmet, Mountain Patron, and 18 other top sects, along with Qian, CSU Shanghai, and 36 elite martial artists, have united to kill them. They are nearing the sect. He told them not to worry. It's just a sect of weaklings. He can kill them before they even have a chance to blink. Many masters were approaching, just a mile away from the Taiji sect. The master heard that CNN is now called the world's best sword master. Today, he intends to see if that title is deserved. He had the audacity to escape the sect and then return, intending to reveal the secret of an incredible technique that allows him to concentrate energy into a sword form and stay alive. He destroyed the 5 peaks and caused thousands of deaths, yet that wasn't enough to stop him. Qian believed that if he let her go, she would change her opinion of him. How could he think they could ever be together? The more he loves and admires her, the more repulsed she feels. He made a grave error by letting her go now, with so many people gathered. Even if he is the greatest fighter of all time, he won't be able to escape death. She's the only one being naive here. She actually believes he let her go out of love. He did it to maximize his advantage before leaving. He couldn't have anticipated things going this far. She had an unexpected surprise planned for him. She didn't comprehend what he was saying. He flicked his finger with confidence. He successfully executed the supreme demonic bliss technique. She began to swell up like a balloon. She lost control and couldn't grasp what was happening. Many other masters began to swell as well. He stood boldly on the rock. People suddenly exploded. There were multiple explosions. This technique truly lives up to its name, supreme demonic bliss. Hundreds of people exploded simultaneously. What a breathtaking spectacle. He completed the task and was rewarded with 300 points. In 10 seconds, he would return to the main world. He sat by the fire. After successfully completing the task, he returned. Through travel, he eliminated the hidden danger posed by the supreme demonic bliss technique and can now turn them into walking fireworks whenever he wants. And not just that. With the new development system function, he can combine the techniques of the Heavenly Guardian with the supreme influence of Sin. He now possesses a defensive technique that activates automatically, reflecting attacks back at the enemy. His power knows no bounds. He walked alone through the dark forest. It always frustrated him that after leveling up, he couldn't find a worthy opponent to test his newfound strength. So he had to test it in a simulated battle. He fired at the rock using magic. A hole formed. The shot pierced straight through the tree. And now it's time for some magic. The force of the finger bent the flower sword to his will. Then he decided to return. Golden dragons were beneath his feet. He was still able to deflect this attack. This technique served him well. He managed to repel about 50% of the attack. If he were facing a 9th or even 8th dimension fighter, he would only be able to deflect a minimum of 30%. But that's enough. As long as he has the talisman of the people's spirit, he will have some protection. And if he had mastered the Zen Divine Influence technique, he chuckled. Later, he headed to Sulu. The masters walked calmly through the dense forest. He couldn't believe that this cold pool was so well hidden in the mountains of the land region. If the Blessed Temple hadn't kept information about it from them, He's afraid he wouldn't have been able to find it. The fighter mentioned that Thunder Fighter 12 and Fighters 8 and 17 hadn't returned to the squad yet. The fighter whispered that it seemed more time had passed than necessary. Even if Fighter 12 decided to have some fun, they still should have returned by now. Maybe Thunder Fighter 12 and the other guy got along and hooked up. He told him that Sulu was just a cheap guy, but unfortunately that old fool didn't believe him. Their foolish expressions enraged him. Look, the young one himself decided to speak up. He'll need to spend some time teaching them a lesson. The fighter asked in surprise where he came from and how he dared to speak like that. The fighter added that this is the same guy with a bounty on his head. There were men standing among the trees. He thinks that when Fighter 12 was captivated by his beauty, he gave in. The Wind Fighter might be a renegade, but he would never surrender to the enemy. If this guy managed to handle him, he must be extremely powerful. It doesn't matter. After using his 10 Swords destruction technique, even a 9th dimension fighter wouldn't be able to survive. And then, he rushed at Kan once more. He noticed that a fighter was attacking him. Ken decided to teach him a lesson to set an example for everyone else and snapped his fingers. He used the Supreme Demonic Bliss technique, intending to send the fighter straight to hell. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone in that spot. That guy managed to use the Supreme Demonic Bliss technique. What's even stranger is that Sin is evolving above him. If he hadn't revealed his skill, no one would have suspected anything. The fighters didn't understand how he knew this technique. His development level surpassed all of them combined. He earned fewer points this time. He could only scare off the lower-ranked fighters, the Wind and Thunder style, the upper-class Sulu, and all those who managed to keep their composure. The master stepped in to defend his fighters. It seemed that the real Cy Young was already dead. He asked him what region he was from, and if he truly decided to defy the rules of Long Bliss. He pondered it. That guy sure knows how to control people's panic. He feels like he doesn't have enough information, and because of that, he needs to. His feelings and thoughts about the machine sect are void and long. Bliss brings him pleasure. They don't deserve to know his true identity, but he knows with confidence that it's pointless for him to become a commander. At the right time, he was a member of the mocking sect. The fighter whispered, wondering how this guy managed to master their heavenly-level Supreme Demonic Bliss technique. He recalled a bit. Rumors have it that although Sulu, the Elder of Bliss, comes from the Blissful Temple, he had some sort of relationship with the former sect master and the machine. Additionally, the Elder doesn't have the best relationship with the Blessed Temple. If he did, he wouldn't have left to form his own organization. The fighter mentioned that most of the girls from the emerging sect use techniques to combine with ninja methods. Perhaps. But he requested not to discuss it further. There's a possibility that he is the illegitimate son of the Elder and the former sect master machine. This might explain why he has mastered the Supreme Demonic Bliss technique at such a high level and is a member of the mocking sect. There are plenty of rumors about the Elder originating from the Blessed Temple and being connected to the former sect master and the machine. However, the Elder has never confirmed these rumors. Over all this time, they haven't been able to uncover the complete truth. But he's not concerned. Some things are meant to be understood, but not necessarily spoken about. The soldiers felt a sense of fear as they looked at Ken. It seemed like he was planning something. Sometimes events unfold in ways they don't desire. The more the master observes him, the more suspicious he becomes. However, one thing is certain. Ken's level of the Supreme Demonic Bliss technique is much higher than his. He would like to earn a badge. He might like the name Xiang, but if they're so eager to know how to address him, he showed them the badge. They may call him the Guardian of the Earth. He earned respect points. He awaited the reactions from the Earth Fighters. They regard him as the illegitimate son of their elder, but the restraint of the heavenly commander is remarkable. The commander asked him what his purpose was in coming to them. A great leader must be capable of yielding. He cannot allow anyone to uncover his secrets. Moreover, according to Sulu's rules, the one with the higher level of the demonic bliss technique has control over those with weaker skills. He cannot afford to go against them. The young people also need to be trained so they can reach an agreement. The soldiers were left confused. He inquired which sect or machine was ordered to eliminate the Blessed Temple. The target is the 4th sect elder of the Machine Way radio. He wondered why her, considering that the strength of the sect elder and the machine is astonishing. But the clan is unaware of this. Due to the flaws in her technique, Wave Radio struggles to manage the balance of yin and yang. Therefore, Once a year around this time, she spends 3 days in a cold pool nearby to recover and regulate her body, all while keeping this a secret. She never takes anyone with her and always goes alone. Although she isn't a master of the third or eighth dimensions, if the entire Sulu sect were to gather, there's a good chance they could finish her off when her energy is unstable. If the guardian of the earth chooses to protect her, they won't resist. This man places great importance on the smoking sect. Because of this, if they act in his interests, he has asked them to continue with their tasks. He inquired further, wanting to understand why this was happening. He remarked that while murder is murder, it should be carried out based on the specifics of his instructions. They followed his commands precisely. She began to undress, and after removing her clothes, the naked girl stepped into the water. Suddenly, someone unknown rushed towards her. She noticed it immediately. They were fighters. Life is merely the interaction between the soul and the body, and when the soul departs, the body left behind becomes nothing more than a lifeless doll with its strings cut. The commander joined the attack alongside them. Long Bliss had arrived to take away Radio's soul, the 4 elders of the emerging sect. They were oblivious. The canvas began to peel away from the tree. It wrapped itself around one of the fighters, freezing him in place. Later, another fighter became ensnared in the cloth. At some point, she stepped onto the ice. Then I froze them. She inquired when you cowards started attacking an elder from one of the 9 demonic sects. With a body charged with vibrant energy, one can harness natural forces, swap scenes, and wield deadly techniques from mysterious martial arts. The scorching crimson-purple technique is immensely strong. Her method has a significant flaw. The more she relies on intense energy, the more she must use the cold pool to neutralize the heat annually. If not, her balance of yin and yang will shatter, driving her mad. He questioned her unstable, innate energy, noting she only defeated 2 to display strength. How much longer can she endure? She challenged him to find out himself. He then commanded its destruction. Only former experts were dispatched by him. She deflected rocks using ice. With her shaky, innate energy, excessive killing could lead to her death, yet doing nothing changes little. The outcome would essentially be the same. The fighter unleashed his power on her. She questioned who had hired them to kill her. The commander merely smirked. She, being wise, should know who desires her demise. He offers his help. Today, the level 3 dimension expert will fall. As she descends into hell, she should ponder carefully over who she wronged. She questioned his nerve, wondering if this is the person bold enough to target the 4th elder of the mocking sect. He assured her not to worry. They paused momentarily. Sayan stepped in to defend. The most distinguished and impressively presented one appeared before the ruler. He didn't expect her to have reinforcements. How could he leave the victim of prolonged happiness alone? He summed everything up in one word: confidence. He simply laughed afterward. They couldn't even budge him. They attempted to breach his defenses. He dismissed them as insignificant. He harnessed the power of divine Zen influence. Despite this being just a game, he was shown respect. These opponents weren't giving their all. Even while standing still, he could endure their attacks. He managed to channel emotions from top-ranked fighters, remaining calm throughout. This was the Heavenly Guardian. He had never heard of anyone reaching the peak of this technique or accumulating Zen beneath their feet. Could it really be him? She questioned if he was the same Sayan. Indeed, he came in person, under orders from the ruler, to save her. She would soon arrive with the army. After such a gallant rescue, he saw no gratitude or respect from her. The soldiers gathered around the commander. A soldier asked the commander what their next move should be. He advised against getting too involved in others' business. They decided to move forward. They were now out of danger. Only the 2 of them remained there. She seized him by the neck. There were no reinforcements from a machine. He had tricked all the killers. She asked what he wanted. He requested that she let go of him, stating he was on her side. She often had conflicts with the ruler, and he was her loyal follower. She questioned why he had come to save her and how he knew she was here. He came to the gambling area to practice his skills, unaware he would encounter death. It was fortunate he improved his abilities enough to defeat them. After interrogating one, he learned they intended to kill her, and he decided to seize this opportunity. From the outset, he intended to follow his own path. After witnessing so many villains, he doubted he could rescue her. But when he saw them trying to harm her, he didn't complete his sentence, and she asked him what he was trying to say. He quickly gathered his courage, being the ruler's servant. He had always heard her being praised and wished she was on their side. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She released his neck, realizing she needed to return to the sect. He pulled her closer, stating they needed to prepare to return to Sulu. In desperate times, desperate measures are required. Since she was injured, he offered to carry her and run. He took her in his arms, and she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Everything seemed to be going well, but he hadn't yet felt an increase in emotions like anger. She appeared weak-willed and mocking. The sect is where the ruler resides. They returned with some guests in tow. The girl's eyes widened. She chose to meditate in silence. They hadn't seen each other for quite some time. She realized it was radio. One stick of incense later, the master sat in silence. Ken spoke with deep emotion. Then, Commander Sulu unsheathed his sword and shouted to kill her. As soon as he pointed his sword, the 33 Sulu killers took their battle stances, armed with swords, spears, halberds, axes, and pitchforks. A total of 18 types of weapons were aimed at him, along with the presence of 4 elders. However, Ken was not one to be taken lightly. Like a valiant knight, he fully utilized his celestial guard and quickly formed a stronger defense before the 4 elders. As soon as he heard weapons shattering, not a single one of the 33 killers could even budge it. Yet, there remained Commander Sulu, the master of the innate dimension. His combat style was swift and ruthless, and his commander's sword exuded immense power. One glance at his sword was enough to know that he had defeated many formidable fighters. But he was unfortunate to face Ken's impenetrable defense, forcing him to stand helplessly and watch as his sword shattered in his hand, unable to even approach. Realizing their assassination attempt had failed and undeterred by reinforcements, the Sulu killers fled with hatred in their hearts. However, Ken couldn't protect the 4th elder from so many attackers, so he had to deceive them. He explained how he encountered the Sulu gang members, killed them, discovered that the blissful temple was behind it all, and found a way to rescue the 4th elder. The master asked her if he was telling the truth, but she remained silent. For some reason, Kyung greatly exaggerated everything, but most of his account was true. He earned respect from the elders and remained calm, even in such a tense moment. He had intentionally embellished the story's details and hadn't received any confirmation from her. Still, the ruler seemed pleased by his emotions. She wished to express her gratitude to him. If it weren't for him, the mocking sect would have lost a very important person. It was all because of the ruler. He felt a surge of anxiety during the events, but when he thought of her name, it inspired him. He knew how to speak eloquently. She questioned, based on his behavior, if he had learned that technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight and defeat the assassins. His cheeks flushed slightly. It is very suspicious that the Blessed Temple hired Sulu to kill her. It's quite odd that these assassins knew they could catch her off guard at the cold pool. The burning crimson-purple technique was a rare skill, created by merging the inner demonic mantra with the Holy Scripture, and she needed to use the cold pool annually to maintain the balance of yin. This was her most guarded secret, and she had always been careful to keep it hidden. She had no idea how the Blessed Temple or Sulu learned of it. Only the Great Elder was aware of her secret, and in fact, the alluring crimson-purple technique was developed with his help. She doesn't believe it's his doing. Only the Great Elder could have revealed her secret to the Blessed Temple, but there was no animosity between them. She doesn't understand why he would do such a thing. The master looked at her, and she speculated that the Great Elder was behind it. The master shook his head. If he understood the situation correctly, even without his interference, the 4th elder wouldn't have died, but would have been gravely injured. This injury would cause the elder to suspect the ruler and the Great Elder. If tensions arose with the matriarch, she would immediately approach the Great Elder, and he was sure she would accuse the ruler of everything. The 4 elders would align with that witch and despise the master. In such a scenario, the prime suspect is the one who would benefit the most. Thus, that person is the Great Elder. This is just his assumption. There is no concrete evidence. She reminded him that they are a demonic sect. What more proof does she need? Just arrest them, force a confession, and it's settled. It's not as simple as he thinks. The mocking sect has been in decline due to internal conflicts. If the situation continues to worsen, outsiders will attempt to capture them and erase their ancestral legacy. He worries that in this unstable situation, the elders have sensed the looming danger, and even those who were neutral have decided to side with the great elder to ensure their own safety. If conflict erupts, all the disciples of the elders will engage in a deadly battle, and regardless of how the situation is resolved, the mocking sect will inevitably lose its strength. But the great elder's crime is that she plotted with the blessed temple to eliminate the other elders. As long as they have evidence, the 4 elders, who have a strained relationship with the ruler, can portray themselves as victims and reveal everything. They could then pass judgment, making the great elder publicly recognized as a sect traitor, and no elder would dare to support her. Therefore, the evidence must be presented in a discreet manner, as it could easily be refuted otherwise. The most suitable opportunity would be at next month's general meeting, where all 4 elders and all the disciples will be present. She asked if they still needed proof. He spoke about evidence that people can believe, as long as the great elder claims they can't find substantial proof. If she sent an anonymous letter to the blessed temple revealing the secret of the 4 elders, how would they be able to disclose it? Even the blessed temple might not be aware that the great elder is behind this plot. It would be ideal to have evidence, but if not, as long as they are believed, they can still capitalize on it. After they obtain credible evidence, if all 4 elders support them, they can succeed. She thinks she is better off acting alone, because no one in the sect knows that they are on her side. The great elder will continue to believe they are at odds, which would make it easier for her to obtain evidence independently. She questioned how he could ensure that the sect's meeting would not spiral out of control and turn into a factional war. He listened to her attentively. This won't happen, even in the worst-case scenario. They have the upper hand. If the situation deteriorates, they can discard the great elder, arguing that the evidence doesn't seem convincing and that the sect's interests must come first. The elder would then prefer not to engage with the matter. If everything went as planned and they managed to subdue the great elder, as long as they had a valid reason to kill her on the spot, he didn't think anyone, including the other elders or her disciples, would try to stop them. Once the great elder was captured, her disciples would be leaderless. Order would be restored, and the chaos within the sect would end. Hong Yuan found a devoted follower, and she was pleased. She returned the smile. He's honored, but he still hasn't received his enhancement points, even after all those speeches. She leaves, saying they will discuss everything in 10 days. If she wants to meet her, she should use the ice hairpin as a signal and wait for her behind the cliff. She asked him to take care of himself. She opened the door and left. The master asked, what if they were wrong about the great elder? He replied that to defeat an external enemy, they must first eliminate internal threats. The great elder is a traitor without question. She commented that he is so young but already so cunning. He's known as an honorable gentleman. Does he seem like someone who enjoys creating intrigue? She had a task for him. The great elder has decided to play a game involving the blessed temple. They need to strengthen their defenses. She instructed him to use the mocking sect's secret guild badge to withdraw 200,000 taels from her treasury and hire Sulu to handle the blessed temple. Even if they can't win them over, they can at least buy some time. She told him to go with Senshi and have her guard him. She handed him the badge. He promised not to disappoint her. He briefly considered keeping the 200,000 for himself, but decided against it, realizing he couldn't steal from the ruler. The mocking sect is the home of Qin Qingqi. Since she seemed very mysterious, the servant was curious about why she was acting that way. She wondered what tricks her husband used to earn the ruler's favor. Not only did she spare him after he intruded into the ancient temple, but she also made him her personal servant. Regarding the supposed castration, it appeared to be just an excuse for the ruler to take him under her wing. She wondered if it might be due to his impressive physique. He interrupted her, telling her to stop talking nonsense. How could the master be so frivolous? She continued, mentioning that Sin was rapidly advancing in his martial arts skills. She speculated it might be because of his body. Could it be that the master was drawn to Sin for his martial arts talent? She added that the master mentioned he had a finger technique that could heal diseases and restore internal energy. Was the ruler captivated by his healing abilities? She heard that the master had completely healed her illnesses and was getting stronger every day. She asked if it was because of the cleansing hands technique. She felt like she didn't know much about that guy. He approached her with good news. He follows her closely. That guy has changed a lot. Sin is constantly devising various devilish schemes. He used her shamelessly last time, and his new plan is no better. She was very intrigued by the good news her beloved husband brought this time. He asked if she had missed him. She replied that he had only been gone a few days, but of course, she missed him a lot. She asked what news he was referring to. He asked how she felt about going on a trip with him and spending a lot of money on gambling. She was completely shocked by this. She expressed her desire to go with him as well. The guy wanted her to do something different because he didn't want to ruin his honeymoon with his mistress. In today's city of chilling, she asked if his good news was just to protect him. He told her not to think that way. While they were taking precautions in case the Grand Elder sent someone to spy on them, the point was that the couple enjoyed sightseeing when they traveled together. He asked her to look at the beautiful mountains. He also pointed out the water where fish were swimming, and he mentioned looking at the lovely scenery. She said if he wanted to admire the scenery, he could do so when they returned. Had he forgotten why they were here? They urgently needed to reach the King's gambling house. King's gambling house and Chilling City are among Sheila's secret bases, where they also carry out missions. When he gives the code word to the guard, he can enter the room and offer a reward for a task. They needed to place their bets. She decided to bet everything, no less. He hadn't thought she was such a gambler. She knew they were on a mission in unfamiliar territory, but she still wanted to play before moving on. 1, 2, 3, 6 points less. She had already won 16 times in a row and had such a good man with her. People were envious of her. He earned points of jealousy, respect, and envy. He enjoyed making money while also strengthening his position. She was having fun, and there was nothing wrong with that. Since she was good at hearing the dice and getting into the game, she hadn't lost yet. The place was already empty, so she wanted to switch tables. He asked if she thought it was foolish to always win. She replied that winning is the whole point of the game. There's nothing wrong with aiming to win when it's necessary. But now that everything is just for fun, she wants to indulge a little. For instance, he leaned closer to her lips, causing her to blush. It was time to place bets again. This time, she couldn't hear the dice. She accused him of distracting her. He wondered why she insisted on being so serious. Sometimes it's good to just relax, try your luck, and enjoy the thrill of the unknown. She asked if they shouldn't be aiming to win. She placed her tickets down. 5, 5, 6, 16 points again. The beautiful girl won once more. She was thrilled by this news, because she had been quite serious. After collecting a lot of tickets, she decided she had played enough for today and asked him to exchange everything for silver bills. He gave her a smile in response. The man didn't want them to leave. As expected, they were there. It was time to get down to business. He remarked that life is just the influence of the soul on the body, and when the soul departs, the body that remains is like a motionless puppet with its strings cut. The man apologized, saying he had no idea someone so important would visit them. He asked them to follow him. They were now in the secret sector of the King Huan gambling house. Shui Lu is a neutral organization of assassins who do anything for a fee. That's why he chose him. And since she was on this task, he had come all this way just to place an order to kill 1 or 2 people. He wanted to spend the money to kill 3 times as many. They needed to pass through these doors. Chen Qingqi relishes the challenge, eagerly immersing himself in the deceitful game. She intervened, reminding him of their crucial mission worth several 100,000 taels, stressing the urgency. She instructed him to announce their presence to establish contact with the most influential person in the organization, though he was unsure of her intentions. He paid close attention to her instructions once more. She urged him to stay focused, transmitting her message through a secret heartbeat technique. Despite holding the upper hand, she cautioned against complacency, emphasizing the need to remain vigilant and prepared for the worst. She had already devised a contingency plan. If anything went wrong, she would destroy the gambling house, and he should seize the opportunity to escape southeast, as it would be his best chance at survival. She not only found pleasure in the game, but also meticulously studied the gambling house. She was extremely cautious, refusing to entertain the possibility of failure. The assassins were already under his control. The man opened the door, and the Lord was already awaiting their arrival. They entered his residence together. He was exceptional, a sky fighter of the 3rd rank, leading Awelum Lu in the jangling region, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his esteemed guests. They decided to approach him. Ken met his gaze directly. His expression was one of anger. They were members of the smoking sect, aware that they had previously attacked the 4 elders of their community. Despite this, they only sent 10 fighters. The guardian of the earth wanted him to subdue the girl. The commander understood the signals perfectly. First, they needed to intimidate Chen Qingqi, and then he would step in like a gallant knight to resolve the situation. They were here to discuss business, not seek revenge. Furthermore, when someone kills with a sword, the blame lies with the person, not the weapon. The killer is merely a tool, and they should direct their ire at the blessed temple, which serves as their mercenary. Chen interrupted Yan, taking the words right out of his mouth. He questioned the blessed temple about who informed them of their involvement, continuing to play his part convincingly. She replied that they had their sources, pressing him to get to the point. If he hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have known anything. She inquired about their purpose and how much money they were willing to offer. The man presented a piece of paper and a pen, instructing them to follow the rules and write down their terms. She took hold of the pen. Chen Qingqi was now fully in charge of executing his plan. He was quite agreeable, but still gave her an angry glare. He intended to keep deceiving her. She finished writing and set the pen down. The technique he used harnessed natural energy to control airflow and manipulate objects, a skill only a master could possess. He wanted to intimidate her. A leaf floated into his hands. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly tore the leaf apart in a fit of rage. He asked if she had conveyed her message clearly. Her writing style had confused him. She scattered the torn pieces of paper. She realized she would need more paper, and she also required a lot more ink. Then he would be able to grasp her intentions. She wrote on a large sheet of paper. Their mission is to target one of the 9 demonic sects within the Khan Empire, specifically the Blessed Temple, and not just a few individuals, but the entire community. They are offering 200,000 taels for this task. Are they seriously considering this offer? Or perhaps she intended to hand over the entire Blessed Temple for 200,000 taels. She believes they must be fools. He is curious about what she is planning. Offering 200,000 for the lives of all sect members. How could she say something so outrageous? He couldn't fathom such an absurd proposal and smiled nervously. He ridicules her confidence and audacity, so astonished that he feels like applauding. He wants them to stop wasting time with jokes and get down to business. He assumed she was merely joking, but this was no joke, and he was taken aback by it. She stood confidently before him. But then she felt a bit uneasy, especially knowing that Fighter 3 is likely already cursing her, though he remains silent, eager to see what her next move will be. Her offer is incredibly lucrative. He thinks it's a joke but doesn't fully grasp the underlying meaning. He can't comprehend her logic in trying to buy the lives of the entire sect for 200,000 taels. Nevertheless, he listens carefully to what she says. She explained that it's very simple. Whoever said that assassins must kill their targets? And where did they get the idea that they were hired for murder? She then rephrased her proposal, asking if he now understands her. So that was what it was all about. The idea that a killer's primary job is to kill is deeply ingrained in people's minds. In reality, killers are just individuals who perform tasks for money, and they're simply most skilled at killing. In theory, assassins could be hired for other purposes, such as being bodyguards. He pointed out that this is their plan, but he questioned what they expect them to do with an entire sect, even if it's just surveillance. 200,000 taels wouldn't be enough. She wants them to make every member of the Blessed Temple constantly feel that they could be killed at any moment. By the end of the smoking sect meeting, she wants no one in the Blessed Temple to be able to eat or drink out of fear. Even the dogs and birds should feel the tension. Professionals like them should know exactly how to instill such fear. They would be paid 200,000 taels for this. If done right, none of the sect members would have to be killed. She believes they won't lose anything by taking the deal. He expressed doubt that 200,000 taels would be enough to intimidate the master of the Blessed Temple, Dan Hong. But it didn't matter as long as they kept the majority of the sect in check. Although it's a profitable offer, it would require a significant amount of time and manpower to complete. He's inclined to decline. Since the Guardian of the Earth is present, he wanted to hear his opinion. He turned to look at him. The Guardian, CIA, nodded in agreement. He had originally wanted to buy the heads of 2 or 3 elders of the Blessed Temple for 200,000 taels, but hadn't considered this alternative. He admitted that her plan was better than his. Shui Lu decided to accept their task. He seemed like a reasonable person. She had expected him to demand a higher price and thought it would lead to a negotiation, but surprisingly, Shui Lu agreed to the task under these circumstances. Chen Qingqi is a level 9 expert in the acquired dimension, a direct disciple of the master, and possesses some impressive skills. Everyone else seems foolish by comparison, but he has remained inactive. Soon, rumors began to circulate that Shui Lu, after accepting a task from unknown individuals, used all his power to kill the members of the Blessed Temple. It didn't matter much what they ate. They might have even taken baths. Could they sleep peacefully or even relax while using the toilet? The constant threat of Shui Lu killing them kept almost every member of the Blessed Temple feeling vulnerable. People suspected that the mocking sect, sworn enemies of the Blessed Temple, were behind this. He only remarked, "What did you lose? Kilograms from smoking." That's how it was. It should be noted that it was all thanks to Chen Qingqi that the Blessed Temple managed to avoid problems with her sect for a time. They made sure there were no issues. But then, she decided to take the initiative and collaborated with Yuan Lu to intensify the pressure by orchestrating several killings, delaying her arrival. She asked why he no longer talked about his achievements. She was curious to hear more about how he had caused such a stir. He only spoke of his own deeds and would never take credit for others' accomplishments. He was very serious about this. She urged him to continue talking about it. She insisted that he feared the 4 elders. She eavesdropped outside the window in the cold night, unfazed by the frostbite. Snowflakes fell outside the window. She asked if it would bother him if she kept them. She stepped out of the window. Who knows what might happen if her cherished clan gave in to a sudden impulse and turned the situation into something beautiful. White snowflakes swirled around her. For the elder always seemed to appear out of nowhere. If the ruler hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known she was eavesdropping. She asked if she had come because she had learned something after she left them that day. She had met with Wu Lingshen right away and shared what they had agreed upon, unaware that she had already met with them. She spoke to her in a stern tone, deeply shocked by the attempt on her life during their first encounter. Then, with visible concern, she inquired how she managed to survive. She worried that Swablu might have told her something, so she didn't hide the fact that Yun had saved her. In that case, she asked, how did she explain everything else? It was well known among all the sects that they never got along with her. But as for Qian, she never trusted smooth-talking, unreliable people like him, who conversed with everyone regardless of age. She falsely accused him, even though he behaved well in the sect. In short, V.K. Lincoln believed her. With her doubts dispelled, she got down to business, stating that only 2 people could have done this, herself or the ruler. Her response was anticipated. She swore it wasn't her doing, and then took the blame upon herself. She reassured her, saying she had come in secret because she too thought she had orchestrated everything. The great elder fell for the trick and indicated she would help her resolve it. She pretended to agree and mentioned that she had fully recovered from her illness, and her reputation had recently improved because of this. If they teamed up, it would be hard to defeat them, and there was no evidence to suggest the elder had hired Swablu. Because of this, they would need to find another way to topple the elder. She asked her not to reveal her true intentions, mentioning that she had told Wu Lincoln many negative things about her. She doesn't hold it against her. The girl explained that she was trying to earn trust, and how could she blame her for that? He felt like an outsider in the conversation between these 2 women. He asked what happened next. Well, Lincoln didn't suspect anything. She didn't say too much or delve into details. She also mentioned that she had the perfect plan. She took a risk and directly asked if she was counting on the support of the Blessed Temple. She quickly began to deny it, but her unusual reaction was noticeable. It was clear she was hiding something, and her expression seemed worried. She simply let out a sigh. The guy decided to ask why she sighed so often. She had anticipated this for a long time, yet she still clung to the hope that it was all just a misunderstanding. Now that she was convinced Wu Lincoln was colluding with an external enemy, she felt more than justified in dealing with her. Friends should be treated warmly, but enemies with a cold heart. She allowed herself to express her emotions freely. She had come to inform her that Wu Lincoln was collaborating with the Blessed Temple and now wanted to gather proof. She confidently trusted the video evidence. Even though she and the chief had a friendly relationship, she wouldn't allow herself to show any weakness. CNN wanted to accompany her all the way home. He had something very important to tell her. She was curious since they hadn't gone very far yet. What could be this important conversation that he was keeping secret from the ruler? The guy suddenly came to a stop. This was very important to him, the ruler and her. He asked her to wait there and under no circumstances leave. He would show her everything. She didn't understand what was happening or what his words meant. He picked branches of beautiful flowers, unable to help but feel offended by them. They had wanted to drink together when they were in their prime, but now he knew he wouldn't see her again. On the day he met her at the cold pool, he hadn't thought about the water or food, only about her figure. He feared the torment that love's longing would bring, but he already loved her. When someone loves like that, they can't escape their fate. He couldn't put his feelings into words, but his eyebrows would express them for him. Even though he serves as the ruler's personal attendant, his soul still aches. He turned towards her. With a loving expression, he confessed that he loved her. The moon shone brightly for them, and only here could he truly open his heart to her. When he said this, she was taken aback, not expecting such words from him. He gently took her hand. What harm could there be in him repeating this to her 1,000 times until she understood his feelings? With such a perfect atmosphere and his sincere confession, if everything went as planned, he believed he could evoke 2 emotions within her. She pushed his hand away, thinking he was a decent man, and couldn't believe he would behave so inappropriately. Given that he had saved her life, she decided not to inform the ruler about this incident. She left, but he was confident that she would return. Due to his earlier advances, the 4th elder was offended by his foolish confession. The guy had tried multiple times to win the elder's affection. It was strange that he had never been able to draw strength from her emotions. She remained cold towards him. He received points of anger for reasons that weren't clear to him. These were the reinforcement points one could gain when interacting with someone in person. His girlfriend stood in front of him. He was both surprised and worried. Why had she returned so quickly, and why hadn't she greeted him when she arrived? She waved her hand dismissively. She placed her hand firmly on his shoulder, saying she missed him and came back to see him. Though the elder appeared kind, she treated the commoners far more harshly than anyone from the emerging sect. She advised him to be cautious and started to warn him about something important, but he interrupted her. He took her hand and pressed it against his cheek, saying that the ruler had enough worries of her own. She shouldn't tell him anything. If the ruler thought he had fallen in love with the 4th elder at first sight, knowing her nature, she would try to unite them by any means necessary. She won't say a word, but in return, he must do something for her. After dealing with the cult, they will confront the traitors. The guy didn't even agree to her proposal. She plans to report to the master about his progress over the past few days. He keeps making promises. The ruler was occupied with punishing Will Lincoln and gave the 4 elders every opportunity to conduct their investigation, which would take a few days. During this rare free time, he focused on mastering some new techniques in the flower sword finger technique, even tossing a stone to practice. The guy attempted to lift the stone. He didn't hesitate long. Using the technique, he aimed to channel a small amount of flower energy into his opponent's body, intending to manipulate the sword's energy to create an explosion that would block even the slightest use of the opponent's innate energy. However, the results were disappointing. The sword energy couldn't even penetrate a stone, let alone harm a martial artist with a body as strong as steel. Even if he did manage to penetrate, he couldn't trigger the sword energy to ignite. He heard someone speak, advising him that his efforts were in vain and that he wouldn't achieve anything at this rate. It was an old man who pointed out that while the idea was good, the approach was flawed. If he wanted to make the sword energy explode inside someone, he needed to focus on the concept of explosion, which he had overlooked, instead of relying on twists and turns. The old man was the foreman from the surgery pavilion, a person with a position of influence who seemed knowledgeable about the flower sword finger technique. Befriending him could make things much easier in the future. He doubted if he had truly mastered the flower sword technique. He needed to take the initiative. If he could establish good relations with him, he might even gain secret access to the surgery pavilion and learn some new techniques through the system. He hadn't fully mastered the technique yet, but he understood some of its aspects. He bowed and expressed his gratitude to the old man. The old man found this unacceptable. Although he had learned the flower sword finger technique correctly, he was still concerned about the turbulent and unstable situation within the sect. He wanted to enhance his skills to help the ruler through this crisis, but his training efforts were proving ineffective. He realized that his understanding of the flower sword finger technique was deep. There was nothing more that could be done to help him with this technique. He was training correctly, but needed to change his perspective. The old man understood what was happening. Since he had joined the mocking sect and learned the flower sword finger technique, it seemed their fates were intertwined. There was no harm in guiding him in the right direction. According to the new agreement, the surgery pavilion was indeed complicated. But he was always reminded that women could not be trusted. The more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she could be. The old man must have had a wild youth, given his knowledge of women. She had followed them around Linz for a few days, and on the last night, discovered that he was secretly meeting with a nun. When she departed, she caught the girl and sealed all the meridians in her body. She was referred to as an ordinary girl and would never be released. Now, they had a witness who could confirm that the great elder was in contact with an external enemy. They needed to extract as much information from her as possible, which is why they were summoned. He was certain that he knew this girl. At the last boat festival, she stood next to the hot spring master. She was undoubtedly a member of the Blessed Temple. The master recognized her too. She was Yuan, the personal maid of Suyin, the elder of the Blessed Temple, and the master of the hot spring hall. Everyone knew who she was. They needed her to cooperate willingly, or the investigation would become difficult. He wanted to handle this task himself. The guy asked for a favor to help him prepare. Like this? And like that? It's hard to break a girl. She wouldn't reveal anything about it. He particularly enjoyed breaking strong-willed people. The master needn't worry. If she uses higher demonic sorcery, rooted in earthly desires to make her experience true torment, where she desires neither life nor death, then naturally, she will confess everything. There was nothing wrong with Yang attempting to handle it. If he failed, she would take care of it herself. They wanted to use an attractive guy to deceive her. Even if they summoned hundreds or thousands of people, she could handle them all. He expected no less from a woman of the Blessed Temple. For her, killing 1,000 men would be a satisfying bonus. But he didn't need that many to deal with her. He could handle it alone. Since she was familiar with the third elder, she should know that many girls in the establishment and Qing were becoming more beautiful with each passing night. The girl had no idea what he was talking about. Didn't she know about a miraculous technique called finger face modeling? This technique didn't have destructive power, but it had a rejuvenating effect that people everywhere could only dream of. The maid looked at him surprised. With just a snap of the fingers, ordinary girls could achieve exceptional beauty. He was involved in these operations. He admired her allure, and as a reward, would attend to her face later. She asked in fear what he intended to do to her. Just look at those beautiful, sparkling eyes. With a single motion, he could make one eye larger, the other smaller, one straight, and the other crooked, like a dead fish, one set at an angle. Now, observe her tiny nose. He could reshape it into the perfect curves of a plain or a ravine, resulting in something truly unique. She became angry when he began speaking about her flaws. He almost forgot about her cute little lips. He could enlarge them until they were as thick as a cat's and as fluffy as a full moon, allowing her to fit many things in her mouth at once. After reshaping her face, he imagined seeing 1,000 posters of her that read, "A girl named Bi Yuan, a woman whose appearance disgraces the beauty of flowers, eclipses the moon, and could potentially bring about the downfall of a state." Then, he would parade her with a banner on her back through the streets of the Han Empire, so ordinary people could witness her graceful posture. Even if Bi Yuan could endure physical pain and suffering, he was certain her pride and self-esteem wouldn't survive such humiliation. It seemed clear. Before a standard interrogation, one must first break the enemy's spirit and destroy their self-confidence. He had no intention of showing mercy to women. He wanted to beat her down completely. It was satisfying even to think about it. There was no point in wasting time. He suggested they begin immediately. He referred to his girlfriend as mistress. He asked for a small mirror. Soon she would have to say goodbye to that cute face in the mirror. He recommended she take another look at it and perhaps take some notes as a keepsake. They intended to start with her face. She pleaded to be released. Being from the Blessed Temple, she promised to reveal everything if they refrained from doing this to her. He hadn't started yet, but they assumed she wouldn't say anything. However, he managed to extract the truth quickly. He spared no effort in creating the right atmosphere, so he should have earned many points. However, he only received respect points from the ruler and Chinchingchi. The nun seemed scared. She looked at him with downcast eyes. She might be deceiving them. Lincoln had contacted them 5 months ago, and at that time, they decided to cooperate with her to avoid suspicion. He wasn't there, so who knows what really happened back then? If they were discussing events from 5 months ago, it was reported that the incident happened solely because of a gifted student. Since the matter with WU's drinking had been resolved, there was no further investigation. She may or may not have been involved. It never occurred to her that Wu Lincoln and the Blessed Temple might have formed an alliance at that time. They needed details about their conversation. Wu Lincoln had reached an agreement with their master. If they could help remove the obstacles to the rule of the smoking sect, she was willing to offer her advantage to the Blessed Temple. The original plan was to kill the 4 elders who had conflicts with the ruler and force the 3rd elder, who was struggling to remain neutral and was suspicious of the master, to defect to Wu Ningxia. She had been observing her for quite some time. They couldn't find the right moment, and just as they were considering changing their tactics, Lincoln arrived in the channeling region and provided her with a location and time to prepare for the assassination. That was when Wu Lincoln tried to seduce the 3rd elder and wanted her to give him up. It turned out that she had been mistaken about her target. The real purpose of her appearance in that region was a visit to the Blessed Temple, but they had never imagined that the murder could fail and that she would survive. Due to the urgency of the situation, she needed to personally explain everything to Wu Lincoln and discuss their future plans. She didn't expect to lower her guard and allow Wu Lincoln to catch her off guard. Although the plan seemed simple, many complications lay behind it. Wu Lincoln was indeed involved. The Blessed Temple had done significant work for Wu Lincoln to get them on board. If only she had turned her back on them. To demonstrate her sincerity, Wu Lincoln gave them a jade piece from the jade amulet of bright glory. Only she knows its hidden location. Yan was curious if this could be used as evidence against her. She was stunned when Lincoln revealed the jade of bright glory to them. Based on the ruler's reaction, it seems like this jade could be used to accuse the witch. It might be wise to consult Qingqi about this. He asked if she understood her predicament and if she really believed he could be bargained with. She bowed and acknowledged that Wu Lincoln intended to end her life. Now that she was in their custody, she felt she had no other choice. She offered to cooperate and disclose the item's location, as long as they swore on their sect founder to spare her life after dealing with Wu Lincoln. She made the offer hastily, but her demeanor and tone remained composed and calm. She quickly realized that she would lose her value to them once they found the evidence. It was quite a peculiar situation. The girl asked for her thoughts on it. She completely agreed with his assessment. She swore by the token of the secret guild of the smoking sect of the community founder that she would keep B Yuan alive if she helped them deal with Wu Lincoln. She promised to personally oversee B Yuan, and when the sect meeting began, to bring her forward to publicly expose Wu Lincoln. They decided to leave it at that. People choose their paths, and as they move away from each other, they sometimes find that strangers become closer than those they've known for a long time. The master was exhausted and asked to be left alone. The little sister, aware of the enmity between herself and the Grand Elder, knew she had a significant opportunity to eliminate this old witch. Yet, she didn't seem happy, possibly because internal strife was tearing the sect apart. This way, they would have all the necessary witnesses and evidence. Everything was going according to plan. The ruler would be able to restore her authority. He inquired whether the jade could truly prove a conspiracy between the Blessed Temple and the Great Elder. He has been doing exceptionally well recently, and his skills are improving at an incredible rate. She almost forgot that he is new to the world of cultivation. She will explain to him what the jade of bright glory is. The jade possesses a unique ability when infused with innate energy. It can absorb and store nutritional power without losing it for hundreds of years. When transformed into a jade artifact, the owner can activate this innate energy to mitigate damage in extreme circumstances. However, the jade has several drawbacks. It can only deflect damage from fighters in the acquired dimension and has no effect against attacks from the innate dimension, making it ineffective for innate dimension experts. Additionally, the jade's accumulation rate is quite low. It would take several years to reach a level where it can deflect damage effectively. The creation process is lengthy, and the results are often unsatisfactory, which is why most people are reluctant to invest much effort into making it. The only person in the sect who managed to do this was the master, who then gave it to her. If they find a similar jade created by the Great Elder in the blissful temple, it would clearly indicate that the two parties are allied. He decided to investigate what happened to Bi Yuan during the interrogation. She seemed frightened, but why did the girl become so cold-blooded during her confession? This is a fundamental technique of the disciples of the blessed Taoist Wisdom Hard Temple. It requires a genuine desire to understand the Tao while simultaneously suppressing all emotions, leaving only the Taoist heart to serve the Tao. When nothing in nature can disturb their Tao, they can observe everything with absolute impartiality and full comprehension of what is happening. If anyone threatens their Tao, they are prepared to sacrifice their lives to protect it. The emotions Bai Yan displayed were false, as she calmly assessed the situation in her mind. He asked if this meant that Bai Yuan's beauty was so important to her that she chose to surrender after weighing all the pros and cons. And does she truly have no emotions? Her pride must be that of a woman whose beauty surpasses that of others. By sheer luck, he exploited the weakness in this nun's heart when he threatened to harm her. However, once the nun revealed her true identity, there was no point in continuing the charade. He was amazed that such a technique even existed. This essentially cannot be possible. He has such an elegant voice. She asked him if, even if he doesn't accompany her, he still plans to invite the Great Elder and Second Elder for a secret meeting in the evening. She couldn't assert that the Great Elder would provide him with a textbook. Even if she agrees, they will drain every bit of energy from him. Today, he came for them in large numbers. She approached him. Confidence is admirable, but she squeezed his hand. He can't even handle her the way he would like to handle all three of them. A real man never admits his weakness. He cried out in pain. The day of the sect meeting has finally arrived. Seated on the throne was Second Elder Yan Miley. Next to her was Great Elder Wu Lincoln. Third Elder Yu Wangji was also present, as was Fourth Elder Wen Rodale. In attendance were Qingqi and Sai Young, the rulers. Chen Qingqi announced that all sect members, disciples, and branch representatives were present. She wanted to share some good news. Her direct disciple, their elder sister Qingqi, has reached the final 9th level of the acquired dimension. If she continues at this pace, she will soon surpass this stage and enter the birth dimension. According to the sect's rules, once this happens, she will become the 5th elder. It's important to avoid laziness and accomplish everything as quickly as possible. Being an elder is a very significant role, and if she follows the master's guidance, she will achieve her goals. That's all she wanted to convey. Now, according to the rules, the Great Elder will be the first to present a report on the matters she wishes to discuss. She didn't have anything new to report. Her direct disciple was humiliated by her own protégé, Sion, in the arena, and has now lost her potential to advance. All this time, she hasn't been able to reach the 6th level of the acquired dimension and remains stuck at the 4th level. She asked him how he planned to undo the harm he had caused her. Shamir turned his head away. Exactly. She wanted this competition. She believes that Kyung acted like a true gentleman and didn't strike a single blow. She asked if she thought she was complicating things. She thinks they are correct. She asked why they hadn't kept track of what Kyung had done since joining the sect. The Enforcer Way must report to the ruler on the recent events related to the ancient temple case. Sion broke into the ancient temple and destroyed the statue of the sect's founder. They spent 3,000 silver to restore it. However, that's not the main issue. More importantly, some sect members were injured after the transfer and were left disabled. Or perhaps it's related to Sai Young's destruction of the founder's statue and its impact on the sect's feng shui. And if those people have trouble moving now, feng shui is a crucial aspect of the martial arts world. But as far as he knows, they are in the world of cultivation. People wanted to take revenge on him for this. He used his status as a personal minion to humiliate them. He has crossed a line. The Great Elder only allowed the enforcer to speak. She told them to be quiet. The issue will be investigated, and they will likely come to a final verdict. She asked the Second Elder if they had anything to add. The Great Elder and the Enforcer have already spoken on her behalf, so she won't repeat it. However, she wants to add that she feels the ruler has been treating Sin indifferently lately. Many of her disciples have said that Qian humiliated other sect members, using the ruler's authority and thinking that he would get away with it. She can say the same about the clan. From her perspective, she can only offer praise. Before she explains further, she asks them to tell her, Institutions. Idol group of 48 girls. The girl stood behind her. The men were surprised to see so many beautiful girls in the sect. They are members of the jangling city establishment. Sister Hua had become even more beautiful, and the girls in the idol group noticed this. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. One of the girls said that she had been promoted and had become Lady Qinglin, along with Qin Luo and Maintain. It was a long story. Hua and the sisters from the institution and Qin were able to become charming, except for one person. She pointed her finger at Master Seer. They hadn't seen him for over a month and missed him. Without Master Seer, she had lost her appetite and suffered from insomnia. They asked when he would return to jangling to offer his guidance. He was moved by their words, but he only added a few details to their natural beauty. As they could see, their new group, the 48 girls, had already surpassed the hot spring hall in such a short time. They had taken over the entire gambling region. The next step was to expand to other areas. Given this situation, they could earn not just 3,000 taels, but also 30,000 and even 300,000 taels. In this case, Seer Yang's contribution cannot be overlooked. She asked what the fourth elder thought, and whether this could also be related to Qian. Even if Xiang is not the subject of her report, he played a crucial role in it. It all began when she was attacked by Zulu's assassins while cultivating in the cold pool. At that time, her profound energy was unstable, and just when she thought she might die, Qin appeared and saved her. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be standing here today. And then, when she carefully considered the situation, something seemed suspicious to her. Only the ruler or the great elder could have known about her cultivation location. In other words, only one of them could have been involved in this. Eventually, through trial and error, they discovered that the traitor was the great elder. She pointed her finger at the great elder. The great elder stared at her intently. But these are just empty words. She claimed to have evidence. She said, "Bring her in. This is Bi Yuan, the maid of Bi Suyin, the elder of the Blessed Temple, whom she secretly met with a few days ago." She detained that nun and interrogated her. Initially, the nun did not confess, but after enduring several tortures, she revealed her plot with the Blessed Temple in great detail. Sion not only saved her, but it was through him that they were able to uncover the truth. The great elder thanked him for this, as she had also noticed it, but didn't understand why she did it. Initially, she wanted to kill her to turn the three elders against the ruler and gain their support. The great elder dismissed this as mere talk, claiming it was just a one-sided perspective. She argued there was no direct evidence and that they were simply trying to frame her. However, there was already evidence. The jade amulet she saw in the Blessed Temple was proof of her allegiance to their cause. With all the evidence gathered, they were able to obtain it with the help of Qingqi and the ruler. Without them, there would have been no way to prove anything. If she continues to deny her guilt, she said she would show her something. She broke the jade amulet in her hands. A man's spirit appeared behind her. She asked how the elder could explain this. The elder asked, bewildered. She hadn't even given it to Sharma. Where did they get it from? What was happening? She didn't understand. How had they obtained it? Look at the reaction of the great elder and the two elders. Something suspicious was going on. People couldn't believe it. What was being said about the conspiracy between the great elder and the Blessed Temple was true. People began quarreling among themselves. Their mentor is the great elder. She is in charge of the branch and has always been at odds with the Blessed Temple. But the evidence points to the contrary. Even she can't deny it. The great elder can't escape this situation. They need to stabilize things quickly, or chaos will break out in the sect. She asked what the ruling science would say about this. An excuse. The situation was very difficult, and she couldn't explain it. This day had finally come. If things have reached this point, there is no reason to keep hiding anything. Abruptly, he decided to embrace her. He shouted that Chu Lincoln and he had been in love for a long time and wanted to spend the rest of their lives together. That jade amulet was a unique token of love that Chu Lincoln had given him. There was no way he could have entered the Blessed Temple, which served as indisputable proof of the sincerity of her intentions. The ruler was stunned by this revelation. Sion didn't understand and wasn't aware that their relationship had been hidden. So the great elder had decided to marry Security Officer Yu, but falling in love with another community member was crossing the line. People thought the ruler and the fourth elder were accusing the great elder of treason. What was going on? Where did the nun and the great elder's jade amulet come from? He kept several speeches in his secret vault, but a few days ago, someone broke into it. This person was very clever, using a subtle advantage. Because of this, he kept everything a secret. However, he couldn't cover up the traces he left in his vault. Now that he thought about it, he realized that on that day, Qingqi had come to him and asked him to distract her, allowing someone to sneak in and access those who entered his room. He believed that it was Yang who initiated everything. The ruler was merely trying to defame the great elder. He walked resolutely towards her. The ruler did not deny this, but it was true. He wanted to ask Bi Yuan where and when she met the great elder and when she received the jade amulet. He had many questions. They would uncover the facts one by one to find out who was lying. You could tell from her expression that she was frightened. She exchanged glances with the four elders. If she wanted to oppose her, she should tell the truth. The girl chose to leave them behind. Suddenly she burst into laughter. Her behavior was deceitful. Even someone like Hong Yen has her moment. More proof is needed to make Wu Lincoln confess her wrongdoing, which is why they captured her. She had no idea this would occur today. She gestured for her to be quiet. The girl used her powers to strike her neck with ice. The impact caused a severe wound, and blood began to stream down his neck. The girl was extremely frightened. Her body collapsed right in front of the security officer. The other three were caught off guard and were very surprised. The girl rose with determination. She lay at her feet with a severe bleeding wound. She could still utter the word. She is at fault, but she cannot allow her to speak indiscriminately. The elder in charge inquired about her actions. Seeing that the physical evidence had been disproved and only witness accounts remained, he ran towards her, acknowledging his own vulnerability. The security officer decided to use cunning to distract from her disgraceful behavior. It's unclear if she gave him any signal of affection. If a Taoist nun sought revenge for the harsh interrogation, she would make foolish statements and unfairly blame the ruler for everything. She employed her extreme technique. She is falsely accused of others' misdeeds. It's clear she was forced into silence to cover up the truth and shift the blame onto her. She believes she can challenge her opponent, forgetting the assistance she received in mastering her martial arts. The great elder wielded her power. She is correct in acknowledging her significant role in developing her fighting techniques, but this does not relate to the skills in question. She had created weapons from chrysalis. The magical aura could potentially freeze. The great elder defended herself against the attack, and her defense was effective. She inflicted a wound on herself during the fight, leading to an intense battle between them. The ruler intervened to protect the four elders and requested that the fighting cease. She glared at her with anger. Had she not intervened in time to protect the students, some could have been left severely injured or dead. With the witness now dead and the investigation facing many unresolved questions, everyone will retreat to conduct their own investigations in the coming days. A woman had just been assaulted, revealing her connections. She attacked her and accused her of pretending to be a virtuous saint. The ruler sought a compromise, but her actions led to this situation. Lincoln had great confidence in herself. The great elder, being older and more accomplished, opposed her becoming the ruler. The ruler believed the great elder felt that the master had denied her the position of matriarch. Meanwhile, the building they were in was collapsing. People were fleeing. Eventually, the great elder and the fourth ruler would cause the building to collapse completely. The second elder observed as people ran away. They had recently planned to depose the ruler, but she did not expect that young Yan would be the first to take action. The girl will undoubtedly assist Lincoln. The elder intervened to stop her. The ruler and the great elder have always had conflicts. She should stay out of it and let them handle their issues and their fight on their own. There are rumors that as a double elder, she prefers relationships with the same sex and is not fond of men. This is why she avoids being around the sect's beauties and instead secretly admires the elders, especially the great elder. These rumors damage her reputation and strain her friendship with Wu Lincoln. She used her firepower to combat this. She became enraged by the exposure of her private desires and shielded herself with ice. Radio's mouth is so full of dirt that she is unsure if the smell will dissipate once she gets rid of it. It's the ideal moment to test which is stronger, her extreme embodiment of yang and ice, her innate energy, or her unique ability to convert it into pure yang energy. People were affected by the cold. The 4 and 2 elders were also fighting, but the ruler and the great elder were present. There was no way out. He did not anticipate that the enforcer would suddenly intervene in their conflict. She addressed her students. They should not remain and involve themselves in the conflict. The direct disciples of each elder must take their subordinates to safety immediately. People fled to safety. Sin ran away, barely having time to blink. The guy was running extremely fast. She collided with a girl. Shama was the great elder's most cherished disciple. Why isn't she and her group here? She wept. She aimed to gather the master's students and evacuate them, but the enforcer suddenly appeared and expelled her. If it hadn't been for Kaya, the situation could have escalated. The security officer is up to something suspicious. The enforcer shouted, stating that the ruler had changed. She no longer used her methods for revenge. Since Kyung arrived, she has employed increasingly disgraceful tactics. This year, Yan devised a cunning plan to distract the great elder. He intended to blame Seung for everything. If not for Siam, the connection between the enforcer and the great elder would remain unknown, which is why he despises Siam so much. Seung's arrogance and selfishness have led him to humiliate many sect disciples while hiding behind the ruler's name. He has pushed all limits. He asked the people if they would continue to tolerate such a criminal. He planned to execute this submission and restore order to the mocking sect. People agreed with him, seeing it as a great opportunity to remove Seung and bring order back to the sect. It's time for Ken to be held accountable for his actions. Chaos ensued and the room was in ruins. The girls ran to Ken, whom they hadn't seen in nearly 10 days since leaving the gambling region. He had caught up with them, and they urged him to stay and let them protect him. They suggested going to John and enjoying life away from the conflict. The men approached him. The security officer prevented the students behind him from passing and blocked their way. They had no intention of stopping her. Among them, there was someone they wanted to share their joy with. They wanted Kim to understand why a scoundrel like him was in charge all day. Instead of aiding his beloved, he brought his disciples to ambush him. People shouted that if he had any courage, he should come forward himself. How could he call himself a man while hiding behind women? He questioned why he should comply with their demands. Despite being outnumbered, the girls from the institution and Chung wanted to protect him. Could he afford to refuse and break their hearts? The girls shielded him. Master Saya, despite being considered an idiot, was well versed in literature and music, and was a talented writer. He was also very attractive, far surpassing their underhanded tactics. The warrior instructed to give them iron. They refused to give it to them. The 3 elders wanted to intervene. She was only momentarily distracted, and they had already caused so much chaos. They advised that if they intended to create more trouble, they should leave. The 3 elders were visibly enraged, a sight she hadn't seen from them in years. They should leave if they stayed there, even if they managed to avoid a confrontation. The master would ensure their destruction if necessary. Everyone fled in every direction they could. She questioned how a powerful member of his sect could think about revenge during such a critical time. Had she forgotten that the sect meeting was still ongoing? If the ruler and other elders chose to fight, that was their concern. However, the punishment for a disrespectful member like Siam could not be postponed. She found it absurd. How could he consider punishing Siam more important than rescuing the other sect disciples and stabilizing the community? He had clearly lost his grip on reality. He seemed to believe he understood the situation better than all the elders, including her. He had the audacity to accuse her of using her power. The great elder noticed this and began to feel concerned about him. The ruler addressed her, asking if she still had time to worry about someone else. The great elder landed on her feet. The ruler took to the air. She leaped away from her and struck the rock with her strength. Suddenly, the rock collapsed. She asked the Guqin if he was all right and rushed to him. The ruler and 3 elders arrived quickly. She taught him a lesson. The security officer stubbornly disregarded her orders and did not take the 3rd elder seriously. She questioned why she hadn't attacked the great elder when she first appeared. She responded that she didn't want to fight with her, but circumstances had forced her hand. He had several deep wounds and apologized to her. He intended to assist her, but ended up worsening the situation. Pain was evident in her eyes. She decided not to discuss it with him and allowed him to rest. She used her power to check his condition. She yelled, asking if she wanted his name so she could see the consequences of her actions. The ruler asked if she really couldn't control herself. She answered that it was impossible. Her attack could only cause minor damage, nothing more. Willing used her power and inquired if she should also inflict minor damage on her. She defended herself, claiming it was just a misunderstanding. The ruler reflected her powers and told her to calm down. She glared angrily and questioned why she should calm down. The situation was dire. The great elder was too enraged to listen to anyone at the moment. They wanted to unite. She wouldn't allow them to. The ruler would support them. The third elder had maintained neutrality, but was actually a supporter of the ruler. Not in this instance. She stood opposed to her. All this trouble began because of the ruler. If only she hadn't coerced Dale into searching for evidence and defaming Lincoln, as they called him. Another elder commented, considering the ruler's actions, especially that incident. Radio killed 2 by Yuan. Who doesn't have secrets? The elder used her power. She stated that she would not obey the third elder. The girl asked what that had to do with her. It was not her concern. If they wanted to fight, they should fight her. The ruler defended the 3 elders, almost confronting the 4 elders with her own creation. She looked at the security officer with concern. He was bleeding in multiple places. The great sect structure had been activated. The third elder was surprised by who activated it. Wave radio. If she hadn't acted, she would have been concerned about the ruler and the great elder genuinely fighting. It was no wonder they had prepared for so long. It was time to face the consequences of her own actions. She eagerly awaited the repercussions from the blessed temple, with the laser shining into the sky. She asked the 4th elder why the great structure of the sect could be activated so easily. What was she planning? Today's events are merely a pretext to address everyone's long-standing grievances. This conflict was bound to happen eventually. Since it's happening today, why not activate the sect's great structures so they can fight at their full strength? Activating the great structure requires a vast amount of spirit stone energy. Their sect has only one such stone, and if it's destroyed, it will be difficult to replace. The third elder questioned whether this should be used during internal strife. With the sect divided and fighting earnestly, if an external enemy exploits their weakness due to the lack of protection from the great structure, she will take full responsibility. She spoke as if she deserved praise for her actions. Enemies could still infiltrate the community once the spirit stone energy is depleted. The third elder complicated matters further, noting that even without the spirit stones, as long as the 3 and 8 dimension experts unleash their full potential, the sect's great structure could still be activated. The spirit stone energy could sustain the great structure for at least 1 to 2 days. Would the fight really last that long? After activating the structure, the ruler ignored it. Doesn't she know the best course of action? It had been many years since the great structure of the mocking sect was last used, and it was disheartening to see it activated now due to internal conflicts. She saw a bright light beneath her feet. She was unsure of what she was doing. She wanted to use this opportunity to settle old scores. The third elder intervened with the 4th elder's disciple. She recalled with anger an old incident. She had insisted on confronting her even though she didn't want to. She couldn't turn her away. She played these games because she knew that she desired her body. Dale thought Huang Ji couldn't release her students. Yu Waggy said it that way. Radio was a psychopath. The ruler was attacked by the great elder and the 2nd elder. A barrier had been created. He had dealt with the girls from the institution and Chung. If he had been a bit more lenient or careless, he would have been severely punished. He still had some unfinished business to attend to. In front of him was a massive sect structure. It isolated the entire community from the outside world, as if creating a separate dimension. Even the strongest experts would become powerless if they attempted to breach the structure. Innate dimension fighters would be reduced to the level of acquired dimension fighters, and those at the acquired dimension level would regress to novices. The appearance of such power made this world increasingly resemble an unhealthy fantasy. He used the finger power of the flower swords. He used the finger flower swords technique, but saw no effect. The structure didn't even budge. The ruler and the other guards had been fighting for over an hour, and he was unsure of their situation. The guy might have spotted someone. It was Chen Qingqi, his girlfriend. He wanted to escape the barrier. Chen Qingqi decided to flee at such a crucial moment. He ran, burning with the thought that he should keep an eye on her and figure out what she was up to. He didn't want her to be a traitor, as this wasn't part of his plan. He heard someone strike the girl on the head. The maid was being troublesome. She should have bought the cake and then relaxed. She intended to buy blush, but ended up hitting her on the head with her fingers. They were supposed to return when the large structure was activated. She had searched everywhere for her, but she never came back, so she decided to check if something had happened to her. The maid asked why the large sect structure was activated. The master and the elder were fighting, and they activated it because they feared an attack. She was certainly surprised. They recognized someone familiar. It was Qian. He wanted a piece of cake and went after it. He didn't realize how much she cherished her friends. She suspected he was following her. He had simply decided to take a walk, but didn't expect her to be eating alone. She shouldn't have done that. In a relationship, people should share and respect each other. She intended to ask him something and instructed the maid to go to the Shui sect for a change of clothes, saying she would catch up. He thought she was planning something similar there. With the master and the elders in conflict, she wasn't in the mood for idle chatter and agreed to the plan. She always had the feeling that there was something between her and the master that he was hiding from her. He asked if this was merely a scheme to get her husband to speak with her. She sighed deeply before saying something important. She approached him, threatening to use a secret nighttime technique that could bring immense pleasure, even to a eunuch. Her expression was insincere. This did not sit well with him. He pushed her away. She charged at the man who was observing her. They clashed amidst the noise. She identified herself as Chen Qingqi, a direct disciple of Union and an expert at the 9th level of the acquired dimension. This girl was with Liang Gu from Blissful Temple. Chen Qingqi was forcefully pushed back. She was thrown a considerable distance. She reacted swiftly, not bothering to resist the attack. She used her energy to retreat. It was unrealistic to expect an acquired dimension expert to match her level. Despite using her power to escape, she was still affected by the recoil. Since Young Gu is the top assistant of the Blessed Temple sect master, Dan Handsome's arrival was likely imminent. Sin couldn't match the speed of an innate dimension expert, and given the dire situation, even she found it hard to seize the chance to escape. How could she ensure his survival? She was definitely taken aback. CNN fled without her, which was the best course of action for him. He didn't hesitate and ran back to the large sect building immediately. She felt insulted and disappointed. When she was attacked, he chose to flee rather than help her. If she could handle it alone, she wouldn't need his assistance. Otherwise, did she expect him to depend on her for rescue? As the old saying goes, a husband and wife are like birds of the same flock. They scatter at the first sign of danger. Next time, she would be the first to fly away. She decided to try it herself, but struggled against the 2 acquired dimension experts, who proved to be quite agile. The sect master mentioned she needed to improve her fire style. In front of her was the blissful Huan Ting Chiang Temple. The woman was named Bao Pig. Her name was Wu Shanggu. The high priestess was named Hung Qin. She stood before them without taking any action. They planned to wait until the great structure of the sect collapsed, then infiltrate amidst the chaos to eliminate Han Young and the elders of the emerging sect. Those 2 would reveal all they knew and would wait for their opportunity. The grand structure endures for a long time. If they are warned about its arrival beforehand, they will be powerless to act. Both of them were thrilled yet troubled by her desire to kill them. Everything is proceeding as planned. The plan is still flawless. Once she destroys the Spirit Stone, they will be able to gain entry. The injured individual is relieved that Will Lincoln will provide a jolt to him. Leave him here to recover from his wounds. After you and Hongyan are defeated, and every mocking elder is dealt with, she will tend to his injuries with utmost care. She talked to the security officer, who expressed his gratitude to her. The newly forming sect was a chaotic mess. The ruler questioned Will Lincoln whether Qingyang Meiling truly couldn't handle the situation alone. What gives her the right to claim the ruler's throne? Her natural energy was depleted after fighting them. Now she can only rely on her physical strength. There are 2 opponents, and she stands alone. She is urged to surrender quickly, assuring her that her adorable face will remain untouched. She was reluctant to give up. She evaded capture and fought back with her fists, targeting the Great Elder and the Second Elder. The Second Elder was the one Lincoln struck. The Second Elder retaliated against her. Only they are required to surrender. She requested to keep practicing the standard martial technique while she healed from her injuries. With nothing else to occupy her, she paid minimal attention to perfecting this technique for the situation. She inquired about the status on the radio. Even if she can't take on 2 experts from the innate dimension simultaneously, she can manage you, Huanji, without needing to intervene. She launched an attack on the Third Elder. Her strikes will miss entirely, failing to come anywhere near her target. She had overestimated her own abilities. She inquired if she could still reflect her innate ice energy. She requested that they stop and listen to her. The Blessed Temple had taken notice of their internal conflict and sought to exploit it. There was a possibility that Hongshan might appear. This news left them stunned. She questioned how the two of them could not match an innate dimension expert. Although she appeared only slightly injured, Yan was completely unharmed. How had they managed to escape from her? He and Shin quickly reacted to the threat and managed to block her attack together, which allowed him to escape. They should not be underestimated. If it's a spy from the Blessed Temple, it's manageable. However, if Dan Hongshan is here, it's serious trouble, as she has brought many innate dimension experts with her. She asked the third elder about the current status of the great sect structure. It would hold up for a day without any issues. Though it's not a lot of time, it's sufficient to prepare. She suggested that if the Blessed Temple were to seize the opportunity to attack, they would be unable to maintain the great sect structure. How do they feel about retreating to their shelter, regaining strength, and then returning to reinforce the structure? They agreed immediately. They inquired about the terms of the deal. What was her response? She pondered for a long time. The ruler had a very strategic approach. Once the great structure of the sect falls, experts from the 5 and 8 dimensions would swarm in, and they would be unable to resist them. She asked how she knew exactly that experts from the 5 and 8 dimensions were coming from the blissful temple. She spoke with conviction, as if she was certain rather than merely speculating. She had grown weary of fighting and became contemplative, revealing herself only at the last moment. She deliberately conserved the last of her innate energy and used her power. Shin Qingqi and the Grand Elder were puzzled by her actions. She utterly destroyed the Spirit Stone. It was Dale who had been the sole traitor all along. With the destruction of the Spirit Stone, the great structure of the sect would inevitably collapse. If they had any final words, now was the time to speak. Willing Shen had long been a sect elder. What could the Blessed Temple offer her to make her betray her community? Dang! Hongshan had outlined why they were doomed. Dale's affiliation with the Blessed Temple rendered any talk of betrayal meaningless. She had accomplished significant work as an undercover agent. Had she not revealed her identity, she might have risen to a position of power. This was no time for jokes. Members of the Blessed Temple were now present within the emerging sect. The situation on the radio was cold and ruthless. She wondered if she had been a member of the Blessed Temple from the start. If the fourth elder was from the Blessed Temple, then their scheme was extraordinarily intricate. She glanced at Kiana. She whispered, asking what he was doing. He shook his head. When she mentioned that the Blessed Temple had hired the mercenary Swablu to kill her, she realized the truth. Initially, she wanted Wu Lingxian to believe that the ruler was behind everything, but Qian had disrupted her plan. Her aim was for them to eliminate each other. Kayan had used Nirvana's finger on the ruler. Radio had lived there since childhood. Even if she were a spy for the Blessed Temple, her ties to the mocking sect should have been stronger. She yelled in frustration, questioning why she had betrayed them and what the Blessed Temple had to offer her. There was nothing more to discuss. The emerging sect was doomed to fall that day. She had no loyalty or affection for her or even for their entire community. She suggested that her betrayal might have been a response to Qian's offense and mentally urged him to assist the others. He heard her and understood her intent. The ruler slapped Kayan on the cheek. The third ruler caught him, and he leaned on her in fear. She mentally indicated that it was now her turn. He subtly used Nirvana's finger. She realized that Kayan was hostile and unrelated to the situation. She asked why Dan Hongshan had either offered or blackmailed her into making such a decision. She told the ruler that the situation was absurd. She was attempting to buy time to halt her powers. It was a win-win situation for the conflict. There was something amiss with the master. She vowed to take her adversaries down with her. The ruler employed technology. She still had a lot of energy left despite the battle. She had underestimated her, and this time she wouldn't be able to change the outcome. She lacked self-confidence, behaving like a cornered animal fighting desperately to escape. She also wanted to confront the ruler. She was told to enjoy herself with her beloved sect master. She mentally thanked him for his help, and now she needed to assist the great elder. He was surprised at how quickly things were unfolding. There was nothing he could do to aid her. She was brimming with energy. You wondered if Ye also chose to resist. She would not remain passive while the Blessed Temple invaded their territory. They wanted Qiang to handle her. The enemies would fall because they had wasted too much time talking. He needed a bit more time. She used her technique. As a great elder of the sect, she didn't require his assistance and remained proud. She then aimed to help the second elder. They managed on their own without his help, leaving him astonished at their remaining strength. The priestess was determined to attack with full force. She struck the girl, but it was too late. The blow sent her flying far away, and the priestess caught her. The ruler had fully regained her strength. She asked what her thoughts were. The ruler was not alone in recovering her strength. They would attempt to restore the great structure. She hoped the rulers would leave the Blessed Temple's people behind. The elders dispatched their forces. They worked on restoring the great structure. The priestess opposed it and warned them that if she allowed her to restore the great structure, there would be consequences. She employed the blessed Buddhist body technique. The ruler observed this. All she desired from them was their death. The ruler leapt away from her. Beautiful girls possess divine souls, and when the fire blazes, a previously unseen radiance ascends. She used the technique of demonic birth of the divine body on the priestess. Light emanated around her. The great elder witnessed this. A high-level Taoist battle was taking place there. She tapped his shoulder, startling him, and he moved far away. He asked if she was in better shape now and if she had just gone away to wait things out. Hongjing's techniques were ineffective. She had long since departed. The great structure of the sect had been repaired. She requested that the three of them support the great structure while she dealt with the Blessed Temple's group. The ruler needed to act quickly while the great structure was active. Their strength would be reduced by at least half, providing an opportunity to eliminate them all. If she failed to defeat them, she would no longer deserve to be called a ruler. They would handle the restoration of the great structure of the sect. This time they would not be able to escape. She manifested her power in the shape of an eagle. She appeared confident. They protected the great structure of the sect. When he saw the ruler and the elder fighting, he didn't think it represented the full power of innate dimension experts. Only after witnessing the battle between the ruler and the priestess did he realize that what he had seen so far was just the beginning. They had all regained their strength on their own. One must always be cautious. They couldn't rely solely on others for their safety. Confidence comes from having a secret advantage. She was impressed by the Nirvana finger. She had expected it to recover 60 to 70% of his strength, but he managed a full recovery. It was truly a divine healing technique. When had he learned this? Perhaps the ruler had deliberately concealed his secret abilities. Despite his youth, he possessed such a unique skill. She was increasingly intrigued by him and flattered him. He wondered about the worth of one of these girls. Considering she was now a 1,000-year-old witch, it seemed excessive. He and the other elder were occupied with restoring and maintaining the great structure of the sect. If he had no other pressing matters, he should leave. The great elder was as fierce as a tiger. He left them to their tasks, as everyone was focused on their own responsibilities. The great elder was upset with him for leaving her alone. It's best not to provoke menopausal women. He asked the elder if they were now protected by the great structure of the sect. It was very safe there. Did she want to go for a walk? She would stay behind to guard the elders. He became annoyed and asked her what she wanted. Even after the sect meeting, the relationship between the great elder and the clan had not improved. The third elder wanted to play pranks once the young ones were free. She wondered how Chin had managed to get so close to the third elder. What was she planning? She couldn't understand something and wanted the third elder to clarify the situation. She asked her to specify what she wanted from her. He noticed that everyone was preparing for an attack. After speaking with Siam, she also wanted to learn more about Seong and the elders. She inquired if she had made any plans with him. On the night of the meeting, someone came to her and asked her to secretly invite the great elder and the second elder to discuss something important. It appeared that Wave Radio was a member of the Blessed Temple and was supposed to incite a riot at the meeting the next day. She asked if Yang had known that Wave Radio was betraying them. He couldn't be certain and didn't have any proof. He requested that they keep an eye on Wave Radio, and if they noticed anything suspicious, they should pretend ignorance. They would then reveal some of their power, giving the Blessed Temple false hope of victory and lure them into a trap. Siam couldn't understand what was so serious about her plans. The second elder remarked that there was no need to praise him excessively. He was just very fortunate. Wei Radio's idea seemed absurd. Even without Yang's warning, she would have grown suspicious and wouldn't have engaged with the ruler seriously. She wondered about the reckless Supreme Soul. The spirit pill was difficult to prepare and needed to be consumed within 12 hours. Otherwise, its effect would vanish. Did she always carry such items with her? The second elder's true heavenly energy technique was powerful, but required a lengthy preparation time. She would need 2 to 4 hours before the meeting. Without Yun's warning, she wouldn't have staged an exhibition fight with the ruler. She didn't need anything from anyone without his alert. They wouldn't have dealt with the group so easily. If Wei Radio hadn't been allowed to retreat, she wouldn't have had the chance to execute her plans and destroy the great structure of the sect. Ching ching, she understood everything. She pondered what else she might need to say. It turned out that Xia Yang was not a eunuch. She reflected on her good fortune in having such a person around. Perhaps she should offer him something so that she could also enjoy it. She advised him to keep it accessible. The elder was furious, wondering how she had discovered that the queen was not castrated. Now he should be wary of her retaliation. The ruler experienced an intense and dynamic battle. He rushed to see how she was faring. If things went awry, he would need to employ the assassins from Shulu. He was overwhelmed with rage. He paused and questioned why he had started gaining enhancement points from Yuko. The units were close to the guy who was hiding somewhere. Suddenly the man struck him. He was forcefully pushed away. He attacked like a feral animal with such ferocity that it nearly overwhelmed Zen's divine influence. This was Ego Kong, targeting his reinforcement points during his retreat. He relished the attacker's wild style and decided to retaliate in the same manner, engaging in the same kind of aggressive play. With all his might, he hurled the opponent into a tree. Although the defensive technique wasn't a celestial guardian, it managed to deflect some of the force. However, survival was unlikely. His cultivation level was too low for any defensive technique to save him. The plan of the Blessed Temple failed once the sixth great structure was restored. He tried to flee, but his anger at seeing Sin took over. His hatred will not diminish until he has killed him. He told him not to be so arrogant and to follow the proper path before attempting to strike him. He responded swiftly, demonstrating impressive agility. The man shielded himself with a robe. He used his fingers, which were equipped with flower-shaped swords. He dodged and avoided the attack. Sin was very young. He withdrew to recuperate his strength. He lifted his leg, aware that his opponent was using the flower swords technique. He had anticipated this kind of attack throughout his life. A asked if he didn't realize the opponent would use the flower swords technique. Kucoin was confused about the meaning of this. The man confidently waved his fingers. His flower sword finger struck towards Yang. It inflicted pain on him. He couldn't believe the technique used. The spinning and returning action seemed impossible. Kucoin collapsed in agony. He used pressure points to stop the bleeding. Victory was out of reach. Kucoin knew he couldn't win this fight and pointed his sword overhead. He was stunned and quickly began devising a new strategy. He reflected on his magical power. He hadn't anticipated that Yang's finger sword technique had reached such a level. Did he really believe he could kill him with this skill? He could defend against the sword and saw an opportunity to counterattack from below. Kucoin admitted he had underestimated his opponent. The green swamps remained unchanged, with the water continuously rising. He wanted to address the situation once more. Kucoin fled as far away from him as possible. The scene was unusual and advised avoiding confrontation. He should escape. He had a deep cut on his knee and was bleeding heavily. He couldn't endure the pain and collapsed. He once again used pressure points to stop the bleeding. His anger flared. He blamed Kang for the situation. He initially thought the injury wasn't severe, but now it seemed much worse. If he couldn't fight, he would flee immediately. It was difficult, but he managed to survive. Kucoin could only defend himself by retreating. His legs were injured, making him an easy target for the flower sword technique. He couldn't escape. Kucoin needed to kill him before fleeing. He struck him, but couldn't believe how resilient the young opponent was. He launched a technique at Yang, but Yang defended against it. The power of the attack resembled an earthquake. Kucoin avoided the blows. The defense was extremely strong. Yang might defeat him effortlessly. If Kucoin had any skill, he would have struck him fatally. Yang was advancing rapidly, faster than Kucoin had anticipated. However, Yang was not his equal. He used the King G7 smash technique. Yang responded with the Sen Divine Influence technique. He rose from the ground to inflict damage. He soared high into the sky. Kucoin was advancing with great force. He aimed to gather as much strength as possible. However, Yang remained consistently on the defensive. He struck with the King Jail technique, delivering a powerful punch. Kucoin laughed loudly at Yang. There was no point in fleeing. He wanted to see who would succumb first while trying to breach each other's defenses. Besides his physical strength, Kucoin was also intelligent. Xia Yang could heal his wounds using Nirvana's finger technique. The man said nothing but was confident of his victory. He didn't understand what the great elder saw in Gecko, whom he considered a freak unworthy of affection. Kucoin was a serious adversary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any energy left. If the situation persisted, it could become problematic. He shouted at Kucoin with all his fury. He asked what Kucoin was contemplating, whether it was his cruelty. Xia Yang invited him to come, questioning whether he could no longer endure. He remarked that Kucoin had degraded himself and fled, which only led to more trouble. Kucoin would not escape today. He had an impassive expression. He possessed a finger technique, sword range, defensive technique, and healing skill of unknown origin. Kucoin needed to retreat immediately. The three elders were maintaining a large structure, focusing their main forces on observing and eliminating others, so no one would follow them. They needed to conclude the battle, concentrating all their power. The outcome of his life hinged on this strike. A girl stood behind him. Hearing a noise, Kucoin turned around. The man attacked her husband. Furious, she tried to kill him and launched her own attack. Despite being severely injured and bleeding, he still managed to call her a pathetic servant. His lungs had ruptured, yet he was still able to insult her. Siam ruthlessly severed Cooksen's limbs in one decisive blow. Afterward, Cooksen lay unconscious and was unable to feel his legs. She did not stay with the others but went directly to him. She stripped him of his dignity and left him in disgrace. The security officer was serious and, as it turned out, was not a eunuch. He was unaware of the ruler's condition and knew they couldn't let their enemies escape. From the battle, it seemed that the master had blocked all exits, leaving no chance for escape. He suggested she check on the situation to see if they could assist the ruler. He asked her to wait a bit longer. He inquired whether the security officer, now unconscious, might wake up and flee. The man could only move through words, much less with both hands incapacitated. She questioned why he hadn't cut off the security officer's hands as well. He asked if she wanted to turn him into a helpless, square-shaped figure, stripping him of his natural tendencies. The woman was high in the sky, floating above. Half of the girls were already dead, leaving only two. She was the one suspended in the air, surpassing her master. He had fought for many years without losing hope. She would allow her to decide her own fate. She knew that the ruler had a weak character and limited perspective, which was a significant risk. It wasn't just about alleviating her own headaches. She lacks the wisdom to control the clouds or provide shelter from the rain, and her authority is insufficient to surpass the sect elders. She also has no talent for martial arts. However, she has keen observational skills, which is sufficient. His talent for research and cultivation compensates for his other shortcomings. Ching. She was equal to what the master said about him. In a critical moment of collective life, she resembles a sect leader. She was in charge of the situation. The ruler, a member of the younger generation skilled in martial arts like her, was now entrusted with more responsibilities. The remarkable talents of the demonic sect are fleeting. Its master founder had passed on, and as the situation revealed, she was under. She concealed herself with force, causing blood to flow from her mouth. The ruler couldn't avoid this situation. She would take the initiative. She waited in desperation. Although the organization was secretive, she had joined the demonic sect as a child. The ruler doubted her remaining loyalty to the community, given her extensive training in martial arts from a young age. The ruler questioned why she continued to uphold the identity of a secret agent. If she spoke honestly and confessed her guilt, she could attempt to persuade the elders. People are not inanimate objects. 10 years ago, there was something she didn't know. A plan was devised in the mortal world to select talented boys and girls and secretly send them to major sects as disciples. Most children were unable to succeed, but she managed to fit in with the mocking sect. Her success at the academy caught the patriarch's attention, leading her to become an elder. Dang Hongshan assigned her the role of a secret agent. She was unwilling to forgive and found it challenging to convince others. She took a potent poison, and the ruler rushed to her. 7 flowers and 5 herbs were gathered in Xining, and the poison could not be reversed. She intended to use it following the fall of the mocking sect. She inquired if she was intentionally pushed away, and if she crossed boundaries at times. Didn't that bother her? She took her hand, showing no irritation, and only scolded her occasionally. This time she wouldn't have the opportunity to resist. She would take action even if it meant doing so over her grave. The ruler's foul language needed to be addressed. Nirvana's finger could save her, but as she mentioned, she must die for her sister. She and Qingqi wondered what his plans were. They should have left and not interfered. He approached to address the radio and the ruler. He wondered if the 4th elder had any further comments, considering the limited time left. There must be a way to keep her secret agent status without exposing her. He was doubtful of the 4th elder's limited perspective and didn't want to hear any complaints from him. She asked where he had come from, noting his intelligence. Her brother was under Dang Hongshan's control. If she hadn't followed her instructions, she and her brother would have been separated. With Dang Hongshan now dead, He shouldn't find out. She didn't want him to feel lonely. She made a promise. Radio asked what she meant. When the poison began to take effect, her insides would start to decay, causing her immense pain. She asked her to see it through to the end. She reluctantly agreed to fulfill the request. The ruler was in tears. Radio was closing her eyes, bidding a tearful farewell. He admitted he was wrong and asked for help with one particular matter. She wasn't sure if he had feelings for her, or if there was another reason for his request. She strangled him and would remember their time together. They would never meet again in this lifetime. He quietly apologized to her. An army had been assembled. The leader of the Blessed Temple and his followers were defeated. The smoking sect emerged victorious and no longer needed to intervene. She simply left them. The man wondered if they had assembled numerous fighters to observe the battle. It was a tactic of ambush, and they chose not to comment on it. With the Blessed Temple defeated and the ambush being treacherous, it was wise to keep a distance from him. People dressed in bloody clothes settled behind the mountain. He thought they might be trying to capitalize on the situation, but they were leaving instead. The passionate supporters managed to address the issues in the mortal world. He was reflecting on the crisis moment, realizing his body couldn't handle much more exertion. However, Queen felt quite well and was the heir of their sect. Following the news of the deaths of 5 and 8 dimension experts from the Blessed Temple, the sect fell into chaos. Fei Shen took over the High Priestess's duties and managed the situation, leaving the sect's large structure intact. They were now just a shadow of their former selves, unable to expand any further. The weak association among the 9 demons seemed to have disappeared, with the Blessed Temple taking its place. Over the past few days, Qingqi had been asking Seon to spend time with her. He was reluctant, but agreed to try, as she promised not to drain his energy and to use the yin and yang technique. She didn't falter, and the benefits of this method were clear. The sparring became more intense, with more aggressive attacks and greater rewards. She lost weight due to her intense effort. She used him as a punching bag. One sparring session with him proved more valuable than half a month of pure cultivation. When he arrived in the jangling region, he grew much stronger and formed a closer bond with the third elder. His relationship with the master also grew increasingly intimate. He had a master-apprentice relationship with the ruler, with nothing more between them. The master had faith in him, showing no doubts. This was part of their typical master-disciple relationship for him. He understood where her thoughts were coming from. He mentioned his suspicions about wavering. The ruler was angry. Wei Radio always delivered good news when they were uncertain. Tao Baiyuan arrived just in time. He warned the elders that day about potential issues, including the sect meeting. As a result, he heightened their alertness. The elders were fully prepared to respond to an attack, just as they had done that day. Otherwise, they would have continued their efforts to eliminate the Great Elder. Their ultimate aim was to diminish her influence using witnesses and evidence. Their group would have been destroyed. It was no surprise that the master had faith in him. She threw herself onto his attractive body. The girl looked at him with affection and wanted only one thing: to be rewarded by the wise man. She asked if it was possible to do this with him. Without hesitation, he agreed to her request. He would reward her until she was completely exhausted. The next beautiful spring morning, the 3 elders and the ruler sat in front of a map with Ken beside them. He snored while holding a pen and a notebook. She inquired about which territories under Radio's control were left unassigned. Hua, 1 house, Yang City, and a branch in Sylvan City. That night, she and he had been together more than 10 times. He was exhausted and nearly fell asleep. She and Qingqi did not attend the meeting. Perhaps she was also very tired from the night before. She was certain that if only 2 territories were left, she wouldn't be interested in Hua House. Radio could take full control of the branch in Siphon City. Who was for and who was against this proposal? The second elder, Rose, mentioned that Wuling Shen had taken over the main business, the tuition gambling house, and bylaws of the city. Did she want to take over another branch? Why didn't she take the entire Hua House in Yang City and leave the branch for her? The third elder opposed giving her the entire Hua House. No one had asked for her opinion. The great elders asked if, by giving her the whole Hua House, she would then cede control of the branch. Enemies from the Blessed Temple attacked the sect to eliminate them. Only she and the ruler fought against them, while others hid and supported the great structure. She was severely injured in the battle, which is why she received the whole Hua House and the branch. She asked who would be compensated for the slander and dishonor they suffered. After fighting together against the same enemy for days, they were now arguing over the distribution of rewards. What a group of old foxes! She waved her hand to stop them. She knew how to compensate her for the damage. The ruler remembered how the third elder was betrayed in battle. The entire Hua house should go to the third elder, and the big elder could select 5 of the strongest students for her to train. The big elder had no objections. The second elder agreed that this was fair. The second elder concurred with this decision. As the ruler, she not only pursued the members of the Blessed Temple, but also led the meeting, gaining a bit of control in the process. She will take charge of the chief vegetable garden branch. Siam continued to stand beside the ruler. The ruler allowed the elders to divide the property during the first half of the meeting, but did not claim anything for herself. She secured the last and most lucrative part with a wise strategy. However, the elders had anticipated this outcome. A single house would suffice for her. They could keep the branch for themselves. During the chaos in the sect, the ruler used her strength. Consequently, she remains the primary candidate for that branch. The Grand Elder will send her disciples, Kemi and Meiling Ji, to Two-Phase City to assist the branch master in taking office. She expressed her gratitude to the elder for his generosity. She suspected that the assistance was intended for surveillance purposes. She rubbed her hands together, awaiting the end of the meeting when everyone had received their assignments. Now it was his turn. Her personal servant, Sion, also played a crucial role in this situation. All the elders received awards, but he did not. He had no grand ambitions and did not wish to involve himself in these matters. He requested permission to study the pavilion's sutra technique and was not interested in the possessions. The great elder preferred not to rush the decision. They still had unresolved issues. Before the meeting, she had no reasons for him to learn more than the standard techniques. She asked the great elder what was meant by this, feeling condemned. The big elder would not dare to do that. If the sect master didn't adhere to the rules, how could she control others? The ruler is always highly sought after. He wondered about their thinking. How could he be aware of Wei Rodeo's changes? After his investigation, the ruler used the finger of flower swords against him. The big elder considered this idea absurd. If she claims it's nonsense, she should provide proof. Without evidence, she is merely talking nonsense. The big elder dismissed it. The finger of flower swords is his reward, and he should not concern himself with other combat techniques. She shot at her own legs, worsening her situation. She was merely a cunning old fox. The third elder laughed heartily. The flower sword finger was sufficient for his training, and he didn't need to waste time on other techniques. He has a system that integrates techniques, so he is not worried about mastering them all. He tackles everything. The branch is under the ruler's control. The great elder cannot oppose the appointee as master. She agreed. She appointed him as the branch foreman, leaving him astonished. He thought she intended for him to become the branch master. A visa was progressing along the path. The ruler wanted him to undertake an unfamiliar task. He considered pleading with the second elder to avoid being turned away and to get help from his older brother Chan Wu and younger sister Yena. He inquired if Brother Chan, who was already familiar with the branch in Saving City, could assist him. Chan Wu, the second elder's disciple, was assigned as his assistant. He felt uneasy addressing him as an older military brother. He would address him by name and also requested information about the city of Tufan. Chan Wu showed goodwill but did not accept it, revealing his difficult nature. Surfing City is similar to other cities. It is part of the Jiangnan region of the Han Empire. The Great River Alliance was established by a coalition of 7 or 8 cities. Wave Radio had a dispute with the leader of the alliance, injured him, and established a branch in Siphon. Subsequently, the sect elders used their personal connections to engage with key members of the imperial court. They forcefully took Yufeng City from the alliance and secured rights to some of the ice iron. Thanks to Wave Radio, their sect's branch solidified its position, and all levels of government officials began to curry favor with them. Once Master Seer assumes office, minor representatives will pay him considerable attention. He said he didn't mind if they tried to curry favor. When Wave Radio is gone, he will become branch master. He was confident in his ability to manage effectively. As branch master, Seer would not have direct contact with the emerging sects. Otherwise, the sect master wouldn't have sent him to the chief garden. He was concerned about the alliance. He needed to monitor it for stability. If it is being rebuilt, Sky Warrior 3 deliberately avoids it. He was unable to meet him before leaving. Otherwise, he would not have relied on Ji Chan Wu. He will follow whatever the masters instruct. Cyan was very thankful to have him on his side. Although he might appear loyal, he is difficult to deceive. If he senses any negativity, he will not stay loyal. Negotiating with Shamir would be easier as long as he doesn't anger her. Everything should go smoothly. They traveled past enormous rocks. Within a few days, they reached Soothing City. Lake Palin had flowing water, and people had gathered there. Young himself was present at the scene. There were girls nearby, and the table was filled with a variety of dishes. Among them were Zhao, a banker from the local bank, and Wu, the leader of the Changjiang clan. The Changjiang clan controls most of the hotels and bars in Soothing City, including the flowing water pavilion owned by leader Wu. The girl had heard of young lord's reputation and was impressed upon meeting him. Master Seer's abilities and the potential of the 5 beauties and 5 princes of the Han Empire were noteworthy. They were Madame Huafang and Fang, the manager of the gambling house. The woman had heard much about Master Seer's nobility, incredible beauty, and natural talent. Her husband noted that he was quite memorable and treated him with great respect. But what was their behavior like? They were probably just flattering him, Cyan thought to himself. He was aware that they were trying to please him, but he wondered if the emerging sect would end up paying for this lunch. He considered that these people were being insincere. He was new to the area and knew that this kind of behavior didn't happen during Wei Rodeo's time. The city's situation was somewhat unstable, which was a good thing, as it would make things more interesting. His followers would learn about the true state of affairs after this feast. He pondered the significance of the 5 beauties and 4 princes. The 5 beauties and 4 princes are the top representatives of the younger generation from different sectors of the Han Empire, each possessing the 9th level of attainment. These 9 individuals will shape the fate of the Han Empire for the next decade. Among them is Qin Qingqi, a senior martial sister and branch master, known for her noble beauty. Chen Qingqi is widely renowned, with her presence as captivating as fine cognac. Cyan's thought to himself that the SR mayor was also from the emerging sect. The crowd was even smaller there. The SR mayor was by the water at that time. The area was adorned with stunning water lilies. The younger sister had never seen water lilies before, making this her first unforgettable experience with them. He was concerned about SR mayor's whereabouts and found her gathering water lilies. The girl appeared incredibly charming. The setting seemed perfect for a poem. He observed her intently. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual. People began approaching her. He heard that an immortal beauty had arrived in the city with the prince. She was the one. This was a respected Prince Jintao. They approached her directly. He found this peculiar. She blushed and looked at him with admiration, unable to believe her eyes at her favorite prince's presence. He continued to observe the girl, feeling that her affection for him made the situation a bit awkward. She handed him a green lily. He expressed his gratitude and genuinely liked the gift. The young, beautiful girl from a modest background, with lotus flowers reflecting her beauty, offered him a flower imbued with her scent. She wished to wear a dress made of these flowers. He reciprocated with a poem as a humble token of appreciation. Young Lord Ji's kindness was evident in the beautiful poem he gave her, which she appreciated deeply. He was pleased that she enjoyed it and wanted to ask for her name. She introduced herself as the last disciple of the renowned elder from the newly formed sect. The prince shares a similar style with Ken, and seeing such a main character often annoys him. However, he is intrigued by the crowd. "Girl, please take a seat." This wasn't about romantic attraction. Rather, he felt a strong pull toward her because she possessed something that intrigued him, a necklace she wore. The woman walked over to Lord Ji. The man had not seen him for a few days. "Lord, she looks stunning." He learned that all the senior members had gathered due to the new branch master from the mocking sect, so he came with junior sister Xie to pay his respects. Simon approached him and inquired if he was searching for him. He inquired about the identity of the woman. She explained that she was the young lord, the new master of the surfing branch of the mocking sect. The woman did not come to meet him but to request a favor from the lord. The lake was covered with numerous water lilies. The man asked if there was a specific request. Another man questioned why the details were not explained. Since the chief disciple of the Taishan sect was seeking assistance, it must be a serious matter. It's important to first understand the request, but if it poses a danger, he would decline to participate. Yan Jia, a disciple of the fishing sect, killed his master, destroyed the sect, and vanished from the martial arts world. The sect is under Bad's influence in Xinjiang. If something happens to her, The situation will be controlled by the body in Qinghai, and the junior martial sister will assume responsibility. She was the chosen leader of the fishing sect. One day she received a fragment of the 6 demonic desires mantra, a secret technique of the demonic sect. Her character changed as she used this technique to gain others' worldly achievements, reaching the innate dimension, and ultimately destroyed the entire sect. Janja had reached level 9 in the acquired dimension, making him difficult to handle. A few days ago, he had encountered Kai's younger sister, who was severely injured and managed to flee in an unknown direction. They now know that Janja is hiding in a secret location. One man was astonished by the demonic cultivation. Another was shocked that he had betrayed his sect. The third man questioned whether Janja was present, and noted that while the young lords wanted to help, they couldn't involve themselves in this situation. She owns a brothel and is accustomed to dealing with violence, but she lacks the power to help significantly. It is unusual that Jintao became involved with Buddhist affairs in Qinghai, as he is pursuing said Dalian. He doesn't expect them to confront the younger man. He believes it beneath him to ask people to do what they are incapable of. The man isn't scared of the repugnant creature, but fears that, given his nature, he might start targeting his students. The woman was puzzled since they had been there for a few days. Couldn't he have escaped? Little sister Saya had placed several devices on Janja to track his location, but his whereabouts remained unknown for days. Janja, being injured, couldn't easily change his disguise and was hiding his identity. The man stated that they couldn't assist with the plan and were not needed. Regardless of Ji and Tao's plans, they had to avoid getting involved in the attempts to capture young Jia. The junior martial sister could only track the location, but if Janja was in disguise, they would not be able to identify him. Yan Jia would not be able to escape their influence, which controls nearly all aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. They needed information on the movements of people who had used their services in the past 6 months. With this information and Sister Kai's abilities, they could locate Janja. It would be a great honor to assist Lord Ji. If Yang Jia was at Hua Farm, there should be records. Yang Jia is considered the most despicable villain, and they must do everything they can to help. Gathering the necessary information was their task. He expressed his gratitude on behalf of himself and the junior martial sisters. He noted that Yang Jia was born into a righteous sect and was taught principles like generosity, justice, decency, and faith. It's hard to believe he could commit such evil acts if he hadn't joined the demonic sect. The man, known for his malevolence, questioned the criticism of demons and the demonic sect, asking if the derogatory remarks were meant to insult their own sect. Jintao subtly suggested something, and Wu, who was more reactive than usual, seemed to question whether their names indicated any connection. He remarked that if the younger one is so cruel, he must be a demon. If he is a demon, it raises questions about his relationship with the mocking sect. The harsh reaction seemed excessive. Ji Jintao feigned innocence and questioned whether he could meet with the lords at any time while neglecting the branchmaster, implying an insult to their sect. Jichan Wu appeared to be defending the mocking sect but wanted Yan to link this with Ji and Tao's response. He disliked Ji and Tao and wished to see their reaction, but now a new issue had emerged with Oji-chan Wu. Today was the perfect moment to address everyone. There is a distinction between righteousness and humanism, which allows them to request the demonic sect's help in capturing the demon, avoiding bothering Branchmaster Sia. Sia Yan sensed something was amiss. Yaga betrayed his master and defied his ancestors' will. His sect cannot support such individuals, so finding and punishing him poses no problem. He clarified that the term demon, used to describe Yang Jia, was not synonymous with the term used in the name of his sect. He expressed interest in hearing his opinion. The guy pointed out that their sect is renowned and supported by the imperial court. If there were people like Yang Jia in the sects, it would be everyone's right to punish them. Would this imply that everyone in the imperial court is blind and foolish? He agreed, finding Yang Jia particularly intriguing this year. In the modern era, renowned sects are backed by the imperial court, whether they are demonic or righteous, indicating they have differing philosophies. Demonic sects are not defined by good or evil. Righteousness represents the path of integrity, characterized by clean and sustainable techniques, much like a well-trodden path suited for dedicated practitioners. Demonism, on the other hand, represents the path of magic. Demonic techniques are about magic and grandeur, similar to climbing a steep mountain to discover new routes and gain a broader perspective. If anyone fails to achieve desired cultivation results, they can return to their sect and try again. It's surprising to see a branch master who is so rigid in his approach to attracting new students. While demonic techniques offer innovative methods, they come with significant costs that can alter one's nature. Janja exemplifies this reality. He questioned why she was reluctant to interact with people from the demonic sect, wondering if she was tired. It wasn't about being tired. Observing the branch master, she noted that he had a strong appreciation for beautiful things. She mentioned that Diane hadn't spoken a word, but as soon as she did, she recalled Chin Chingchi. He wanted to accompany her and her sister. They were to wait for news at the Penlin Hotel. They were advised to take care of themselves. Despite leaving early, she remained the branch master of Asia. The new branch master is very pleasant, and even Xia Danyang admired his attractiveness. Additionally, Xia Yang is very cold-blooded and hasn't learned much about her. Jinho appears polite on the surface but is more complex beneath. These two appeared just as a feast was being held in his honor. They will be departing in an hour. Yang's situation could change at any moment. They must not let the enemy slip away. It's crucial for the Lord to resolve the matter quickly. The high-ranking figures and the sweeping city are quite cunning. He no longer needs to focus on women. He and Chang have important discussions ahead. The young lord, she has a fondness for water lilies, so she brought more for him. However, he wasn't there when she arrived. She spent an hour gathering water lilies, but by the time she finished, they were already gone. She set down the basket and hurried to find him. He asked if she was being controlled by someone in town and what he should do about it. Ji and Tao have disrespected their mocking sect, and he doesn't want to just stand by and watch it happen. He responded with a smile. Yan Jia should not be underestimated. They could use this situation to put John Tao in his place. The question was whether he was satisfied with himself. He didn't understand what the master was referring to. If he himself intervened and focused on Ji Yan Tao, he should express his grievances to him. He received a minor cut on his cheek from a slight clash with the post. As a branch master, protecting the honor of the mocking sect is his responsibility. He dislikes being exploited. He is indifferent to his relationship with Ji. Until next time, he wants to use it as leverage and should reflect on whether he has the right to do so. When he began to think, he realized he had become a pawn in a game of chess. They were at the lake. Kyung asked not to reveal that he had any connection with Ji Yan Tao. He apologized and explained that he does have a family connection with Ji Yan Tao. They are from the same family, the Ji family from Xiangyang. He is his cousin and a prominent member of the younger generation in the Ji family. He is very arrogant, and they didn't get along with him. Because of this, they preferred not to see him. He left his family, joined the mocking sect, and rarely returned home. In reality, they are merely failures, envious of the master of idealism. In his previous life, there were also many who labeled him as arrogant. Although he is part of the mocking sect, he can't let go of the past and uses the sect to investigate Ji. Currently, he requested that I punish him. He was pleased to have been told the truth. He healed his cup using the Nirvana finger technique. He repaired his face but requested that it not be done again. He hoped this situation would not recur. He wanted to know more about the relationship between them. He asked to sit down. Being young and gentle, capturing their anger is a serious concern. However, Ji Utah is actively presenting himself as a disciple of the Taishan sect. Is there a romantic involvement between them? He will start with the Buddhist Qinghai, determining which side Dalian belongs to. The Xinjiang Buddhist sect is an ancient institution in the Han Empire with a history spanning thousands of years. Despite being senior members, they have existed for several years, preserving their hereditary magical skills. Every 100 years, he is reborn as a saint with a genuine divine star in the Han Empire. This points to a path that merges righteousness with demonic elements. Every 100 years, a descendant must seek out the reborn individual. Yang has been selected as the descendant for this generation. She journeyed across the world with young prodigies, and Ji Yan Tao spent more time with her than anyone else. Many believe Ji Yan Tao is the reincarnation for this generation. He suspects that she and Tao might have spread this rumor to spend more time with her and gain her attention. He asked whether Jin Tao has ever pursued her romantically. Regardless of how talented Ji and Tao are, Yang has encountered many people like them. Sin does not believe they have an intimate relationship. They are simply friends. He was curious about Ji and Tao's recent actions and decided to observe the situation carefully. especially if Ji and Tao were to confront the younger generation. He was determined to handle everything on his own. Young inquired about how Ji and Tao's skills compared to his reputation. 2 days later, young Jia concealed himself at the back of Wu's head, pretending to be a traveling merchant. Besides them, Younger is the only one present, and nothing in the city happens without his awareness. The woman mentioned that without Jin Tao identifying the 3 suspicious places, finding young Jia would have been impossible without his assistance. Yang's hiding spot would have remained unknown. The man questioned why someone as tough as the chief doesn't deal with matters personally. Locating Yang's position was meant to reassure Ji and Utah. Regardless of whether it's the Taishan sect, the Buddhist Qinghai sect, or the smoking sect, they are all external to their group. The man wondered why they would help if they are external. The woman explained that they need to establish a relationship with them, and she agreed. For now, they just need to observe and watch what happens. Someone expressed confusion about why there was a show happening and why they hadn't been invited. It was Seung and his assistant. The man explained that the event was simply about capturing Youngjae and questioned what there was to see. The woman suggested that it would be more enjoyable to appreciate Master Kai's beauty instead. If it's really just something minor like Yanga, then there's truly nothing worth watching here. The moon is exceptionally beautiful tonight. Yang, yeah, there's no need to hide. Yang Jia then revealed himself. Ji Yan appeared like a ghost, worn out by life. He wondered why he had gotten involved in all this trouble. Sit down, Yang. Since Yang Jia doesn't have much time left, he would allow him to offer some comfort for a while. Someone's spiritual energy blocked this, but it wasn't from Ji or Tao. This energy came directly from the sky. Yang saw a figure appearing in the sky. The figure was struck down. It was the Shadow Yang's heavenly premonition sword technique. He managed to escape it before, and he hoped to do the same this time. The man was astonished that he could withstand the Buddhist Qinghai fighting technique. The Heavenly Premonition Sword Technique's 6 Demonic Desires mantra belongs to the 2nd Ixian and Mode demonic sect. Though incomplete, its distinctiveness is evident. The 6 desires include sight, hearing, smell, speech, touch, and thought. These are fundamental human instincts, and the goal of the 6 Demonic Desires mantra is to suppress these desires and resist them continuously. A practitioner can either renounce or control these 6 desires through the mantra of 6 demonic desires. He harnessed this powerful force, the desire for smell. Someone who has mastered the 6 demonic desires mantra can control the 6 desires of others, rendering them incapable of seeing, hearing, smelling, speaking, feeling, or thinking. Desire for taste, desire for touch. A master of this technique can even manifest the 6 desires, but it is still not as effective as the Dao Yang sword technique. The 6 demonic desires mantra can manipulate personal desires to attack an opponent. If only Seung Yang had faced him, the comparison wouldn't hold. 5 beauties and 4 princes are quite formidable. Additionally, Qian seemed to be drawing him towards her. He would unveil the secret of the item around her neck. While healing his wounds, Yang becomes stronger. The 6 demonic desires mantra he learned is still imperfect. Without the mental resolve from the mantra, he cannot resist the sword technique. Turning and fleeing would lead to disastrous results. Under the influence of the Heavenly Premonition sword technique, he has no chance to evade, hide, or survive. He could only use the technique after freeing himself from the spiritual block. He lifted his head and tensed. Vision, touch, hearing, smell, and speech, 5 desires combined with a ghostly form. It's no surprise Seung managed to escape the seer back then. These 6 desires are fundamental to human existence and form the basis of human nature. By controlling these desires, one can create a new body with the power of thought and start a new life. With 5 desires, one can separate from the physical form and create a transparent body. Sayan tried to escape again. It was time for Seung and Tao. Sayan fled. Using this technique was highly unpleasant, even more painful than being struck by her sword. This was his only chance to save himself. It was better than nothing. He sat down and destroyed his clones. No matter how skilled she and Towers are, he couldn't imagine them mastering the 5 desires to create a transparent form. Together, they wouldn't be able to kill him today. He saw a bright light. It was the heavenly mantra of the True God technique from the Taishan sect. He had kept Che's younger sister waiting. A brilliant light illuminated everyone, causing them to shield their eyes with their hands. Cyan was the only one who observed calmly. Cyan was completely serious. Ji-hoon used the heavenly mantra of the true God to spiritually suppress the victim. This was a devious technique meant to subjugate practitioners of demonism. The light enveloped the entire city. Demons and masters had no place to hide. She flew towards Yang Jia. She held her sword to Yang's head. The girl struck him. She turned away, causing Yang to collapse to his knees. He had never expected Jian Tao would be unable to master the heavenly true God mantra. He fell face down onto the roof, and his death was unavoidable. Ji Yan Tao was so fearsome that even the woman's knees were trembling. Xia Dao, young, black, young, and yet killed her with her sword. They were undefeated prodigies. Fortunately, they had no conflicts with them. The assistant asked if he was all right. He responded that everything was fine. Meanwhile, the tree's branches snapped. The energy felt similar to what he experienced in battles with the ruler and the high priestess of the Blessed Temple. Jian Tao was only at the 9th level of the acquired dimension. If he hadn't leaned on the railing, he would have been killed. The divine influence of Zen proved ineffective. It couldn't defend against such spiritual attacks. The heavenly true God mantra can be controlled or restricted. Without desire, it wouldn't affect everyone. Jian Tao and his group did this intentionally. Ji Chan, who continues to influence Clan Jin Tao, is intentionally using force to intimidate everyone. He is friendly, but does not tolerate those who try to threaten him. He apologized for losing control momentarily, which allowed her to take advantage. The man remarked that Jin Tao fought well. Another man noted that the damage was less than expected. Sin praised him from a martial arts perspective, noting Ji Jin Tao's ability to defeat enemies effortlessly, while from a writer's perspective, he could create a sense of romance. He didn't understand what Kyung meant by that. Xiang enjoyed reading the romantic novels written by Deja Vu, and claimed this admiration was due to his brother. He had long admired his talent. The woman had heard of Deja Vu, known for writing romantic stories. It was rumored that Deja Vu was actually Ji Yan Tao from the Tai Shan sect. Young lords disliked such rumors. The master seer contemplated starting a fight. Seon felt the brunt of Ji and Tao's anger. There's no need to discuss these rumors at the moment. The junior martial sister spoke the truth. They didn't need any additional problems now. She should rest, and she thanked him. They left shortly afterward. Ji Yan Tao looked at Qin. He wouldn't be accompanying them. In the days following the failed disengagement, neither the local factions nor Ji and Tao had shown any activity. Ji Chang-woo had been very helpful in managing the branch. He had underestimated him before, but without his assistance, he wouldn't have quickly grasped the branch's affairs. Ji Yan Tao's growing strength annoyed Chan-woo. If Ji Yan Tao had a system, he would be receiving reinforcement points from Chan-woo around the clock. Ji Chan-woo might be useful, but if he wants control, Ji Yan Tao should not interfere. Sharma was a fan of Ji and Tao, visiting his residence daily. She did everything to attract his attention. Her obsession made her seem foolish. Shamir had forgotten that the great elder had sent her to help with cleaning. Considering these issues, the situation was deteriorating. Local factions treated him with respect, but they were no longer as compliant as they were in the past. The GNN meeting, where annual income distribution occurs, was approaching. Last year, the share went to the smoking sect. Ji Yan Tao and Xia Yang are still at sea surfing, and their objectives remain unclear. The city of Sea appears peaceful and calm, but there are hidden movements and schemes. Overcoming this situation quickly is not feasible. It would be more advantageous for him to go to the small world and eliminate a few creatures. He had accumulated 400 points in the main world after returning from sea, but this was insufficient to upgrade the flower sword finger to level 4. He would need 500 points for the Tunlin world, which seems excessive. She didn't even respond, remaining completely withdrawn. The higher the price, the greater the level of the world, and it would be even more challenging in the Tunlin world. Although the risks are significant, the potential benefits are high. However, he could return to the main world in financial ruin but still alive. The dimension travel function was activated. The tumbling world only considers the clan. The soul transfer was completed. After a successful transfer, he opened his eyes. Judging by the attire, it seemed like a small world with modern elements. There were rumors that a little girl's suffering had not disappeared, but had been transferred to a doll for many years. Sion was confused by this. He joined people for ghost stories. The guy was staked. Anyone who encounters the cursed doll will be hanged. The doll might be wandering the neighborhood looking for a new victim. CNN remained silent and had a stony expression. The style was intrusive and uninteresting. The plot was ordinary. and the story was poorly executed. How could the owner of this body tolerate it? Memory was loading. Who was he in this world? He was a handsome and wealthy representative of a different generation, with parents living abroad. He lived alone, was very modest but uncommunicative, sincere and lonely. This small world was an ordinary modern world. It was Bian Gray himself, but this was Lan Tao from the Jian clan. They were members of an open club created by the body's owner on a dating site, and they were going on a hike. This was all meant to attract Jian Chaolan's attention. She was an expert in love affairs and could manage the club at the same time. The fun guy told stories well, and she was scared. It was important to focus on the upcoming task. Lin Feng, the Ghost King, had been dead for 1,000 years. He was reborn as one of his descendants and learned that the next generation was living in poverty, begging for gold in a doghouse for an entire year. He was furious and wanted to kill and seek revenge on all the traitors. One Ling Feng needed to be killed within 6 months. He asked Lu Ren why he hadn't returned after saying he was going to the bathroom. Lu Ren was likely involved with either the Heavenly Lord or the thief. The story concerned him personally. He might be one of the descendants that the Ghost King wanted to kill. Sounds were heard, but the body's owner had no memories of ghosts and gods. Someone was hurt. The man said it was impossible. He was hanged, and a doll was placed behind him. This was a trap. It was a ghost doll from history. She started crying afterward. The guy decided to leave immediately. The girl fell to the ground. He observed the situation calmly from a distance. He asked how she could fall like that. She blushed and asked if this was in Seattle. She then fell. The lights were turned on. She had injured her knees and everyone was alarmed. It was a dummy. He had deceived her. The man yelled at him, questioning what would happen if he had a heart attack. Bianca pondered this. He claimed it wasn't his fault. The clown fell, didn't catch her, and walked away. He thought this situation was getting serious. He was prepared to fight and almost used the flower sword finger technique. However, he hadn't had time to practice it properly and might accidentally cause harm. He had other tasks to attend to, so he left. He needed to investigate whether there was a master named Lin Feng among his ancestors to understand the reasons and details for preparation. The man was displeased with his departure. The man with glasses suggested they forget about him and go help Qian instead. He was irritated. Fans of expert girls weren't very fond of the Chen clan. He expressed his thanks for the reinforcement points. He offered her a ride in the BMW he arrived in, but she declined as she had plans for the next day. Sin, usually gentle, was decisive today. She wouldn't refuse if Lin Tao offered her a ride home. Compared to Kang's BMW, it was insignificant. His family was very wealthy, and she believed he should be hers. After a while, they moved on. The man had a car as well, but it was an old wreck. He wanted her to ride with him. It was raining outside and it was dark. He hadn't driven in a long time, but the crowded streets were comforting. Still, he preferred modern civilization over other worlds. With the system setting a 6-month time frame, tasks had become even more challenging. If the journey cost 500 points, the difficulty of the task would indeed be high. He sensed something in his opinion. It felt like a ghost. He smiled, noting that the issue was with the ghost. While he had fought people before, he had never faced something like this. Meanwhile, the girl ran out of the car. She counted down, and after the lightning, everything vanished. Perhaps they were bats. She was trembling and saw a shadow in front of the car. The ritual was complete. Now it was time for the harvest. The first day was very light. A man with glasses entered the room. He accidentally stepped on a fish with his slipper. He moved the flower from the table with the aquarium. He was frightened. This was the first victim who had fallen from the roof. The second victim was young. He came to study genealogy and even called his parents, who were on vacation, but found no evidence. He was scolded for staying up late reading online articles. He was taking a hot bath and then browsing the internet. Was it true? Leader? But these were just novellas. He needed to continue training in the Zen Divine Influence technique and acquire armor. He would need to train again while traveling, in addition to practicing the flower sword finger technique. After resting, he needed to return to his room and train in the divine influence of Zen all night. His room was decorated in an elegant style. He then closed his eyes. His strength increased. Zen Divine Influence is a combination skill with a cultivation process different from usual. He would begin training by accessing the system panel. He needed to master the Zen Divine Influence skill. The body's owner was an ordinary person, So martial arts strengthened his body even more effectively than when he had raised the level of the heavenly guardian. He felt like there was a baby in his stomach. Learning the divine influence of Zen took 240 points. Combining skills was possible but costly. The day after tomorrow would mark the third day of his cultivation. He had defensive techniques. There were not many reinforcement points left. He planned to earn more in the main world and needed to find the easiest and simplest method. At that moment, his phone rang. The ringtone was irritating and he wanted to change it. It was a call from the Jin clan herself. She wanted to meet him and insisted that he come or she would die. She asked for the time and place, her voice filled with excitement and fear. In an hour, the girls wanted to take a photo of him. To them, he was strikingly beautiful, and they couldn't stop admiring his appearance. She threatened to commit suicide to become his girlfriend. He recalled several situations from his past life. The Jin clan wasn't the type to do this. He found no evidence related to the task and needed to be wary of any suspicious people or activities. She arrived, looking very pale. The girls at the other table thought she was his girlfriend. She appeared ghostly. For some reason, he didn't let her go. Lantau was dead. She would be next. He asked if everyone was really dead. She didn't want to die and begged for his help. She attacked him with a knife, hoping to avoid her own death by doing so. The guy stopped her hand. He threw her aside while sipping his tea and asked who she was referring to. The girl was surprised that he hadn't died. She decided to take control of the knife herself. She pressed the knife to his throat, intending to kill him. He pulled back and told her to calm down. He was frightened by the situation. Large slabs of debris fell from a tall building. Big shards of glass tumbled down. People started fleeing from the area. He could perform such a physical attack using the divine influence of Zen. He was unable to protect Genshin due to her panic, and she threw herself onto the glass and died. Ordinary human bodies are very fragile. Even with the Nirvana finger, he couldn't save her. The Jin clan was the third in line. Seen, heard. Someone was speaking. Siam would be next. Tomorrow was his last day. He used magic, but Ken recognized him. He received greed points and was identified as a bad guy and a ghost. The police concluded it was an accident. Cooperation with the police is every citizen's duty. The police discovered everything. He was just a victim. The ghost moved away from him. This guy was a constant source of power-up points. His feelings towards him were more about greed than hatred. There was something about him that made the ghost want him dead. Meanwhile, at night in his room, an accident happened in the city center. The glass collapsed, and a girl fell from a height, dying instantly. Long Tao and Lu Ren are about to become the center of media attention. Based on the memories of the body's previous owner, it seems the founder of this community is becoming widely known. Everyone who died met him immediately and then became part of the community. He is unable to find detailed information about him. This person remains enigmatic. He has heard rumors about him. It's already past midnight. As per the NGO's information, he is expected to arrive soon. He has earned some greed points. He is known for his punctuality. If this person is present, he will be asked to say meow. He has accumulated shock points. They are able to hear and communicate. He can genuinely sense it. As a descendant of slaves who betrayed their master, he feels he can resolve the issue with him. Cao Yung is quite striking. This person is his target, though he should be known as Lin Linfen. The bad guy might be that descendant. More useful information needs to be uncovered. Nowadays, masters and slaves can only be found in cosplay. He inquires among the deceased about any slaves who betrayed their masters like him. He did not receive an answer. A fall cannot kill him. He intended to eliminate him with a natural gas explosion. His house suddenly exploded. After a powerful blast, he remained unharmed. He wanted to converse with him, but didn't anticipate waiting for the gas to fill the house. He should find a nuclear bomb and drop it on him. If he has the audacity, his abilities are limited by his flawed thinking. He gained anger points. His ghostly words provoked irritation. He is merely a petty slave. How dare he? The ghost has revealed itself. He is a wandering spirit, yet he has shown his true form. He attempted to strike him, but the ghost vanished. He descended from the roof to the ground. The power system in this world differs. It can shatter solid objects with its force. The concrete cracked beneath his feet. Ordinary attacks couldn't harm the ghost. They were ineffective against him. Physical combat only increases fear and feeds the ghost. This is his fate as the family's heir. He can only perform one event per day. Otherwise, he would have already succeeded. If he hadn't forced the ghost to reveal its true form, it would have been an unfair fight. He requested the butler to bring in the best ghost hunter. Money can simplify many tasks. Wealth is advantageous. The new villa, perhaps? The car doors opened. This is the phone for the Shui master, the dark dragon, Shin-kun. The butler expressed gratitude for their arrival. Ken stood before them. Ming Ming's dark dragon disciple is present. While her master works, no strangers are allowed. Everyone except the victim must leave. It would be inappropriate to leave his young master alone. People in this world often do not recognize their own power and restrictions. To them, it's merely a business matter. To them, it was a catastrophe. He placed his hand on the butler's shoulder and apologized, clarifying he had no ill intentions. CNN was being targeted by ghosts. The butler is concerned and hopes for a favorable resolution. He inquired if there were any doubts about him. His students mentioned it was a business transaction, and sincerity was needed. The pair of master and apprentice are confident in their skills, though Li is unsure if they possess the abilities he would bestow. Feng Shui channeled magic into his hand. He didn't understand what was happening here. This isn't an inherent energy, but it feels like someone is close by. He looked around. It was alive. Xiang had never seen it before. Feng Shui inquired about his condition. The butler asked if everything was all right. His guards merely greeted him. Xiang instructed Guang to send everyone else to the hotel. Only he should stay behind. The master and his student Guan understood. The master had a sense of humor. They waited outside for a while before he suggested going inside. A spiritual guardian was present, a type of spirit he had not encountered before. It resembled a ghost, but in addition to ghosts, it had superpowers. The master needed to understand Kang Yang's predicament, as he had nearly died in an accident caused by a ghost. They entered the building. He was uncertain when the ghost might reappear and sought his assistance. The student conducted a ritual to uncover details about the ghost. Her beads broke. She asked the master why the beads had cracked. This had never happened before. There were very powerful entities in the house. It's unusual to get a deal like that for $10 million. There are no ghosts here. It seems like a show. They should take the money and leave. CNN inquired if something was wrong. The master discussed with his student the challenges of capturing the ghost and proposed requesting additional payment for the rescue. Tripling the amount would be fair. He added $30 million to their account. He was wealthy enough to retain them indefinitely. She had always wanted to marry a rich man. The deception needed to end. They needed to meet his expectations, or he would demand 30 times the amount they took. While he couldn't fight people directly, he had ample experience in dealing with such situations. They will begin the hunt if he detects anything unusual. He instructed them not to panic. He advised the student to stay alert to her master's teachings. She left. The necklace fell and broke. It shattered into small pieces. He struck with his powerful staff. He assessed the yin and yang situation with his vision. There were no malevolent spirits in the room. The beads, which were linked to negative energy and human emotions, were destroyed. Almighty Heavenly Dragon, Ancient Earth Guardian, awaken the wisdom of enlightenment seekers. He had already paid them. If they were truly capable of banishing the evil spirit, it would take them years to restore their spiritual energy. He opened his robe. He then removed it. He spoke of a flying dragon that had assisted the master. The more he observed, the less he trusted them. Chu Yong noticed the first enhancement points from being gay. He was present. She detected strong negative energy. They observed the evil spell entering the house. It was approaching them directly. He wondered if the ghost could have followed them after they left. They couldn't leave now, even if they wanted to. He planned to use his true abilities. Submit to him. The dragon accepts it. Follow his instructions. Transform into a dragon and devour the ghost. The master's behavior changed completely. He revealed his true powers. Chu Yen couldn't see anything. Without iron and yang vision, he could only watch as they exchanged blows in the air. The ghost remarked that they were shamans. This spirit was challenging, but he believed they could handle it. The patron spirit was a surprise for the spirit. Choi absorbed his patron spirit. Dragons represent the highest class of patron spirits, each with unique powers. However, the master didn't know how to control it. Unable to unleash its full potential, the ghost tore the dragon apart. It would be better if the ghost consumed it to regain its strength. The master began to bleed from his mouth. He coughed. The ghost was formidable. Chu Wei was defeated with a single blow. As long as the shaman lived, his patron spirit would remain intact. This dragon spirit resided within him. If he died, the ghost would be able to consume him completely. The master was incapacitated. He couldn't afford to die. In that case, he was prepared to act. The master decided to sacrifice his student, who was terrified. He transferred his immense power to her. The master resolved to channel all his power into the student. For some reason, he started choking. The transfer worked. Though using the secret technique shortened his life, his student's death would not change anything. As long as he survived, he could make things right. In the midst of the struggle, the master faced the ghost. The ghost was targeted through the watch. Only death awaited him here. The student cried, fearing she was about to die. Over a millennium, shamans have inexplicably become mere shadows of their former selves. They must be eradicated from this world completely. The ghost hurled the chandelier down. She cried, lamenting that she had not yet found a rich, handsome man to love and had not saved enough money. Chu Young was furious that everything in his house was destroyed again. How dare the ghost kill people right in front of him? He stood before her. Chu Young wondered if he could come up with a new plan. She realized that this person was far from ordinary. It was the perfect time for the ghost to regain some strength and open his eyes. He was like a slave, with the ghost taking control of him. There were rumors that the little girl's suffering had not vanished, but was transferred to a doll for many years. He traveled back in time. Anyone who encounters the cursed doll would face execution. It showed no mercy. He heard the sound of burning candles and saw a group of people. These were merely memories and illusions. The storyteller was skilled, and the girl was frightened. He stepped outside to investigate and asked who would tell the next story. Was Lu Ran in the restroom? Why hadn't he returned? They inquired about his whereabouts and pointed out that he had no story to tell. He mentioned that the game hadn't started yet and questioned how the main character could leave. Their faces were blurred. He asked about the tricks and the guys involved. When his ancestors saw him, they referred to him as Master. How? Their Saiyan-like hair displayed arrogance. He spoke of Linfen, though his name was known as Guy. Bengay is Linfeng, but Linfeng is not Guy. Ken couldn't make sense of it. Some people are insignificant. They can't speak after snow. Initially, he was meant to be the final victim and must die. However, the dragon's patron spirit helped the ghost. His existence no longer holds any value. Consequently, he regretted his actions and changed his plans. Kang's body and soul are unique. He might offer him another chance to submit to the ghost. He opened the door for him to rest a bit, as life seemed like a dream to him. He saw his reflection in the mirror. Everything became blurred before his eyes. He said if the guy wants to do something, he should do it directly. Who was he trying to scare? This is the abyss of nightmares, a realm for lost souls. Ordinary people might lose themselves here, but he remains sane. It gets more intriguing each time. CNN was uninterested in the ghost. He aimed to kill him. Kyan swung his fist at him. The ghost vanished abruptly. The ghost mentioned that this is the abyss of nightmares. No matter how much power he has, it is meaningless there. The abyss of nightmares has its own set of rules. If he refuses to comply, he will simply lose himself. CNN will be tormented by nightmarish fear until death. Ken was already feeling depressed, though he hadn't fully realized it yet. Seong defeated the ghost. He used the Nirvana finger technique. The demon was astonished. He also asked in surprise, "How is this possible?" This is a common spiritual form. He used the Nirvana finger, not expecting it to work. It can also pierce through the illusions of nightmarish fear. It remains a method of harnessing spiritual power. He checked his body. He thought he had returned to reality. The ground was not as soft as he hoped. He was still trapped in nightmares. He lay on the ground. She struggled to breathe but was still alive. Since his spiritual power exceeded expectations and he managed to return to his body, Kyung proved to be very powerful. He made a gesture to show his strength. The ghost had absorbed the dragon's spirit. He hoped Seon would show the same boldness as he did. The ghost departed, and he earned greed points. She slightly opened her eyes. She was fortunate to have a good person by her side. She shouldn't have died because he wasn't adept in the spiritual techniques of this world. The evil forces were expelled from the area. There was a ghostly blockage, but the Nirvana finger technique helped overcome it. She cried, lamenting that she should have been wiser in life. Such a rare form of spirituality felt wasted. She thought she had died without achieving anything. So Young asked if she was in her right mind, and if she might have hit her head. She touched herself and looked in the mirror. She was still alive. She should have died, but he was a martial artist who managed to heal her wounds and save her life. The ghost attack ceased, and there were no injuries on her body. She was still as attractive as before. She was fine. She bowed to him, grateful for saving her. Though she couldn't thank him properly now, She promised to bake pies in her next life. She would need to pay in this life but had no money. He didn't demand money. Instead, he offered to make her his personal assistant and spiritual practitioner, fulfilling all his needs. Not only would she be able to repay him, but he would also reward her with property. She agreed to this arrangement. She forgot something and held his hand. He mentioned having a lot of property and invited her to take whatever she wanted. She had troubling news for him. His time in this life was running out. He was stunned by this revelation. The house was in chaos. She urged him not to jump to conclusions and asked him to listen to her. Born under the eon and young star, she could see not only ghosts, but also the dimensions of life. She noticed something was amiss with him, finding a significant discrepancy between his physical body and his soul. His soul's longevity was much shorter than that of his body. The use of the Nirvana finger had drastically reduced the soul's lifespan. She held a glass in her hands, unsure if what she saw in her drowsy state was real. She cut her hand, intending to use her visual gift and spiritual power to reveal the truth if he used the Nirvana finger again. He pressed his finger against her wound and used the Nirvana finger technique. He healed her wound, confirming her suspicion. She asked who had taught him this skill, noting that his mental lifespan seemed to shorten slightly with each use. He was using his soul's lifespan to heal others. He believed nirvana meant disappearance without consuming anything. However, this skill is a magical secret that consumes spiritual life and affects the body's longevity. His soul's original lifespan was 120 years, but now it was down to just a year. He had spent about 6 months on her initial healing and 3 days on the second injury. The cost of using the skill varied with the severity of the injury. Vig used the Nirvana finger for cosmetic purposes and drinking, gradually shortening his own life in the process. He could become a medium. If his talent is sufficient to control the protective spirit, he could revive his soul and extend his lifespan. He asked how one becomes a medium. The training requires isolation for a year, and it's too late to start training tomorrow. He requested help. If he can master this skill, he will achieve the highest level once learned. Becoming a medium requires significant money and resources. He aims to cultivate and subdue the protective spirit within a year. Not everyone can achieve this. Given his talent, it might be better to marry her than spend money unnecessarily. He called her and asked if she wanted her wishes fulfilled. Would the property become hers after his death? He transferred 50 million to her. He may offer more if needed. Financial issues are not a problem for him. With limited time, he needs to achieve the impossible and become a medium quickly. They decided to start immediately. She searched for her teacher's book, which contained all the trading channels for resources. She opened the suitcase. She cried. Becoming a medium involves contacting heaven and earth, merging yin and yang, and after death, the body can easily be consumed by monsters. After the death of past mediums, their bodies were supposed to become an aura and return to heaven and earth. Did her teacher view her as a death spirit? Was she worried about him? If she didn't care, he would become a zombie, creating more problems for her. He hadn't treated her well. His final journeys were nearing their end. It would be better in the next life. Though she is greedy, she has a good heart and made a great effort to collect the mysterious bell for him. The starting price for Nanyang Jade was 2 million, but she bought it for 5 million. Who else would need it besides her? She generously donated 300,000 to the temple's needs and wanted to ask for incense in return. She was caught by people who told her she could no longer buy or sell items from her ancestors. The tripod was better sold. She left 3 million in cash. In a few days, she bought a new villa for Yen. He stared blankly at the green park. In front of him was a tripod with a potion boiling. The potion, a shiny animal soup, helps ordinary people establish contact with the universe. He must undress and immerse himself in it while she recites the mantra. He suspected she might be deceiving him to escape with the money. She had bought the potion with her own money, using high-quality materials. If he fails, he won't die immediately. He should remember to reimburse her for the cost. He inquired what if it didn't work. Mediums are rarely successful by chance. They need to demonstrate talent, potential, and character. There's no other way. Though it looked unappealing, there was no time to waste. He had to give it a try. He hoped everything would work out, and he wouldn't be ruined financially. Only time would tell when he would reach his goal. The 3-month period he mentioned was a lie. If he absorbed it again, he wouldn't be able to do anything. When he lifted his t-shirt, he felt pleasure from his student's admiration. She admired his abs. He needed to undress and enter the soup. He told her to look away, but she couldn't afford any accidents. He promised her half the money. He entered the soup. Although it looked frightening, it was quite comfortable inside. Men inspired trust in him. At that time, he was saving the suffering heavens. It encompasses 10 dimensions and constantly employs divine power to help all sentient beings find their way back from the wrong path. Focus on your life, but don't feel like a blind person trying to see the sun and moon. He felt mediocre. Open up. Infinite power. He was sweating and warming up. It was working. She was reading from a book, opening a new chapter in life. The smoke of the dead and the homeowner's struggle began to manifest. She started to stutter, which made him worry. She was struggling to read the last word and wanted to skip it. He asked what was wrong. Grabbing his head in pain, she urged him to hold on. Amidst the pain, he felt his eyebrows going numb and a heavy pressure. Something was breaking through. Misty's immortal spring and Dan Lin's pure essence. It worked. He had become a medium. He wondered if the patron spirit had escaped from his eyebrow and why it looked like a film. Not yet. It was only the embryo of the spirit, not yet fully matured. Like her, he lacked the talent to subdue the patron spirit immediately. The embryo must stay warm for a year to mature. As a medium, he could reveal the stars of yin and yang, but his patron spirit was not yet fully developed, so it was still uncertain. He had a skill and a plus sign, making him like kryptonite in the modern world. Enhancing glasses was easy. He used erotic jokes, shared them online, and spent a couple of million to find experts to promote the story, earning points. He wanted to know how much money was needed to improve his taming skill. The embryo of his patron spirit glowed brightly. It developed quickly into a fully mature form. It wasn't metaphysical, it was a white owl. She perched on his shoulder. SCO costs 30 units. He could now contact the spirit directly and use martial arts. Life extension is crucial. He needs enough time to find a way to increase his lifespan. He asked the spirit's name but got no reaction. The spirit seemed unresponsive and dull. Although the patron spirit was matured, it still lacked consciousness. It didn't respond to commands. It was just a lifeless body. Life expectancy would increase, not decrease. Without a natural medium talent, he would use enhancement points to reach the maximum level. Without the system, it would have taken a long time to develop the spirit from its embryonic state. She encouraged him. Although the patron spirit wouldn't be helpful now, he could learn mediumship, fight ghosts, and enhance his combat skills. Mantras and magical items are used to expel ghosts, not to improve combat skills. Understanding them fully would take time. He inquired about how much training was needed to defeat a ghost king. Even with all his studies, it wouldn't be sufficient. She had no more medium skills to offer. He couldn't depend on her. He needed to rely on his own physical abilities to fight ghosts. While not an ordinary person, he had a guardian spirit that could damage spiritual entities. This would work against ordinary ghosts, but violent ones could overwhelm the human body. She mentioned the magic of mediums and questioned his actions. She didn't know him well. Human strength alone couldn't kill ghosts. He wondered if superhuman strength could make a difference. He struck the wall forcefully and asked if a ghost could withstand such a blow. It was an accidental and unplanned strike. She realized her mistake and pleaded for her life, offering all her money. She insisted he was a man, not a demon. She had crucial information about the ghost king Lin Fan. He inquired about Lin Fan, who had vanished 1,000 years ago. Historical records offered no additional details. There is, however, an old residence of his located in a city. She had intended to trade this information for money, but that arrangement is no longer feasible. At that location, one could gather more valuable information regarding the King of Ghosts. The house was trembling. His strike had destroyed the supporting column, which now needs to be replaced. The structure collapsed. The property was owned by an unknown person. Upon entering, he was met with a somber atmosphere. Locals mentioned that the building had been constructed on the site of an old house demolished 20 years prior. Since then, frequent ghostly occurrences had led residents to flee. It is considered a haunted house and draws many visitors. Although there were no severe incidents caused by ghostly attacks, the fear experienced by the inhabitants left them with psychological trauma. He sensed that something was amiss. He did not want her to approach him. She extended her hand towards his collarbone. She whispered that he seemed scared and invited him to accompany her. He briefly pinched her face. The ghosts had already taken control of her, as she was a weak medium. He struck her. He expelled the demons from her. The spirit departed, and his unusual magic not only protected her, but also drove the spirit away. However, if they were to come here, no matter their skills, they wouldn't be able to escape. It was an exceptionally clever ghost. This is absurd. It's just a little girl's ghost. It's time to call on your guardian spirit. The guardian spirit emerged and subdued the demons. A beam of light flashed from its head. The owl flew off, and then it simply departed. It was of no use. It was disappointing. He decided not to release it again. She seized the owl. This is the guardian spirit, the sisters mentioned. It seemed ineffective and weak, likely due to its master's lack of cultivation, but it had a cute face. The sisters emerged. The mediums posed no threat. There was a purple trap here, and no one had approached them for a long time. The blue trapline, a well-behaved boy, she was salivating. Yellow trap cotton, legal. It was all the red sister's fault. She had gone too far once and nearly killed someone. The red trap was set here. It was the first time she had deceived a medium. Good job. Hong patted her on the head. Everything remains the same. She planned to visit her husband first, then the yellow, blue, and purple traps. That was her desire. She had been among ghosts for 100 years, which still made her a child by their standards. The situation was unstable, and she needed more training to become like her sisters. They wanted to leave together. It was quieter this time. They could play with it for a few more days. He wasn't interested in playing with them. He had experience fighting 5 opponents and had dealt with ghost girls. He had no experience with ghost girls yet. He drew upon divine sin power. She pleaded for mercy. The guardian spirit was returning. He and his sisters wanted only a small portion of life essence. They never killed anyone. He noted that this was Lin Fang's old residence, where they were living. He wondered what connection they had to Lin Fang. It had special energy that could harm the spiritual body, so he needed to use physical exile for the rest of the story. They huddled together, trembling with fear. They were merely wandering ghosts and had no knowledge of Lin Fang. They were searching for a place to call home. It wasn't her sister's fault for having a difficult life. Her problems were caused by men who didn't understand her. She cried, lamenting that no one cared about her during her life, and now, even in death, she was troubled. Her sister comforted her. She advised him not to offend her sisters. He inquired, expressing that he didn't need any hysteria. He asked if there were any other ghosts present besides them. Their level and behavior were different from those in Penghu. They were using this place as a refuge. She mentioned that no other ghost was hiding in the haunted house. As a guide, she spoke directly. The ghost's energy was much stronger than theirs. It was imprisoned in an ancient well located in the middle of the courtyard. Even if it escaped the well, it wouldn't be able to leave the backyard. They and their sisters avoided the backyard out of fear of this ghost. They had good intentions. They frightened people to prevent them from entering the backyard and falling into the hands of the evil ghost. They absorbed some of their energy as a reward, causing harm but not death. They were benevolent ghosts who had done many good deeds. He chose to stay silent. He decided to investigate himself and asked them to stay put. The sisters were truthful. The ghost in the well was very powerful. They would have abandoned the haunted house if it weren't suitable for cultivation. If trouble arose, none of the ghosts would be able to help. She was a very kind ghost. He wasn't the type to seek out trouble. He descended into the well. The well was spacious, appearing like another world from the outside. He aimed to find the ghost. He earned green points as a ghost appeared before him, a living person with a smell of blood and flesh. He didn't need to search any further. The ghost opened its enormous mouth, intending to devour him. Cheyenne fled, but the ghost missed its target. He inquired whether he should eat the ghost. He struck the ghost and questioned how it would manage if its head were smashed. The ghost fell silent and landed on a rock. The powerful blow was thanks to the patron spirit. Given the ghost's title, he was a general related to the Ghost King. He received hate points as the ghost grew angry with him. The ghost gradually regenerated its missing parts. He was accustomed to fighting people and sometimes forgot he was dealing with a ghost. The ghost emitted a bright light from its mouth. However, it was countered by the divine influence of sin. He reflected its power. He pierced the ghost's body. Sayan would not be defeated by him. This ghost's end was near. Sin was overconfident, but the ghost was immortal. Ming had told him that ghosts are formed from energy and expend significant energy when recovering from injuries. The ghost's energy reserves would deplete soon. He hoped the ghost would hold out a little longer for more practice. The girl wondered why there was no movement. He asked if the ghost from the world still needed him. Ching Er had fallen for her brother, the medium. Chen Er, who was pursued by many men, was also deeply worried. She wanted to go down and check. If she acted quickly, she might save him. Someone began to crawl out, causing her to feel frightened. It took longer than he expected. Despite the patron spirit's enhancement, his attacks were still somewhat insufficient. He received admiring looks. She asked if he had killed the ghost in the well. He was attacked by ghost girls. The ghost had almost saved her previously, so he sought revenge for her. The master showed bravery and strength. She wished to be as brave and confident as her sisters. She didn't feel worthy of being a true ghost. It was the energy of beauty. The energy of ghostly beauty is much purer than human energy. It is easy to obtain in large quantities, and using the flower sword or finger can yield double the results with half the effort. There was one more thing they hadn't informed the master about. She had forgotten about energy absorption. When they encountered the sisters and entered the haunted house to eliminate ghosts and claim the territory, a powerful ghost had appeared in the well. This continued until the general showed up, whom they failed to kill. After killing the general, the ghosts became even stronger. Finding refuge had become difficult, and they were reluctant to leave. The well had been created by Lin Foam, making it easy to gain boost points from ghosts. It was a good place for training before the main battle. He was kind to women, and good relationships were often formed through his role as a mediator after battles. He wouldn't ignore the problem. They could fortify themselves there to contain the evil spirits from the dry world and live together. His passionate desire for justice pleased her. She wanted to be closer to Tian. He could use this situation to practice his flower sword techniques with his finger. It was quite advantageous. An hour later, they had forgotten about it. She collapsed to the ground. She asked what had happened while she was unconscious. She wondered why the haunted house looked so beautiful and cozy. Everything was glowing. Ghostly girls were nearby. The bath and toilet sparkled, and everything in the hall was clean. The bedroom was neatly arranged. She had large breasts, but he never looked at her. She thought he wasn't interested in women, but rather in people. This was his new home. Jia Yang was deep in thought. He patted her on the head. He wanted her to buy a complete set of furniture without worrying about the cost. She had a smoking lump on her head and a full set for the broadcast. She asked if this was for live broadcasts. A couple of days later, the ghostly energy in the backyard increased, and ghosts reappeared in the well. The sound check was completed. More lighting would be needed. They had spent millions on advertising, but ordinary people wouldn't be able to see the ghosts. The result was what mattered most, and the process was just for entertainment. He needed to look good, so the girl scattered petals around him. He was fighting monsters. She asked if she had helped him. He said it was great. These enchanting ghosts provided pure beauty and energy, helping him reach the initial level of the flower sword's technique. Reaching the second level made it easier for him to defeat monsters. He needed to continue and use the live broadcast to earn reinforcement points. A ghost stood in front of him. Over 1 million people were watching the broadcast, thanks to the substantial money spent on promotion. Their advertisement even appeared on the city's business center screen. He was putting on a show despite the troubles. The live broadcast was a success, and they continued. He received points for greed and hatred. Some people supported his broadcast, while others criticized it. His reputation would fade once he left, but as long as he received boost points, he was satisfied. He planned to confront the devil. The ghost provided him with a cloak. He would perform more shows to earn power-up points. Chiayan controlled the cloak, which could block the sky and move the universe. People watched the show, with some mistaking it for a movie trailer. It resembled a live broadcast from a haunted house. Cheers erupted as Yan struck with his sword finger, hitting the devil. This technique was very effective. Most people lacked the medium's vision and couldn't see the enemies, so Ying's strikes only created sparks. Suddenly, another image appeared. The broadcast ended. The model had a beautiful face, simulating a real character. They were at Lin Fang's former residence. The ghosts harbored a deep hatred for people. The ghost king they served would soon awaken and turn the entire world into his castle. They had no intention of leaving. He asked about their connection to Lin Foam, where he was hiding, and when he would awaken. The ghost responded, suggesting that once he became a ghost himself, he would find out. The ghost self-destructed. Shilan sought more information, noting that Lin Fong wasn't fully recovered and needed time. This was an opportunity to gather reinforcement points. A ghostly girl approached him with a towel as he was sweating. She cleaned him up, removing a lot of dust. Chan was polite and attentive, much like a maid. She was young and inexperienced, and they hadn't had time to teach her everything. If she wanted to control a man, she needed to drain all his essence. He had successfully broken into the broadcast world and collected many boost points. He wasn't interested in money. His goal was to eliminate ghosts. His assistant would select 100 viewers and give each one yen. Due to his popularity, many mediums approached him to test his powers. His display of martial arts earned him respect and interest in learning his techniques. However, no one offered their skills in return, so he declined their requests. He had already gained 400 points. Collecting them in the main world was easy. He had upgraded the flower sword's technique to level 3. He asked Chang to bring him a glass of ginger tea and give him a massage. Tioni and I went into the city to shop. Even though they were at home, he could have asked them for help. They were capable of doing more than just giving him a massage. This had become a routine. Several days had passed, but she was still better. She questioned why she didn't seem to like pleasing her boss and why she accompanied her. She was very easygoing and knew everything about her, including her favorite clothing brand. She felt uneasy when the 100-year-old ghost addressed her as sister. It was a seal for dispelling ghosts, used by a ghost hunter. The ghost in the well hadn't been dealt with yet, and he had already reached the 3rd level of the flower sword's technique. He needed to focus on training his heroic fist. The advantage of this skill was its use of physical strength, which could help increase the number of viewers for the live broadcast. They earned power-up points, and he would work hard to achieve his goals. It was easier to gain strengthening points, and he felt comfortable in this world. She said she would go put her sister to bed. He asked what had happened. They had encountered the medium on their way home. The sister seemed as if she wanted to save her. He was furious. The medium had dared to insult his people. He asked if she could show him the location. She complied. She asked to be let go, but he crashed the car anyway, which was costly. She was tied up and had powerful allies. If anything happened to her, they wouldn't let it go unaddressed. She couldn't escape. Saya Yang had not yet arrived. Perhaps something had happened in China. The spell had harmed her. The patron spirit was by his side. He was from the Gaiyong family, just a weak medium and a minor ghost. Neither could be captured. His subordinates apologized, promising to use double pleasure to make Ken reveal the secrets of their techniques. An unfamiliar medium had arrived from elsewhere. He had mastered unique skills in exterminating evil spirits. If he betrayed them willingly, he would keep his cultivation. But if he resisted, he would face the full power of the family. She had heard about the family and should understand their significant position in the medium world. He told her she was cute and liked her appearance and body. However, she was still a virgin, so sin hadn't touched her. He wondered if he was a eunuch and offered her a chance to become his mistress if she helped him obtain Cao Yang's secret martial techniques. The family was very influential and powerful, and it seemed like he was in charge. She felt disgusted by him and had no desire to be his mistress. She believed he didn't deserve her. He demanded to see the technique from Tianlin and wanted her to crawl at his feet. It was the ghost. She said she didn't like him and asked what he would do. She didn't want this. There was a noise. Others also heard it. A voice asked if this was the one who had offended Tianhe and stolen from Ming. Tianlan had protected him. She was cut through. She vanished into thin air. He exclaimed that it was impossible for him to have killed his patron spirit. Sin overheard him mention being a eunuch. Just a few bad guys. He couldn't kill him and left. He slit his throat. The head was severed from the body. It was a mistake to plead for mercy. He couldn't even say his name. Why should he be allowed to live? She asked why he had killed him. She was unable to stop him. The deceased was a family member, renowned and influential. Killing him would provoke the entire family to seek revenge. He planned to kill them all. There was no need for concern. Eliminating him would mean he would no longer be a problem. After spending so much time with him, he was still fearful of something. He slapped her. He was prepared. Ever since the mediums had come to him seeking his fighting techniques, he realized that poverty wasn't the issue here. It was the uneven distribution of resources. It was time to showcase his techniques. The technique was called Supreme Demonic Bliss. She would become his heir. There was enough space for everyone. She wanted to accompany Sin, so she would walk. The other girl would follow as well. He was playing games on his phone while relaxing on the beach. She told him to go ahead and not kill them, leaving that to her. Many were tired. He responded that he had been asked to guard the doors and sell supreme demonic bliss to all the mediums who came to him. How could she be tired? The mediums learned he intended to share his techniques. Many were representatives of famous and influential families worldwide. Even the King family sent someone. They were unaware that Gaiyong had been killed. He had disguised everything effectively. Many mediums came, but not for the techniques. She had collected a lot of valuable items. He inquired about the useful items. She hadn't wiped her sweat, but she had been effective. She had exchanged many secret techniques, with the top 4 being rare and suitable for his patron spirit. He needed to study them. The techniques included creation of spirit, tuning of the soul, territory of cultivation for the patron spirit, and 108 ways to understand the mental health of the patron spirit. He didn't understand any of it. With nothing else to do, he decided to start studying right away. After 2 months, he had no expectations from the world of mediums. He examined the 4 books brought by the men and realized he could merge them into one using a system function. He didn't grasp the system function. A ghost girl approached him, signaling it was time for lunch. The bird made sounds. The entire process had taken 2 months. This was a reaction to his commands. He was still inexperienced. The bird landed on his hand. The world was costly. He had spent 800 points on these games. He needed to save up to upgrade the flower sword finger to level 4. He inquired about her progress with the divine influence of Zen. She was concerned, as it was a difficult technique. He requested a different technique, like an improved version of demonic bliss. He was frustrated. If she didn't show results within 3 days, he would cut her salary. She would start training immediately, almost as if blown away by the wind. He spoke to the bird, asking how he could assist. She never left. He questioned why she was laughing. Sin was genuinely kind, worrying that Myung Niang wouldn't be able to defend herself, so he made her train while pretending to be strict. She would follow Sister Meng's training diligently and wouldn't let her disappoint him. Threats of financial penalties motivated her to act. Ching Er was helpful and understanding. He missed having such a maid in the ordinary world. Upon returning, he planned to reform the deceased girl. He had made his decision. He lacked enhancement points to upgrade the flower swords. Advancing martial arts to levels 3 and 4 was challenging, and the Nirvana finger had high requirements. 3 months had passed since Peng Fei had appeared. If he accidentally killed Peng Fei, he would return to the ordinary world. It would be difficult to enter a random world if he failed to collect valuable loot, and he would regret the 500 points spent on the journey. Many people gathered outside the house at night. The eldest man present was Panda Bao, a master medium from the Pan family. Alongside him was Ning Wu, a young master medium from his family. Panda Bao had not seen Ning Wu for a long time. He was unaware of the identity of the other son, and didn't know that Wearing June was that person who had taken all the cards into the soul lamp. A voice remarked that the second prince was still young but had good energy. This was said by Yu Sei, a master medium from the Yu family. He hadn't expected their families to meet under these circumstances, and was pleased by the unexpected encounter. Yu Sei asked how he could not come when such notable individuals were present. They had discovered who the queen of the family was penned about, and thought that he disliked all the clan's movements. There were just peculiar fighting techniques. Even mediums rarely fought ghosts with ordinary techniques. Wu said that everyone had already received the clan's book on supreme demonic bliss. He asked how it felt after training with it. He had received the book. His subordinate found the functions within it quite simple, though it was different from the usual techniques. It concealed much more powerful techniques. Penned About requested not to mention Qian's name in his presence. Ken, a descendant of the 4 great families, still retained his pride. He wouldn't want to hear that name. When Bian Gray woke up, he performed a blood sacrifice ritual to resurrect Tianqi. He absorbed the patron spirit of Shen Roller, but did not fully restore a certain part of his power. Yusei remarked on his indifferent demeanor, and Wu told him to keep his opinions to himself. As he emerged, the threads caught fire. Everything was engulfed in blue flames. People carried a coffin. Penned About stood by and watched. The coffin was opened to reveal a man inside. He climbed out, accompanied by skeletons. The skeletons bowed to him. He had slept for 1,000 years and had now returned. He asked what the current situation was, given that 1,000 years had passed. penned about explained that the spirits of the patrons had successfully infiltrated the inner forces of the mediums. They were waiting for a leader who would guide them to dominate the world. He reflected on the irony that the slaves he had trusted had betrayed him. These were the descendants of slaves who had grown accustomed to being at the bottom. He wondered if they still remembered him. The ghosts had done well. Candles burned above their heads. Each ghost had a candle. They needed to bow and praise the ghost king Lin Feng. Those who sincerely offered incense before him would receive the assistance of the spirit. People expressed their gratitude. He had tamed hundreds of ghost generals. Before his long slumber, he had sealed them in the well of his old residence to prevent any issues. Given these ghosts, the situation was already decided. No one would prevent his return to the upper world. 100 ghost generals appeared. A large hall had been created. However, no one emerged from there. He inquired about the whereabouts of General Wagi, General Toru, General Katsura, General Han, and General Ten Shu. The generals merely looked at each other. He ordered General Han to step forward. General Han complied with the Lord's orders. He kicked General Han's head, sending him flying. The ghost generals failed to follow orders. Only General Han appeared, but he had died from exhaustion. Something had gone wrong with the ghost deck. A voice in the darkness wondered why the ghost had disappeared, noting that he had been the one to summon it. It was the CIA. Without the bird's folding abilities, he wouldn't have realized it had been there all along. He questioned whether he hadn't already defeated 100 ghost generals. Cheyenne remarked on his persistence and wondered how he could still be referred to as Ghost King Lin Feng. He flew towards him on his wings. Bai noted that he had a strong energy to detect and suggested that Lin Feng had purified his body and likely regained all his strength. He warned to keep a distance, as it would be very intense. He challenged Qian's audacity in coming forward, questioning if he thought he could handle the Lord now that he was restored. It was time to prove their worth to the Lord. He had a hole in his head and was unimpressed by the young man's arrogance, telling him to prepare his final wishes. He released the King of Snakes. Ken wondered why the respected families of mediums were gathered together. He and Lin Feng were aligned and waved his hand. He repelled the serpent, causing it to dissipate. Its black spot was powerful, akin to that of a ghost general. The onlookers were stunned. He had defeated the spirit of the master's patron with a single blow, which exceeded their expectations of his strength. His servant was unable to handle it. There was something magical about this individual that they couldn't manage. He commanded everyone to kneel and praise his name. He showed them kindness. Seung asked if they were transferring their power to the Ghost King. As long as Xian was present, he would not let him escape. He was unsure of what was happening. He believed in the old saying that he must destroy all the desires and plans of his enemies. He snapped his fingers and invoked ultimate demonic bliss. People began to pout. Numerous explosions erupted. People started fleeing in panic. He trained his gaze to cause explosions. Anyone he looked at would be at risk of exploding if they didn't kneel before Lin Feng, as he would widen his eyes and trigger explosions. He merged his power. It made a clicking sound. Pam, despite protesting, exploded. He was truthful. One glance from the Pan family master caused explosions. He wondered about the nature of this demonic power. Sayan asked if anyone else wanted to challenge him. The Lord questioned what they had done. He ordered everyone to kneel and bow. They complied in terror. He noted their lack of sincerity and faith in their worship. He warned that if they forced him to take everything by force, it was their own fault. Some people suffered from headaches. Others felt their spiritual energy rapidly depleting. They were bleeding from their heads. Ken suggested they should muster the courage to challenge their master and remove the king. He promised to show them the way out, giving them a chance to save their lives. His mercy was boundless. They couldn't blindly obey if they wanted to survive. They needed to use their powers to fight. He remarked that now was not the time for rebellion. They should act like ordinary people and accept being someone's lapdog, rather than clinging to outdated notions of masters and slaves. Were all born as slaves? The Lord declared that they were all slaves and questioned their audacity to rebel against him. From the moment they entered his service, their lives were no longer their own. They were scattered. Ken could not afford to let him go. He threatened to blow them all up. Using supreme demonic bliss, the Lord caused all the people to pout and explode, sending them to hell. Ken managed to lead the Lord out and used supernatural transformation to reveal the visible form of the Ghost King. Despite the explosions, the Ghost King remained alive, as expected from such a formidable being. The Lord intended to send him into the abyss of nightmares to make him reconsider his behavior. This higher influence of Zen could not counter the attack. He released his bird. He considered using the Nirvana finger but decided against it. The bird protected him, causing the evil spell to dissipate. Although the bird's exact technique was unknown, it could absorb all damage from spiritual attacks. His guardian spirit, a seemingly insignificant white owl at a low level, was able to dispel the spells of the abyss of nightmares. He questioned why he resisted. He wished to rest peacefully despite the threats. He unleashed his swords and chose to face death from 1,000 swords piercing his heart, using the 10,000 mystical swords technique. Sin protected himself with a barrier. He reflected the attack. Despite a decent defense, the power of the mystical swords was limitless. Sin wouldn't be able to stop them. He used the flower sword's finger technique and shot him in the head. He wondered if a hole in his skull would make him less frightening. Later, he considered giving him a nickname, the King of Ghosts with a hole in his head. The live broadcast was recorded. He was on air again. Many people were watching. The special effects were genuine. Siam had become a major player in the live broadcast industry. The sky during the broadcast looked as it did in reality. Nowadays, hosts go to great lengths to make their shows unique. The broadcast was conducted from an abandoned house on the city's edge. The close-up action created a sense of personal presence. The live stream was a hit, with 5 million viewers. If the Lord were to die, they would lose their broadcast material. He was hard to kill, with a body that seemed almost mythical. He also healed like a ghost. He healed the hole in his head and realized he had underestimated Sin. Sin's attacks might have hurt him. He requested to put his microphone on the live broadcast so he could communicate with the audience. She complied. He wanted to demonstrate the brutal act of decapitating a dog. He cut off its head. He paused. He then cut off its wings. This ghost was unlike the others. It was much stronger. He wanted to place bets on how many blows it could endure before dying. Someone had set up 10 speedboats to watch as he cut off all its limbs. He cut off its arms, legs, and wings. The ghost was an immaterial entity taking physical form. Each part of its body was unique. He was exhausting its energy. Someone set up a cannonball for him to use as a finishing touch. He leapt away from the bird. He flew closer. He kicked the bird. If he were human, he would have been rendered powerless by now, especially if he had survived the blow. Viewers familiar with his broadcasts know that ghosts can't be killed with just a few blows, and that they can recover. The live broadcast continued. The Lord demanded, "Get that thing out of your ear." He remarked that the ghost was angry and dissatisfied. He questioned whether the spectators were scared by the blows, noting that nothing happened to the ghost. It was strong, unlike the generals who would have fallen long ago. The finger of colored swords was a draining technique. If he continued, he would exhaust his own strength. He aimed to cut the ghost into pieces in one fell swoop. He argued with the bird perched on his shoulder. He intended to shred the ghost into small pieces and use the colored sword's finger to deliver 50 continuous cuts. Despite this, the ghost wasn't killed. His innate energy was running low. He asked the ghost if it felt despair. Magical power surrounded the Lord. The Lord's display was grand, fitting for someone called the King of Ghosts. He commanded that the spiritual hurricane dispel the silence. The wrath of heaven manifested as a hand of thunder. The intense light made it impossible for Janu to see anything. He employed the divine influence of Zen, wielding a massive Buddha hand. The Lord's defenses were breached. The forceful reflection of Zen's divine influence shattered, proving him a serious opponent comparable to an innate dimension fighter from the main world. His legs trembled from the strain. His innate energy was depleting. Despite reducing the costs for protective techniques, he couldn't hold out much longer. He was sweating profusely and knew he couldn't last even 10 seconds. Without using the Nirvana finger to restore his energy, the situation would worsen. The point system continued, but he only had about 1,600 enhanced points, fewer than expected. Some people were experiencing strong emotions, while others were just enjoying the show. He aimed to upgrade the Nirvana finger to level 4. Despite his shaking hands, he pressed on with the system. A bright beam of light shone. His dimension level increased to 9. He became stronger and more capable of defending himself. He made a final attempt and managed to block the pressure with his hand. He was surprised by the result. He used the flower sword's finger technique to wilt hundreds of flowers. He repeated the technique, stating that resistance was futile. He executed a decisive cut. The enemy seemed to be dead. He was stunned as the enemy's body shattered into pieces. The enemy's body collapsed completely, losing all arms and legs. The enemy screamed in despair before exploding. The upgraded level 4 Flower Swords technique caused severe internal damage. With the new energy gained from the dimension upgrade, the result would be either the enemy's death or his own. Lin Fong was killed. He received 2,000 enhanced points as a reward. After 10 seconds, he would return to the main world. The situation had been perilous, and he hadn't been able to make full use of the time. For the past 6 months, the danger had been significant. He reflected on the events. She opened her eyes. He used the Nirvana finger. Ghost King Lin Fong was confirmed dead, signaling the dawn of a new era. Justice was expected to prevail once again in these lands.